Hey guys, welcome back to the Open Just Anime Podcast. I'm your host, the Anime Collector. I don't have any co-hosts with me right now, but they are on their way. So it's been an interesting week. I've had a lot going on, and not to mention the last podcast. So if you are new to the show, I'd like to thank you for being here. Thank you for your generous donations last podcast. I woke up to, I think it was after fees taken out, $140, which is a new record for the podcast. Double, I think, our previous record. So, anyway, that's pretty interesting. Now, today, I wasn't actually planning on doing a podcast because I've been extremely busy, but we've got a lot of articles that we keep pushing off to the next podcast. So, I tried to structure this a little differently and just try to maybe we can cram through a couple of these. So, yeah, Lishansky says, not late and not gay, or late, not sure. Yeah. So I was supposed to start at 5. I pushed it to 5:15. 5:15 rolled around, and I was going to go live, but I needed to, as you can see, I cannot get the header image to save. Oh, look, I'm live. I cannot get the header image to save. So, yeah, I don't know. It's been kind of annoying. If I actually try to upload it, for some reason now it's also grabbing stuff from my personal Facebook instead of from my Facebook page. But I uploaded it to my personal Facebook so that I could click it from there. Because the other thing I'm trying now is equally cringe and awful and doesn't load it at all. See that little bar that can't quite get there? Anyway, that'll get fixed in the future. Anyway, so just jumping right in. There's a couple things I want to talk about. Why is that not open? Oh, it's not opening because I have to publish. I have to publish in order to click the links. Come on, you got this. Anyway, Lishansky says he's got to go. Yeah, well, I'm probably going to be here for only about 4 hours, but maybe I'll go a little later. Anyway, all right, I'm going to publish this update. Stop the stalling. All right, so let's jump right in. So I am not even going to try to pronounce the name of this character. World of Warcraft's this guy here, the VA was removed possibly due to sexual misconduct allegations. Now, we talked about this guy. It's Quentin, what's his name? Quentin Flynn, who also voices Raiden in Metal Gear Solid 2. We talked about this guy, I'm pretty sure, previously. I think he was in the doc, the crowdsourced Fixing the Broken Staircase doc that Justin Savakis got added to, but was then removed. So we'll just have to see. Random Lemon says, only 4 hours, LOL. Yeah, well, the thing is that we've got a lot to go over. Oh, shit, it's so hot in here. Tell me if this fan is too loud. Oh, God, that feels amazing. Anyway, yeah, we got a lot to go over that I want to try to get through, and I'm realizing that a lot of it I can't even get to until I have co-hosts. So I'm going to go through this one real quick, and hopefully they join me soon. So Blizzard's never-ending pursuit in being politically correct has led them to erasing the legendary work of voice actor Quentin Flynn. Again, I'm not going to try. In World of Warcraft, after allegations of his sexual misconduct surfaced, with there yet to be actual confirming evidence for his mischief. Now, again, I don't actually remember what his allegations were, but I vaguely remember them being like, really? That's it? Like, you're putting him on the dock for this, right, kind of thing? But again, I don't really remember what they were, so I could be thinking of somebody else. And I looked to no avail to find the podcast where we covered that. I don't think it went into the doc, like the Facebook doc, so I couldn't find it. But I am on podcast 61 on my rewatch, so I'll probably find it in the next, 2 weeks or so which one it was. So more info on that if it's relevant. Anyway, so it is assumed Blizzard removed the voice work of Quentin Flynn due to the sexual misconduct allegations, as theorists really can't think of any other possible reason, and such allegations are usually the most common reason behind the endeavors of the mentally unstable when it comes to erasing a person's existence. The most baffling aspect of this matter, however, is the fact that the allegations, sexual harassment and grooming, surfaced way back in November 2020. November 2020. If that's true, then I probably won't be getting to that rewatched episode anytime soon, because I think the one I'm currently on is like, it's right before the KyoAni arson in July. So yeah, so I'm definitely not gonna probably hit that one. July 2019, by the way. So yeah, I'm quite a ways away from finding it. Anyway. So with the Twitter account exposing these allegations having gone into protected status, players learned the lines of, oh God, what is it? Kael'thas? Kael'thas? I don't know. Were replaced with another actor in the first build of World of Warcraft patch 9.1, a video comparing the old actor and the yet unnamed new actor. Funny, it's literally the same guy, just doing a new voice. As noticed in the video, all the lines from the most recent Shadowlands expansion are now expansion to the now ancient Burning Crusade have been replaced. Quentin Flynn has also voiced Jin in League of Legends, Axel from Kingdom Hearts, and Raiden from Metal Gear. The voice work of Flynn in World of Warcraft are the only lines replaced as of the moment, as his voice lines in Heroes of the Storm and the Warcraft 3 remaster currently remain, but for how long is uncertain. Boy, you really gotta think for a minute about how costly it's going to become for companies to retroactively replace people who are not Jesus, hence not perfect, right? That over time, we got to repatch that whole thing. Damn, I'm sweaty. What the fuck? If you had any... I love these. If you had any doubt as to why I needed to turn on the fan.
Oh, Jesus.
How you doing, buddy?
Pretty good. How are you?
I'm good. I had a G Fuel today.
Yeah? How's that going for you?
I was gonna drink it on stream, but I'm like, I have work in the morning, so I probably shouldn't start drinking an energy drink at 5. So I drank it at 2.
What kind was it? Another peach range?
The Sonic one, the only one that I've had so far that actually tasted good. Anyway, all right. So I just finished discussing Quentin Flynn getting canceled, voice of Raiden in Metal Gear, and this character I don't know how to pronounce from World of Warcraft. So I want to ask you a quick question, RHYS. What do you think of Prince Harry?
Say that again?
What do you think of Prince Harry?
I have no idea what that is.
Prince Harry from Harry and Meghan Markle.
I don't care.
Like, do you have any like, if you had to like think of him as like, man, that guy's a real dickhead or something.
I guess he's a prince of some kind. Who cares?
The word I was looking for is dickhead.
Oh, okay.
Because hold on, I gotta turn the shields back up so I can get rid of all the ads. Come on. Oh well, okay. I'm just gonna pretend like it's working. Come on. You guys can't even see what I'm doing. There we go. Okay. Prince Harry's new chimpo job title makes people in Japan giggle. In Japan, a chimpo has a whole other meaning. It's now been just over a year since Prince Harry and his wife Meghan Markle officially stepped back as senior members of the British royal family. Since then, the couple, also known as the Duke and Duchess of Sussex, made the move over to the U.S., where they're now expecting their second child. Who cares? And Harry has landed a new job as Chief Impact Officer for a Silicon Valley mental health services startup called Better Up. Isn't that the one that's like ensnared in all those scandals about being fraudulent or whatever? Anyway, like many job titles, the role of Chief Impact Officer can be shortened to an acronym, and in this case, it's being referred to as CHIMPO in the US. While a lot of people in Britain have mused over the odd-sounding acronym, here in Japan, the musing has turned into stifled giggling, with even local media outlets tittering at the news. That's because in Japan, the word chimpo is slang for penis. Real quick, Random 11 said, the director of Blizzard's Overwatch apparently quit today. Wonder if it's related to this VA being fired. The Overwatch director used to work on WoW. I mean, who could even say trash fire company? We're going to talk about some shit going on with entertainment in the future that, like, look, it's over. I just make no mistake about it. Fun is a thing of the past, guys. This is the new normal. Prepare to be spoon-fed bullshit every day because it's not going to change. Anyway, also, Empirical says OPM or One Punch Man the best. Pretty good. We covered it recently. If you want to check out what episode are we on? 145?
I can't.
I think it's 141 and 142 are the episodes for it. Anyway, and they're timestamps, so you can jump right to the One Punch Man Watch Club if you want.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, thank you for that, Reese. I think you did.
Yeah, 141 and 142. Yep, you're right.
So, yes, that's right. Prince Harry is now a chimpo, and you can bet people in Japan weren't going to let the news go without a laugh. Someone, please explain this to them. I mean, can you imagine? It's like you're in another country, and it's like let's say that you're dating a girl. She's foreign, so you go to her home country, and you meet her family. And her dad is the head of a company, and his job title is top executive penis, right? You know?
Chief penis. is that on his license plate? That's 7 letters, right? CHIM. Oh, that's 6 letters. That could work. Chimpo.
Chimpo penis emoji. All right. Okay. It doesn't matter what. Hold on. It said, I bet this news made junior high school boys happy. It doesn't matter what age you are. The word chimpo always raises a smile. So his role is chief poll officer. Now he's a royal cock. Okay. Or cock. I don't know. Imagine if he came to Japan and introduced himself as a chimpo to officials. I'd love to see their faces. A situation like that last one there would leave any Japanese speaker red-faced. So let's hope Harry gets the memo on what the word chimpo means in Japanese. But given that he was once mistaken for a wax figure by a Japanese newspaper. A trip to Japan probably won't be in. Did we cover this? I think I looked at this.
Oh God.
The picture that they ran in the newspaper was a picture of the wax museum version of him.
Oh yeah, I think we did talk about this.
Yeah, I vaguely remember talking about this. And I'll let that load while I get the next. I totally didn't grab. I meant to double check for the old Kickstarter stuff. I didn't. So, oh well. I don't think there was anything else. 18 days still to go on the girl from the other side. They are they are way ahead of their goal. Okay, well, how many days left on this one? 14 days left. They are also ahead of their goal. Again, I'm pretty sure this isn't actually a Japanese film. It looks like exploitative, it's about as Japanese as Three Ninjas Kickback.
Next time on the Wash Club, Three Ninjas.
Are we getting rated again, or are we acknowledging last week, which I am internally grateful for? By the way, I'm going to announce it now. We're watching RHYS. What is it? Born Again? What is it called? Life Again in Another World?
RHYS, Starting Life Again. Or
Starting Life in Another World. We're going to be covering that next podcast as our watch club.
We're not doing it all in one. It would be
yeah. It'll be that over the course of the next 2 podcasts. We're going to watch the first 13 episodes and then the next set or whatever. So I appreciate you guys being here. Hope you like what you see. Random One says Three Ninjas was awesome. Was the awesome. So I'm going to say this: the only memory I have from Three Ninjas was the guy. Oh, minus the okay, gotcha. Okay, the only thing, Jesus, it's hot. The only thing I remember was the scene.
I'll try to cut him out there. I should cut him out.
The only thing I remember from the Three Ninjas was the scene where the guy, there's like the bully kid there. For some reason, they're at an amusement park, and like the villain henchman guy gets right in his face and just screams as loud as he can right in the kid's face, and the kid pees his pants. And then the guy's like, and then walks away. That's the only memory from Three Ninjas I have. That's the only part that has been with my mind. The cringe from that moment has never left me. All right. So yes, we are way past. We are officially more than $100,000 past what they were asking for, and there aren't any stark jumps that indicate that they just funded it themselves. So there you go.
Oh.
Yeah, I think it was Hulk Hogan. I think it was actually. Anyway, another raid from Hollow. Hollow, if you want to join us for the next podcast, I would welcome that. When we would start discussing ReZero. Here's the image. Boy, once you know that it's wax figures, it's real obvious. But if you didn't know, she looks more wax than he does.
How his face just looks like it's more flat and squatty.
I think she looks like a Barbie, like the posturing.
Yeah.
You know,
I'm looking at him like his
first glance,
like the way his face is so blocky. It seems.
I don't know.
Like
at first glance, I think he passes, but she looks like a dead doll. Like I guess it's because his eyes are kind of covered because of the shadow of his brow. But hers, you just see this like real fake.
He's naturally trying to kind of block the light from shining directly into his eyes with his eyebrows.
Oh, Hollow just yes, I have tweet notifications turned on for Hollow right now. Hollow just tweeted on our stream, I think.
Oh.
So that's gonna get a like from me. I'm assuming that's our stream. Right on. Even if it's not, I'm still gonna like and retweet it. All right, so here we go. Jumping into this. I wish FDM would show up so he could get some love in here. Demon Slayer television specials are going to premiere on Funimation. It says here 3 TV specials tie into the Mugen Train feature film. Let me ask you this question before you answer your mouth. Are these or are these not recaps?
They are recaps.
I knew it.
The last one has we've talked about these before. They aired on Japanese TV, but they're basically like 4 or 5 episodes made into like a movie kind of thing. But the last one has some added footage. I don't know how much, but I just know it's just some.
So the reason I ask is because going into the movie, if I even get to go see it, because geez, I'm working 2 full-time jobs now. It's a miracle we're doing this stream today at all. But it would be way easier to rewatch 3 recap movies than starting the show over, and you know what I mean.
I would say just watch the last one because
that's what I'm thinking.
We watched it pretty damn recently.
We did, yeah. I just want to see it again to refresh. This is the one I thought was good. I don't really want to watch the Hashira meeting arc. That's boring.
That's the one. That's the last arc. That's the one.
Yeah.
That's the
that last like 2 to 3 episodes when they meet up with the Hashira.
And they did like the training arc. I enjoyed it. I liked it.
Yeah, so it's siblings blood, siblings bond, which is the opening stuff. Then it's the Mount Natagumo arc, which is the interesting stuff with the spider family.
Yep.
Yeah, and then it's the Hashira thing. So that'll be cool. It's going to be streaming on English dubbed or subbed on Funimation. And it's also going to be it's going to be Funimation in the United States, Canada, and the United Kingdom, Ireland. And it'll be on Anime Lab in Australia and New Zealand if you guys are interested in checking it out. Continuing. Okay, Twitch updates terms of use allowing banning for off-site conduct. I'm going to hold off on this and the next article until at the end this year. Or I'll just keep pushing it down the line. Okay, so let me open these bad boys up.
I suppose I should follow Hollow as well. There.
All right. So the 4th and final season of Castlevania Netflix series is premiering in May. On this article, they claim that it's an 8-episode season, but the Deadline article said 10 episodes, and that's what they're quoting from. So I'm assuming it got updated on the Deadline article, but this article was already written and they didn't go back and
I want to say, like, if I remember right, season 1 was 4, season 2 was 8, and season 3 was 10. If I remember correctly. I haven't seen the show at all, but I just remember those numbers for some reason.
Well,
it seemed kind of weird if it would be like a step back.
It is a small detail irrelevant to the next point, so I just got to move past it. So Netflix said this is where it all started. The final season of Castlevania arrives May 13th. Then they also had more details. Deadline Hollywood article, Castlevania to end with season 4 as Netflix eyes new series in the same universe. Now, the person I saw originally share this had a reaction GIF of Jotaro.
And
previously,
no.
Yes, previously we read that article where they made a ridiculous claim that they should add JoJo's Bizarre Adventure characters into the Castlevania Netflix series because, quote unquote, they could exist in the same universe. Think about it. They both have vampires.
Wow.
End of list, right? Like, that was pretty much it, right? End of list. So yeah, it'll be interesting. I don't know what it's going to be. Could easily just be, Castlevania spin-off stuff. Like, I don't know. Not too thrilled about it, but I'm just hoping it doesn't. Whatever.
If they go all in on the gay vampire threesomes like they did the last season, it's probably going to be a hit anyway.
Well, see the thing that I'm first of all, it's a bi vampire threesome, but the thing that irritates me about it is that everything I've seen of JoJo so far has been phenomenal. And I don't need Netflix to ruin it, Yeah. So Random Alone says Symphony of the Night. So I always thought Symphony of the Night was had the unofficial, this would be the subtitle. The unofficial real title is Castlevania Symphony of the Night. Are they not related? I have not played any of these. Anyway, so it says here, according to the Deadline article, the main creator of the adaptation, Warren Ellis, has not been involved in the production of the latest season since his sexual misconduct allegations, saying, quote, the series was created by author and prolific comic book writer Warren Ellis, who served as writer and executive producer. Last summer, Ellis, who at the time had finished the scripts for season 4, faced sexual misconduct allegations, which he firmly denied. He has had no further involvement in Castlevania, and I hear he also has not been part of the conversations about a potential new show, which likely won't include him as a creative auspice. The whole series was blah, blah, blah. I don't know anything about that. Okay, so amazing. Like, I someday I hope there's like a retrospective where we find out how many people worked their way up a company by making up allegations about somebody else and leaking that information out there. You know what I mean? Like, think about it. Even if you could create an anonymous Twitter account, pretend that it's a woman, right? But literally you're gunning for somebody's job and you just cry wolf by pretending to be some woman that was at some office party one time. And you know what I mean? Like, you could do whatever with that kind of stuff. So it's an interesting thing. Now, look, obviously, if the guy is actually guilty of this stuff, then I hope that, you know, it goes to trial or whatever, and people are held accountable for their actions. I don't know what he's even being accused of, but I do think it's quite strange to watch this shakeup. You know what I mean? But we'll see. I also don't care about this series, so I'm not going to cry about it. Interestingly, virtual YouTuber USADA Pecora appears in the what is this? How Not to Summon a Demon Lord?
Yeah, the How Not to Summon a Demon Lord season 2.
So this is what she looks like, and this is the character in the background. That is very clearly her. It's got like the scarf thingamajig. She's dressed very conservatively here, and for some reason her ears are brown instead of white, and also a little bit longer. Maybe to avoid copyright. I don't know. But it's interesting. She definitely. Oh no, she does. She does have carrots in her hair too. I didn't notice that before. That's legitimate.
I watched this episode before I even saw anything. Like, I didn't buy. I do not care anything about it, so I didn't bother to even go back to look at it. So I'm glad I at least got a picture. Oh, okay. That's what she looks. Whatever. I will never return to this ever again.
So, Random 11, I just read his thing. He says, so Symphony, and I assume it is regarding the Castlevania part. I just assume they would do that storyline and ditch the one they are working on. I also don't know much about Castlevania. That guy that made me watch Alucard do butt smacking had some accusations. Wow, shocking. Yeah, so it's interesting because I don't remember if they actually said it was that the allegations against him were from a female. Maybe he's being accused of grooming or whatever. I don't know. I don't even know. It's just a good point there, Random 11. Continuing. The Great Jahi will not be defeated to get an anime adaptation. So here we go again. I can't wait till it gets canceled for flat chesting or whatever it is. But it says the Dark Realm's second in command, the Great Jahi, cuts a frightening figure, feared and revered by all. But when a run-in with a magical girl results in the destruction of the precious mana crystal, the Dark Realm falls, transporting the newly puny and powerless Jahi to the human world. Unfortunately, plotting the revival of the Dark Realm from a cramped, crumbling one-room apartment is no easy feat when you have rent to pay and a job to keep. So, I mean, I think it could be funny. We'll see. You know, I don't know. I don't have much more to say about it. I'm gonna move on. Mature romantic comedy cosplay manga, My Dress Up Darling, gets a TV anime. So, yikes at this thing I'm showing on YouTube. Keep scrolling. It's getting there's a thing. We're in the this is a thing portion of it. Tennen ni Hako's isekai fantasy manga Kono Healer Mendokusai, which is This Healer So Annoying, gets a TV anime.
All right. Big mushroom.
big mushroom right over the knight's dick. You know.
And they got to use a mushroom to cover a mushroom. It's like it's flawless censorship.
I was like, why does he have a tea bag hanging out of his gauntlet? No, it's attached to his attached to the end of his sword. See, when I looked at this image for the first time, I thought this creature had a sword behind his back, but it's actually the knight's sword going all the way down.
Oh, yeah.
Right. Anyway, so that's cool. More stuff getting anime. I don't know anything about these. AIC writes signs a business alliance with Toei Agency to co-produce new anime. Let's see. Kaiser Trigger says, I pop in and the first thing I see is Peko Peko. Well, you've already missed Lord Chimpo, Harry, Prince Harry. Oh, wow. Jahi getting it. Yep. Adult Jahi be making me feel a certain way. Well, tell me about it. That night has a reverse Peepee. Well, there we go. This is the penis themed podcast. I can't wait till we get to the next couple things. So AIC Rights is a sub corporation to AIC, which is the company behind Pokemon, right? Or the anime. They did Tenchi and Pokemon. Is that correct?
I couldn't tell you.
All right. Well, thank you for knowing.
I'm sorry for being uninformed on Pokemon.
Tenchi Muyo. Okay, it was Tenchi Muyo and Bubblegum Crisis. That's what it was. I remember we talked about this. We talked about this when we did the Bubblegum Crisis Watch Club. All right. So the following works are copyrighted jointly by the two companies. The two companies, again, being AIC and AIC Rights. Actually, I'm going to read this because I think I'm screwing this up. AIC Rights, a Tokyo-based company which holds the rights to legendary original video animation Megazone 2-3 and other popular series, announced today that it has signed a business alliance agreement with Toei Agency, the English name Toei Advertising, which I think is weird because Toei Agency is already written in English. I'm not sure why agency is already written in English. I'm not sure why the English name, the word that changes is the English word, right? To jointly produce, develop, and operate new visual content. AIC Rights is a corporation established to plan, produce, and operate anime works by succeeding the copyrights and other IPs owned by Anime International Company, or AIC, through a corporate separation procedure. There is no capital relationship or business relationship with the former AIC at present, whatever the fuck that was supposed to mean. The two companies plan to develop new content, including reboot projects of the masterpieces in the history of Japanese animation, which are still popular all over the world, by utilizing the IPs owned jointly with AIC Rights through Toei Agency. So these are the works with which the two companies are copyrighted jointly. And again, I don't know if the two companies are Toei Agency and AIC or AIC and AIC Rights. I'm assuming the former, Toei Agency, but I'm not sure. So Megazone 2-3, Hades Project Zeo Reimer, Hyper Combat Unit Dangayo, Bubblegum Crisis, Gal Force, Tenchi Muyo, and many more. So of these, Bubblegum Crisis, Megazone 2-3, and Gal Force could use more anime. Hades Project Zero
Never heard of it.
I have it. I have it on DVD. It's not terrible, but it's also like as forgettable as every other one-off OVA you bought once upon a time. It's actually 2 discs. It's probably like 6 episodes, I forget, but it was released by New Tech Digital, formerly only known for releasing porn, although Hades Project Zero is not porn. Anyway, all right, so there's news. There you go. I'm going to move on. All right. Goku Shufudo's Yakuza tattoos are censored in China. So
that's unfortunate.
So the barely animated Way of the House Husband, which stars a former Yakuza member turned house husband. Okay. Oh, no, wait. Hold on. So is that the guy's name? Goku Shufudo? Is that the character's name?
No, Goku Shudo. I think that's the Japanese name of the show.
All right. Yeah. Well, I'm a little irritated at Sankaku Complex's anal obsession with only using the Japanese name, and then So now when I say the English name, it sounds weird because I read it, and then it says which stars a former Yakuza member turned house husband.
Yeah.
Anyway, has been prepared for its debut in the censorship-loving China, stripping the main male protagonist of all his honorable tattoos that so greatly emphasized his past. Samples of the tattoo removal implemented for the Chinese version of the anime can be seen on the left in the comparison to how the show should look on the right. So yeah, this is it's obvious Chinese version, international version, right? I gotta say, I find it quite funny because the animation is so limited, presumably because of the tattoos, which are extremely detailed. So you remove them.
Yeah. And that looks even worse.
Yeah. Like, how do you even retain the audience? Did they also remove the sound effects? They did, because they're not written in Chinese. Interesting. Someone suspects the censorship might have been carried out at the request of Netflix so they could cash in on China Gold. Where's the China Gold, though? Though there is no certainty to the assumption. While an absurd change, some might be able to at least appreciate the amount of effort that it probably required to thoroughly remove the intricate designs. Yeah, the effort that it required when it's a Netflix original, right? So Netflix has access to the project files, and just hit the button that said turned off the layer for Yakuza tattoos, right? You know, I'm sure it was a great effort to wrangle that.
I haven't seen it, but I'm learning that it's like shitty animation. It's not even full-length episodes.
Yeah, it's
like they're only like 15-minute episodes or something like that.
So I'll tell you this: I didn't share this article, but it is the most watched Netflix series in Japan.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like they're digging it, and it looks good. Don't get me wrong; my wife is dying to watch it. I'm dying to cash in on the apron, but I don't have enough thread color options for it to look quite right, so I've been holding off on it. Oh, that's right. I didn't. No wonder the podcast feels off. I didn't shill the Patreon stuff. All right, let's save that and the next one for a minute for good old FDDNM, and let me shill for a minute. If you guys are enjoying the OCA podcast and would like to support us, you can do so through this unloaded Patreon page. Otherwise, if you hate the OCA podcast but love me, you can fund the Anime Collector channel, for which there probably isn't going to be tremendous amounts. Where did my other tab just disappear? I opened the Stealth Weeb tab. Did it not? What? It's there again. What? What was that? Am I blind? What happened? Anyway, if you want to support me, the Anime Collector channel hinges on support from this Patreon, which these are both linked in the description. So yeah, basically, as I'm now currently working 2 full-time jobs, which I think at some point I will overtake the first job with the second job and quit. I just don't know when. Because apparently it's not quite easy to quit at this time due to we're going into the heavy season, and I can't. I've befriended my coworker, the 50+ age-old guy who has to now do everything by himself if I quit, and I can't do that to him during. He'll die in the heat in summer if I don't. Yeah. Anyway, all right. So there's that. Now, if you also just love clothes and want to support the channel, there's also Stealth Weeb. So definitely check that shit out. I still haven't put up the slime one, even though it's done. I need to get on that.
The communist shirt.
Yeah.
Does that really say? Does that really just say? Just
no.
It just says crimson or whatever.
It says crimson, but the kanji that it uses is also used to refer to communists in the derogatory, like, better dead than red kind of terminology, so like referring to them as red for communist, it's part of that in the according to G show. Anyway, so let me
a couple comments here.
I want to address. All right, let's see. Tenchi Muyo, the old one or the more recent AI Tenchi or whatever? So I believe that they're still owned by AIC, the newest one. So technically both. I don't think Tenchi needs more adaptations because so few of them have actually been good. Maybe you'd argue that it definitely needs more adaptations because of that. I don't know. I don't think it's a great series. It's kind of a take it or leave it, or watch it when it's on. But you've got nothing better to do. But yeah, I think that I'm thrilled for more Bubblegum Crisis and whatnot. As long as Nene comes back and isn't ditched like Bubblegum Crisis Tokyo 2020 or whatever that was called. Oh shit, is it really called Tokyo 2020? No, it's called 2030, isn't it? We got to find that out. Do that for the Watch Club because we've already missed the opportunity. All right, anyway.
BBLEGM 2040.
2040, right. So we'll be geriatrics by then. Random 11 says, I'm very glad the extra Megazone 2-3 Canvas Kickstarter rewards were sold out on Animego because I might have had to buy one. I know what you mean. Kaiser Sugar says, China is literally a cancer to all entertainment. It is. The cancer of money. They even removed sound effects. Is that? Okay, hold up. So you talking about the sound effects I was referring to where they removed the Japanese onomatopoetic katakana? Or are you referring to like they just got rid of the sound effects? Because that'd be really funny. It's like just silent. It's a silent movie in China. Like
I think they're talking about the on-screen stuff.
Probably. China gold is basically a gold that crumbles in their hands when they get it because they don't have Chinese social credit. No, Chinese gold is like it's gold-plated cement or something, because of the currency manipulation. They've got all these things that are propped up to look like it's worth something, but in actuality, under any heavy scrutiny, it falls apart, right? Random 11 with a hot take. CG is always bad. Suits, I'm going to pronounce that. That's came here from Holographic Channel. Like the content. Awesome. Happy to have you here. Thank you again, Hollow. I cover China, so they tried to mess with your. I like this theory. That was Reese commenting as me. Okay, D-Flex1 wants to know, is Video Warrior Laserian worth checking out? I can't say for sure because I haven't watched it, but I think I pre-ordered it, so I'll be checking it out. I don't know if it'll be worth it. Kaiser Trigger says, I'd argue they should just throw Tenchi in the gutter, since at this point the original OVA is just the author attempting to fillet himself, since Tenchi is his self-insert original character. Yes. So I also feel this way about 99% of harems. I detest them. Occasionally, the harems that exist to critique the, like as a parody critique of the harem genre are sometimes very funny and good. But in the case of most harem originals, like Love Hina stuff, especially freaking, I don't even know if you would consider it a harem, but oh my God, hate the artificially sweet bullshit and harem stuff. All right. What are my thoughts on Eden Zero? Reese, have you been watching Eden Zero?
I have not been watching Eden Zero. Eden Zero is going to be a Netflix show, so nobody is officially simulcasting it right now. So okay. I haven't touched it.
If I recall, Eden Zero has that art style that looks like it's a French anime.
No. Eden Zero is by the same creator of Fairy Tail.
Yeah. Let me see. Yeah, I've been avoiding topics on it for the articles just simply because I didn't have. Yeah, it looks like a French anime. Radiant. It's not. I know it's not. I know it is. I know what it is.
I don't know what you're talking about French anime.
Okay, the art style of the fairy tale creator. And maybe I'm totally wrong, and I'm literally just thinking of fairy tale or something. Wow, those tits are hanging out there, aren't they? They're not. They're not hanging out, YouTube. So the art style here, right? That's
just typical hero Mashima.
This reminds me. I think it's called Radiant. It's the French anime. Oh god, it looks even more cringe than I recall. Okay. For some reason, Eden Zero reminds me of this.
Oh, Radiant?
Like some of these images are total.
I guess I could kind of see it.
Yeah. Like especially like this image.
Yeah, I guess I can kind of see it.
Yeah, so he definitely has much more One Piece-y looking face. Mm-hmm. Well, not One Piece-y, but maybe like I don't know. Anyway, those are my thoughts on Eden Zero. that's actually that they are. I don't have any thoughts other than it reminds me of Radiant for some reason. All right, so let's see. What was
we got some more comments here before we.
Yeah. Let's
get farther along.
Okay.
Before they stack too
yes, I appreciate you keeping me on track here. Harems tend to be written as a self-insert for everyone. Tenchi is just his. Yep. Another person from Hollow. Thank you for that. Keep it up, bro. Love the content. Wow, you guys are so positive. Most harems are just blank slate main character and females that usually have a personality before the main character and then just become bland. Yeah, so my critique on harems is that I really dislike, like all I want from a harem is I want a harem where the main character is not a NEET, right? He's actually like a kindergarten teacher / doctor / race car driver or whatever is going to make women actually swoon, / secret agent bodybuilder, right? Played by Ashton Kutcher or something, right? So that, all I want from a harem is a guy who it would actually make sense that every woman, like freaking George Clooney, the anime, right?
90s George Clooney, the anime, remember?
Right.
the George Clooney from Ocean's 11.
There you go. Yeah. Same creator as Rave Master 2, right? For Eden Zero. I think there's even a character recycled out of Rave Master in that correct?
There's a number of characters, like Happy and Plu. Like are in like all of them pretty much. Like I know Plu is in all three, like Rave Master and Fairy Tail. I'm pretty sure Plu is in Rave Master or in Eden Zero. But Happy is in Fairy Tail, and also there's like the blue cat is Happy.
So real quick, I want to address the most recent comment from Lance. You want your perfect man. Oh, sorry. So when I first read this, I thought it said, so you don't want your perfect man, AC? As in, I didn't send a link to the guest Discord channel. So yeah, I'm going to address that real quick, which is that although I would love to have more people here to chat, I'm trying to power through some articles. If you guys are interested in joining, when I get to the ones where we're going to be doing the more hot takey stuff, I will send a link. I'm just sort of waiting because FDDNM is setting up his computer in a different room than normal so that he could theoretically stream louder and longer. I made it sound like he's cam whoring or something.
Just waiting for the Pornhub to open back up.
Right. He needs to put that in his YouTube about bio. Is like now even louder and longer. Anyway, yeah. So if you are interesting, I will. If you are interested in joining the call, I'll send a link.
And joining the louder and longer podcast.
Yeah. Okay. Also, Bloom XXX says yes, Radiant is good in my opinion. I haven't checked it out. I'm glad to hear that it's decent though. I am coming. By the way, check the pic I posted when you get a chance. Is it in Discord? I will.
Probably. I'll check it
RHYS, out. Lance wants you to notice him.
Hi, I can see you.
D-Flexon wants to know what are we currently watching right now. So I know you've got a list about 1 million miles long. So I'm just going to say mine. JoJo, hence. There you go. That's what I've watched. Which I'm actually surprised I finished it in time for the podcast. But yeah, so what are you currently watching? Spider, Slime.
Oh Jesus, hold on.
Everything.
I'm watching 14 shows right now.
Yeah.
And I gotta pull up my Anime Planet because that actually lists things in English.
There you go. So real quick. Sorry, Kaiser Trigger says harems should be strictly comedy. The authors are horrible at writing action, intense, in-depth stories. I'll tell you this. This is what they suck at. They suck at because they've never been in an actual relationship. They suck at writing relationship struggles that real people deal with. They have the stupid, no, Belle Dandy, I chose you. Don't go back to the heavenly realm, blah, 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 BS from Oh My Goddess. Instead of actual problems that couples deal with, right? Anyway, go ahead, RHYS.
All right. So, hold on. I'm just going to power through these titles. 86, Combatants Will Be Dispatched, Digimon, Full Dive, this ultimate next-gen full dive RPG is even shittier than real life. How Not to Summon a Demon Lord Omega, which is season 2. Joran, the Princess of Snow and Blood, Mars Red, Megalobox 2, Nomad, My Hero Academia Season 5, Shadow's House, So I'm a Spider, So What, The Slime Diaries, To Your Eternity, and Vivi Flora Ice Song.
If you had to pick your favorite show that you're watching from this season.
My favorite show I'm watching, oh God.
Kaiser Trigger, I'll throw you in the guest thing.
Anyway, hold on. Favorite show I'm watching would probably be. I'm gonna give it a 3-way tie between My Hero Academia, Megalobox 2, and The Slime Diaries, just because those are the 3 I'm definitely going to be buying.
So each and every single one of those has previous seasons to build up.
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm glad to hear that nothing is living up to the existence of previous.
Shadow's
things.
House is pretty good.
Yeah, I I have good taste.
The ending thing the ending thing is an absolute banger. I love the ending thing for Shadow's House.
Oh yeah. I actually don't remember how to add people to channels. Oh wait, create invite. Wait, no. Yes. Okay. Okay. Kaiser Trigger, here you go.
I just copied the URL from the.
No, I'm trying to just like click on them and in how did I add people? I suck at this. Let me go to edit. Is it freaking heck? How am I member list? Oh no, that just made it go away. Clearly, I'm great at this. You know what? I'm gonna just send it to you as a private message when I get to that point. All right. So
who's this going to?
Kaiser Trigger. When I end up opening it up.
Okay.
So Lance says basically copy paste for Eden 0. And Urza has a doppelganger. Let's see. Sud says Smiley face. I'm interested, but gonna be finishing up eating before anything. All right, cool. Regarding joining. Combatants is Super Tech Konosuba.
It is hilarious. It is really fun.
Yeah. I really want to watch that one you were talking about the RPG being super realistic to the point where it's not fun anymore.
It's pretty funny.
Mundane medieval life simulator.
The thing, like the kick in the first episode, you can't like restart. Basically, the only way to restart is buying a brand new console, and he kills his best friend by accident. Like
so what you're saying?
He's basically labeled as a murderer right at the start of the game. Oh no!
Yeah. Oh man. Deflex one says, "How do you determine what to watch?" Honestly, I have enough extra stuff that I haven't watched just sitting in my collection that I've talked about this on my show way back when I started the channel. I do this thing when I do have my stuff in my collection, which currently it's in storage because of all that fun stuff that happened to me at the end of last year when my landlord sold my place. But what I typically will do is anything, because I exclusively watch stuff that I own. So I've got a library of DVDs. I will take anything that I haven't started or haven't finished, and I'll stick it in the bookcase halfway so that when I go into the room, I can see, your eyes can track to the stuff that's sticking out. And then you can basically just ignore all the stuff you've already seen. And I will literally just spend, 10 minutes or so like, let's try that one, right? And I'll pull one out. I blind buy almost everything because I exclusively watch what I own. So I'm not the best person to ask on this, but honestly, if you're watching on Netflix or Crunchyroll or whatever, just grab something, pick something, see if the premise sounds interesting, give it a shot, and if it's not hooked you by 3 episodes, then jump on to something else.
What I usually do
come back to it.
Is I will go on to like AnyChart or whatever, and for the look at the seasonal list of like what's airing in spring.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
And then I'll go through and see like what's airing this season. Okay, and I'll read through like a synopsis. I'll look at the key art.
Mm-hmm.
Like, does that look interesting? Is that okay? Is this a hair?
So what you do? So what you do is you type the name of the show and then space and then your favorite fetish space hentai. Lance says, "Why the f do you want it to be so realistic? Might as well have them all have a divorce at the end."
Why do you want harems to be more realistic?
Oh, the harems. Oh, I thought he was talking about the RPG. When I was talking about the RPG, that's even more real, like the mundane medieval life simulator. Yeah. So it's not so much about them being realistic. It's that I want the main character to have virtue or value rather than just being some guy who's failing upward in a relationship. You know what I mean? I don't want to see the girls like, because you know what I kind of think about it like is in Higurashi when Hinamizawa syndrome is causing all the townspeople to behave weirdly. I feel like that's what's happening in most harems. The girls are having this weird hex put on them that is making them attracted to some loser, right? So I fell in love with the loser, so what? Next hot anime. 8686 is World War II Super Tech. That sounds interesting. Shadow's House is what Shadow's House should have been. Okay. Promised Neverland. Okay. Right on. Okay. Right on. Very few good anime this year. So I don't want to get... sorry, Kaiser. I'll send it to you over Discord. Yes, Discord. I don't want any spoilers. By the way, are we getting Goku penis syndrome from these? I'm just realizing the little cherubs. I'm pretty sure they weren't drawn, even though Polnareff's Dingle Donger was in that one episode of Stardust Crusaders. Lance is going to eat later. The divorce is what happens after the harem shows end. Harems are the fantasy of incels. You do nothing, you get everything. I mean, I want to see media and I'm not saying that it's wrong for self-indulgent media to exist, right? I'm not saying that at all. I think that's perfectly fine for people to have. The same way that it's fine to eat, junk food or Oreos or whatever every once in a while. But you got to have some meat and potatoes at some point, So I want the media. If I'm going to invest time in a show, I want it to have meaning or strengthen me as a person rather than just be mindless eating. You know what I mean? So anyway, those are my thoughts on the matter, and you don't have to agree. Anyway, let me figure out where we left off. Okay, let's see.
There's something at least we can agree on, that Santa area is freaking adorable.
Yes.
Oh my God.
All right.
So,
I'm gonna save this for the end.
I read My Hero Academia Volume 25 today, and oh my God, that was so fucking cute. And she it's Christmas, and so she didn't know about. And she brought Easter eggs. Like, no, that's the wrong holiday. It's like, no, she's kind of right though. Like, Easter and Christmas.
Yeah.
So she's kind. I mean, it's not right.
It's only the exact opposite holiday. One's Christ's birth, the other's Christ's death and rebirth, right?
But it's kind of in the same ballpark. But
Random 11 is warning you not to spoil My Hero Academia. It's kind of a minor thing that he's talking about.
It'll be in season 5 anyway. So. And
I would also like to say no spoilers on Attack on Titan because I'm gonna marathon that shit as soon as that Blu-ray comes out. So the magazine that that's your sigh of you're gonna be so disappointed.
No. I read volume 31 last night.
Okay. Magazine that holds Attack on Titan's final chapter to get reprint in Japan. In a very uncommon occurrence, the monthly magazine Besatsu Shonen Magazine will be getting a reprint this month due to high demand thanks to holding the final chapter of Hajime Izayama's Attack on Titan manga series. The magazine went on sale inside. It seems weird to me that just because it has the final chapter, like if there was that much demand for it, don't you think that you'd rather just have the Tankobon release or whatever? That
won't come out in Japan until like June or something.
Still, like you'd think that it would create. I mean, obviously, Besatsu magazine wants to steal those sales from Izayama if they can, but you'd think
Izayama will still gets because he still gets his
royalties.
Yeah,
true. But you just think that if you held off, like that would be such a banger, like sale of that final volume.
Oh yeah.
Well, it'll probably still be.
And the final volume is going to be a bigger volume because he's had it.
Because they ended with a weird number or whatever?
Well, yeah, it'll be 5 chapters instead of the normal 4 chapters, and they're like 50 page chapters or whatever. The last chapter could be even longer just because.
Wow.
So it's going to be a much larger volume than normal anyway.
Yeah, so it's sold out. Oh, well, actually, you know what? It makes sense why they're doing this because perhaps if it's sold out because of Attack on Titan, then it's kind of unfair to all the people who wanted to read all the other stories. So maybe it is good that they're republishing it just because it's sold out probably due to the fact that it was the ending of.
It's not just Attack on Titan in that magazine.
Right. So to celebrate the reprint, the magazine will be coming with a bonus special clear file. Oh, hot dang! Oh, I can't believe it! What a life to live in Japan and get all those clear files. The Japan Magazine Publishers Association reports that during the October to December 2020 period, Besatsu Shonen Magazine had an average of 48,667 copies serialized each month. It is not known how many more copies will be printed, but they will be sent out across Japan. Well, that's a great sentence that you put there with almost no information. Final volume through scheduled to be released on June 9th. Kodansha Comics releases the series in English, with each chapter released simultaneously on Crunchyroll as they come out in Japan. Okay, so I can't wait for it to be spoiled for me because people can't not post it on Twitter. Moving on. All right, I thought this was funny. Social media degenerates fix more art. and accidentally turn a slave girl black.
Good job.
Okay, so what this is...
Outstanding move.
So what this is the tweet got posted like this, and it crops the image on Twitter. Complete accident, happenstance of how Twitter handles images. This is the full image.
God.
Okay. She's wearing like a nylon bodysuit, right? Slave. So yeah, anyway.
So they blackfaced the character?
Yeah, well, you know how some weird artists on Twitter are. Yeah, they made her black, which it's kind of an unappealing character, if I'm honest. I kind of like the hair with the big ass broom hair, the back. I kind of like it. The chest. So you know when you take an orange and stick it in your shirt and pretend to have boobs? That's what I'm looking at here.
I wouldn't know. I've never tried that.
Look at these breasts. Yeah, I'm not thrilled on the design. Anyway, so yeah, that I just thought it was funny sharing it with you. I'll be real. I kind of like the artistic approach taken. That it's the first time I've seen a quote unquote black character in anime, like the anime art style, that felt appropriate in terms of like the change from like, okay, well, this is the Asian anime character, so if we're making them black, other than just changing the skin color, right? The facial features and whatnot changing. This is the first time I've seen it look noticeably different, approaches the alternate way of the facial structure from, let's say, an African versus an Asian, and not look offensive, right? Like not just come out outright stereotype, right? So I thought that was pretty cool because they've got. I will say though, when I really scrutinize it, I'm starting to see like nose bump. How do I phrase this? I'd have to get out like a Cintiq and like critique it. I'm not gonna do that. But I really like what they did with the mouth is what I'm trying to get at, because they approached the lips in a way that looks appropriate without being like, just add some big old lips to the anime girl, right? Which is how I feel like it's been done in the past. Anyway, I don't know. I thought that as funny as it is that they accidentally made the slave character black, I think that the art is actually pretty decent, and I got to give them props for that. And I'm not going to read through the millions, although I'm not going to go through it all. My disappointment is immeasurable in my days. Anyway, so I think these are replies not to the learning that the character is a slave, but to the crop. The crop being what brought them in, thinking they were going to see a black anime character, and then it turned out to be enough girl. Anyway, all right. So, Crunchyroll reported Bloomberg from Japan. Several buyers are interested in purchasing video game giant Square Enix. Then Square Enix said, "No, fuck off."
But not for
Update to
sale.
the original report. Square Enix has released a very quick response to the report from Bloomberg, which itself cited a report from CTFN saying in English that, quote, "We do not consider selling off the company or any part of its business, nor have we received any offer from any third party to acquire the company or any part of its business." So there you go.
Fake news.
Yeah. I don't know what to say. I don't know how you I don't know how you write fake news like that just for clicks, Bloomberg or CTFN or whatever it was. Anyway, I want to address the chats because I see that they're getting beyond me again. Actually, they're not. Just in time for last season for Attack on Titan. Could be a One Punch Man scenario where the Tankobon is potentially different. Yeah, probably. Who would have guessed that Twitter NPCs were racist? I mean, Her tits look like rockets. Or yeah, I mean, like that one Go Nagai mecha with the rocket Chikubi. What an article to pop in. All right. So, oh dang! I've given you a glance at the one I'm saving. Okay.
A little tease.
Yeah, I think it's time. I could power through some of the random merch real quick, and then I think we'll bring in the people.
Yeah, since I don't think we've addressed it. No, I do not have any pickups.
Okay, yeah. I'm in the habit of just assuming we don't have any because of our poor status. Okay.
Right Stuf has been holding 2 orders hostage just because Young Press pushed 2 different novel volumes, like they delayed them by a month, and so I'm still waiting for all my discotheque stuff from March, still, and it's just,
I'm in a similar boat. I bought on April Fool's Day. They had the 75-cent. Was it like some stupidly cheap? Wow, I opened up way too many tabs for how my connection has gotten real bad. They had a stupidly cheap grab bag or whatever, right? For April Fool's Day. So I bought a bunch of those because that one time for April Fool's Day, remember they released that anime that was like RHYS, the anime, and it was literally a disc that was just a clear disc, no data on it whatsoever. And on the cover of the disc was printed your gift card, right, or whatever. Do you remember that, Reese?
No, I don't.
You don't remember that?
How long ago?
I want to say that.
How long ago was that?
I think I showed it on the podcast, but I think it was right before you became a full-time guest. But yeah, I distinctly remember sending a picture of it to Augie and FDDNM and noticing after I sent it that for some reason the photo was showing way more of my leg than my shorts should have allowed. So that was an interesting day. Anyway, one of my AirPods is dying. I'm guessing it's the right one. Anyway, so let's. I want to power through these real quick. What time is it? 6. We're making great time. That's fantastic.
I feel attacked random 11.
about pickups. No one asked for these. Jeez. Right on. Okay. I wait with bated breath. I'll send you the link in just a minute. I just want to get through some of the random merch here. So a cute new cover lets you wipe the floors with Shin Godzilla. So this is a thing. It's an abomination. He reminds me of those dogs. He reminds me of those dogs that don't have front legs. So they just kind of scoot. Yeah. Anyway. All right, so we covered last podcast, the podcast before probably, because I wasn't here for most of the last podcast. I don't remember. It might have been last podcast. The 200 volumes of Go 13. I think it was last podcast. They tied with Kochikame for most volumes of manga. So they've tied with. I think it's not volumes, it's chapters, isn't it? I don't remember. Anyway. Volumes, yeah, I guess it is volumes. So they tied with Kochikame, Tokyo Beat Cop, but Tokyo Beat Cops, as it says here. I should just read. But the thing is that Kochikame is already over, and Golgo 13 is not, right? So this one is going to overtake it with its next volume. So how you celebrate Guinness World Records is, you just put a picture of a sniper rifle, M16 with a scope, I guess, on some AirPods that you've themed to look like
Clips headphones.
Yeah, clips. These are. I don't want to hear somebody go clips right into my earphones. Right? But what's kind of cool about it is that it's effectively AirPods, but they open like a Zippo.
Yeah.
So that's kind of an interesting idea.
It's pretty neat, I think.
I don't think it makes the noise though. I bet you it sounds just like this. That's probably all it is. Anyway, but it's a neat idea nonetheless. Although the actual product itself has nothing to do with Golgo 13, and literally this is it: the Armalite M16 Golgo Custom. That's the extent of it, looking Golgo related. And I guess on the back, this anyway.
With the charger thing, port.
Yeah, USB-C or whatever it is. Enjoy a hard drink with Guts and Zod's new Berserk Irish whiskey. So there you go.
Add that to the anime liquor cabinet.
Yeah. The stuff you want to own but could never drink if you did because you'd ruin it. Yeah. Angelic Exucii Elite Arknights figure could use more guns. I don't know if that's a joke or not. Like, could it legitimately use more guns, or are they just saying, like, that's a lot of guns? Anyway. Okay. Who's this remind you of, Reese? Ava Unit 1 USB hub solves your lack of ports while looking menacing. I was going to cover this last one. Oh, okay. I was going to. Oh, did you guys cover it last podcast?
I don't know. I remember seeing it. We might. Let's just get through it in case we didn't.
I was going to cover it because I've got the issue with my laptop only having 4 USB-C ports. Oh. And I'm like, here we go. This is all I need to have an extra couple of USBs. Anyway, there's a new model kit that lets you construct the Mighty Super Galaxy Gurren Lagann. I don't like that they made this semi-transparent color red. I feel like orange was what it was in the show, but I don't remember, so I'm not gonna harp on it too much.
Maybe we should do Gurren Lagann next on the.
I don't really want to watch it, man, to be honest.
We need to finalize that list of stuff.
So the ReZero allows me to push it off the list stuff for a little bit. I don't remember. I don't think I bought Kaiji yet. So I need to get on that. But I need to. I'm gonna make the I'm gonna make the poll for patrons so that they can pick. Basically I'm gonna whittle down the order with that. Then I'm gonna parcel that out based on which one's tied for votes with the Facebook group is kind of what I'm thinking of doing. Anyway, all right, continuing here. Anybody want a 1/100th scale solid gold Gundam statue? Yeah,
not really.
Offering, I'll take one. Solid gold Gundam. Anyway, so that's my launch into this article. Bandai launches Gunpla recycling project to reuse Gundam anime model kit plastics.
Somebody just gave us their solid gold one to recycle. It's like, oh yeah. Let's recycle that.
No, but in Japan, they have this extremely strict recycling. They've got, you can't put your number 2 recycles with your number 4 recycles, so they have to be separated perfectly or else they will not take them. Right. Mm-hmm. So I just think it's funny is you've got a truck that comes by that picks up, in America, we've got I don't know what you guys use, but in California, we've got Rainbow Disposal, Waste Management, CR&R. They come by to your house wherever they have in your city, and they pick up your trash. A different truck comes for your recycle. A different truck comes for your organics or yard waste. Pretty soon they're going to add a food one on my route for my job, so that's going to be like a 4th truck for certain areas. So just imagine in Japan, they've got a truck for your number 2 recycles. They've got a truck for your number 4 recycles. And then a little truck comes by and picks up your Gundam pieces, all right.
Deflex one asks if Megazone from Anime Go is worth checking out.
Since I've got it right here. Thank you for that. All right. So it was worth checking. Yes, it is worth checking out. This is the Anime Go Blu-ray. What do you call that? Kickstarter release. Definitely worth checking out. It's a beloved classic. And the dub is amazing because the game that they play is called Hard On. So there's some very fun lines regarding the words hard on. You can't beat this hard on. Yeah, very much worth checking out. I'm just going to start saying yes to everything you ask about. Is it worth checking out this? Yes.
No, it is worth checking out. No, oh, God. That would be funny if this topic came up when we were talking about what Harry Chimpo. There's like hard bring up the hard on and Chimpo.
Oh, we got plenty of penis topics tonight. Don't worry. In fact, I'm going to send the link now just because that'll give people a chance to start filtering. So if you guys are interested in joining, I'm sending you the link via Discord.
Was Dan going to join us, or was he not?
I don't know. I realized that I sent the link way, like 5 minutes before we go live. So I probably should have talked to Dan.
I'll ask you, sir.
Okay, so I'm going to send Kaiju Trigger 1. I've definitely started a conversation with you already. There you are. All right, send you the link, buddy. See you soon. Oh, hey, $5 super chat from Greenland743.
Oh, hey.
Who says, how's everyone doing tonight? Did you get a chance to read my previous comment? I did not. Let me get to it.
Where is it?
Here it is. I found it. Oh, yeah. I read it in my head and laughed and then forgot to share it on stream. So this is regarding to Harry and Meghan. He prefers biggest dickus. Oh, is that I see. So you saying he prefers the name biggest dickus?
Yeah,
because
he prefers the name biggest dickus.
No, it's not the name. It's the title. The job kiss. That's very good. All right. Okay. So Gundam recycling project. Hold on. Let me power through those. You added Kaiser just now? I think I just removed him. Sorry.
I'm not even clicking you there.
Okay, there you go. Hey, there you are. How you doing, bud?
I'm doing good. How's everybody doing?
Peachy.
Can't complain.
Say what?
No, I'm doing. He said he's peachy. I'm doing surprisingly well for a person working 2 full-time jobs.
Good.
So let's see. What is this a reference to? Overgrown lizard?
Godzilla.
Godzilla thing.
Gotcha. The Arknights figure. What is it making you feel?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I gotcha.
Mm-hmm. All those guns, especially since I'm in Texas,
Well, then that you should feel right at home then.
Yep.
So I'll just say I just showed off the Megazone 2-3.
That was why I asked it.
Yeah. But Random 11 says the premium isn't worth it. Don't get it. Leave it for me. I'm glad I finished those out. All right, and then you were saying, I do their part to stop the recent second coming of the global cooling. Texas can attest that. Oh, right. Yeah, the freezing. Yeah, that was fun.
The second coming of global cooling since the 70s.
Yeah, I remember the global cooling from the 80s. Then it changed to global warming. Then it became climate change. These have been fun to follow. What are the only licensed few titles? So I'll answer this real quick, and then we're going to jump right into the articles here. Animego is the guy who runs Animego, Robert J. Woodhead. He's effectively retired. He kind of does projects for fun, right? It's part of his personality that he likes to continue doing. Staying sort of in the business just because it gives him a project to do. But effectively, the company has a couple licenses just because at one time they had a business deal with the companies in Japan and got a hold of these licenses. But for the most part, Robert J. Woodhead is set for life in terms of he can live
He can buy all the anime goods he wants by himself.
Well, it's not that he's filthy rich, but he has more than he needs, right? So he doesn't. It's not like he's dying for like he's not hustling for that next dollar. This is all based on my interpretation of the scenario. By the way, he was a guest on our show, not this podcast, but just a live stream we did when we were seeing how long it would take for the Guns with Cats Kickstarter to go live, or not to go live, to get funded fully. Anyway, but so I have spoken to the man in person.
So can I just say real quick? This is my first time being here, so can I get like a serenade, like the official OCA Golden Shower or something?
I'm not sure what that would look like, but yes.
That's awkward.
So everyone, this is Kaiser Trigger. He likes getting peed on.
I like getting peed on as like a baptism.
Not
peed on by anime girls mainly.
Well, have you watched June Chan? I would recommend it.
I have never heard of
Everything
that.
Animated says, I saw you guys got JoJo Bomb last time. Yeah, that was really awesome.
You weren't even here.
Okay. So yeah, that's what's going on with Animego. It's not that they only license very few titles. It's that they retain the license to some titles, and because they have them maybe in perpetuity, maybe for another 20 years, because Robert J. Woodhead has them. He involves himself in projects to take up his time, keep himself busy, that he turns into awesome Kickstarters that I enjoy thoroughly. Yeah. So anyway.
So then what happened? Like, the only way that anything would ever happen is if the company just went under, right?
You mean in regards to them losing the licenses?
Yeah.
I bet they could transfer them. Like they could probably agree to sub-license.
I just figured that like if something does happen, somebody's got to have those licenses. Otherwise, it's going to go.
I can kind of see licenses going to like Nozomi Entertainment or Discotech Media or something like that.
Yeah, I think Robert J. Woodhead is very well respected in the industry by everyone except for Amanda Wynn Lee. So he's able to. I think that he would easily, like he's not going to hoard the licenses, right? If there was, and then that's partially why he's going to the effort of doing the.
Well,
Blu-rays.
I mean, I don't doubt that. I'm just saying, I wonder if there's like a line of successorship to the license.
Yeah, well, what I'm saying is that if he were to die tragically, his wife is still enough in the business that she would be able to probably
take over.
Like she would probably see to it that the licenses didn't just sit somewhere unusable. Right. They would. I think that the Japanese companies would probably request, clarity on the status of the license back. Right. But I think that I'd have to talk to him. I would have to talk to him about it. This is all speculation here, but I don't think we have to worry about it. Look, he's not Harmony Gold. We aren't going to deal with that kind of bullshit from Robert J. Woodhead.
So we're not going to have really shitty anime dubs from him.
I don't think Animego has had shitty anime dubs. They've all been
have they dubbed anything?
Well, no, I'm talking about Harmony Gold, dude. Harmony Gold had some really bad dubs.
Yeah, I'm just thinking because I was just talking about the Megazone 2-3 because the game is called Hard On. So it's like it's really funny. I don't think actually, come to think of it, I don't think Animego previously had the license to Megazone 2-3. I think it was released by ADV, right? But maybe that was for the DVD. Maybe there was a VHS release way back in the day. Because I'm trying to think about it. Did they release? Because Riding Bean was an Animego that had a dub, but that could have been paid for by AIC. Because I know Urusei Yatsura, they only dubbed the movies, but that's also a very long show. I'm trying to think. Yawara Fashionable Judo Girl did not get dubbed, or if it did, they didn't release the whole show. So that's the thing. Anyway, I don't know. I don't think it's going to be an issue. Jumping into these, I want to read about this and just find out what this has to say real quick. This is a pretty short article. Yeah. Okay.
The Recycle Project.
Yeah. So Model Maker is installing drop boxes. Okay, so this is how it's going to happen. So at arcades, they're going to have drop boxes where you can dump pieces of your Gundam. I'll be real. If there were Lego drop boxes, boy, I would be able to go to bed a lot happier. Because like
you have a crap ton of Legos.
Well, just like you get rid of your Legos at some point when you're an adult. Now, granted, I've got kids now, so they're just playing with them. But you get rid of your Legos at some point as an adult, and then you start finding them throughout your life. Like I found another Lego. You know what I mean? Like, honestly, but you don't want to throw them away.
Yeah. To be honest, I don't know if I'd ever throw them away because as a video creator myself, I find uses in a lot of things. Like Like, for example, I pre-ordered something for the first time in my life, right? Just recently. It was a SH Figure Arts cooler, Dragon Ball Z. He's like, for the longest time, people have been asking for a cooler from the SH Figure Arts line. And the first thing that made me want him was seeing him in that Dragon Ball Z Fighters meme pose where he's holding the gun, but he's pointing the finger instead. So I'm like, okay, this guy is posable. I can use him in a video. And that's the way I look at Legos, too. It's like, let's say I'm building a stop motion, right? So I'm like, okay, I
gotcha for sure.
But yeah, most of the time, most people would probably throw away their Legos, but unless you're like some hardcore collector.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about it from the perspective of a person who's gone through this, where at some point, I don't know what happened to them. I donated them probably to like Goodwill or something, and then I had kids, and I was like, damn. And I gotta tell you, I never in my life had a Lego break. Have you guys ever had Legos break on you? Like the bricks actually snap?
No, not those fuckers.
I've only had one Lego break on me, I think, in my life, where it was like,
so it's like they 99% of the time do not break. Hey, look what I happen to have right freaking here. Perfect. So
sweat stains in your armpit?
Granted, this particular one broke in a way where you could totally understand it. I take these away from my kids all the time. My kids' Legos are breaking all the time. So this is like one of the chairs,
so like those ones I can see breaking, like the smaller ones.
You could see that breaking, right? Oh, it broke, right? Because it's
got a very weak.
This is a bad example.
Brick. Yeah.
Okay, this one. Well, this is another one that you could kind of see breaking, right? But regular,
the regular brick ones, right?
Regular bricks. My kids, they're breaking, and I think what it is that we bought them in just an assortment of Legos on eBay, and I think the person who sold them to us, either the person who sold them to us or maybe my wife, once we got them, washed them in bleach, and that seems to that's all I can think of. Either that or they're not making them as hardy as they used to. Because I have had Legos from when I was a kid.
Yeah, if you wash something,
they will not break.
If you wash something in bleach, it could ruin the constitution of it, maybe, depending on the material. But also, it could be maybe you bought like a Chinese import.
I don't know. It could be. All right, so they're saying here, since 1980, toy maker Bandai has been pumping out a constant stream of model kits based on the Gundam Mecha anime series. These kits are called Gunpla, with the pla being short for plastic. Are you serious? Is that really what it is?
It could be, but it's also probably more for like play, gunpla.
That's what that's what I always thought it was. I always read it as Gundam Play or something like that. But wow, weird.
It could be plastic,
Yeah. Oh well. Yeah, I guess the solid gold one is actually gun gold. I don't know.
Gun gold.
I'm sorry. Yeah, the most prominently used material in the scale robots. Not all the plastic that comes in Gunpla kit gets used. Oh, okay, so they're actually making it so you can recycle these pieces.
Yep, you can recycle basically the runners. They're called runners. And I see. Here's the thing. I've actually built Gunpla before. I've got like 3 of them. I've got a master grade, a real grade, and a high grade, and they all come on runners with like parts and stuff. Yeah. So the runners and like little bits of plastic too might come off, So because when you take them off the runners, they have like nubs as well. So maybe you can collect those little pieces.
Right, file them down.
Yeah.
So once the model's been put together, the runner serves no more purpose, and so Bandai Namco companies. All these different Bandai companies are launching the Gunpla recycling project. On the consumer side of the project, Gunpla recycling boxes are being installed in Namco video game centers across Japan, where model builders can deposit their no longer needed Gunpla runners.
Yeah. Here's something else, though. Another thing about Gunpla and runners is Sometimes some people actually will still use the runners by cutting them up and turning them into a basic stand.
Yeah, well, not even a stand. Like you can cut them up and make them into like little guns and stuff. I've seen people do some pretty amazing things with them. Yeah, sometimes they turn them into shrapnel or whatever and stick them into their gun.
Oh yeah.
All right, so the runners, along with waste plastic from gunpla production centers, will be collected and used in 3 different types of recycling, starting with chemical recycling, in which plastic polystyrene will be broken down into styrene monomer, which can be used as raw material for new plastic parts. Other portions will be used for mechanical recycling, in which the plastics are physically crushed into granules for later reformation. And so-called thermal recycling, in which waste materials that cannot be recycled are burned as fuel to produce electricity. Right? Gundam powers the world.
yeah. That's imagine if the giant Gundam they built recently. Imagine if it was made entirely out of recycled plastic from the Gundam runners.
I was just picturing it like the runners, the size of the runners that would have come from.
Or the amount of runners they had to collect for that.
All right, so they've already been installed. 190. All right, cool. Well, that was interesting. That was a different direction I expect that to go. All right, so I want to read about this. Anime Industry Group doesn't want artists to rely on CG. Releases free animator drills. Let me refresh this again because for some reason the images do not load half the time. And this seems like an article that requires
images. Reference. Pixar, it didn't happen.
Yeah. The internet is so bad in this house.
The internet is like that one girlfriend who's just always nagging you, and then one moment and there's those few times where she's just like super sweet. So it's tsundere.
Yeah. Usually about 10 minutes before the podcast starts, internet is so good that you're like, oh, it's going to be a great night. Then as soon as you hit go,
Yeah.
So animator assignment collection covers first steps towards understanding the principles of motion. Modern animation is all done in CG, right? Isn't an uncommon assumption, is it? I don't know about that.
No.
But then again, I work.
It's only. I'll tell you this. It's only an assumption that's common within fucking like shonen anime crowds, like basically like Dragon Ball Super. People who were like hating on Dragon Ball Super.
No, it's not hand-drawn anymore.
The thing is that you could do Dragon Ball Super from now on with the models from Fighter Z, and it would look almost the same. It might actually look better in some cases. Okay,
I don't think it would work for a lot of the like the last fights in Dragon Ball Super because those ones were like really crazy. But yeah,
definitely.
It could definitely replace the original arcs of Super. Goku fighting Golden Frieza with all these weird and wonky animations.
Yeah. So saying it's true that computers are playing an increasingly large role in animation production. However, the Association of Japanese Animations, AJA, wants aspiring anime artists to avoid becoming entirely reliant on machines when creating art. In recent years, the number of anime in which CG models are used for characters is increasing, but hand-drawn art is still an important part of any production. It's still an important part of many productions. The job of an animator is to provide artwork that meets the needs of the project. Animators, professionals.
I read needs as nerds. Nerds.
What?
I read the word needs as nerds.
Needs as nerd. Okay.
That meets the nerds of the project.
Holler with a $1.99 super chat. Thank you, buddy. Didn't get to talk to you last podcast, but once again, thanks for sending all these fine people my way.
You're getting
Random 11 says CG is always bad. So the job of an animator is to provide artwork that meets the needs of the project. Animators, professionals of motion, have a vital occupation, says the association, and in keeping with that belief, it's recently released a series of animator art drills that it calls the Animator Assignment Collection. So, for those of you who don't know, I have a degree in animation. I did all of like the squash and stretch,
Yep.
the sack, like the potato sack animation test, the
Mm-hmm.
falling leaf. We didn't do rat gymnastics flip where one of them falls into the crevice and dies.
Yeah,
I didn't get to do that
they
one.
didn't give you the Mickey Mouse edition.
In fact, I also didn't get what do you call it? The 3/4 orthographic perspective test either. So clearly, American animation. Hey, Footnum's here.
Doesn't have any as high a standard, I guess. They're
Yeah,
not
no,
expecting you. They're not
not at
expecting
all.
you to do the mouse flip, the rat flip.
In fact, I'll say this: at my school where I studied animation, the concept of of American 2D animation was completely foreign. They're like, you're not going to get a job doing 2D animation. It's just not going to happen. Everybody's learning 3D. And it's partially because Cal Arts probably had a monopoly on it to a degree, but yeah, they weren't even interested in you trying to get a job doing it because you only took 2 classes in 2D animation. That was it. So Foodnum, how you doing?
Yeah, how you doing? Foodum. Huh. That's an interesting name. Basically, is that like supposed to be a picture of Free, but of a Free character, but with like Lucia's haircut?
So the lore behind this. First of all, FDDNM's username was chosen by doing one of these on the keyboard, like just randomly selecting letters by throwing your hands down at the keyboard. And what you're looking at, if you ignore the guy, the shirtless guy, is the amalgamation of all the best anime characteristics. So the huge eyes, the mouth that is right between the eyes.
I thought that was a nose. I thought that was a nose.
He's got a whole list of things.
He used to be on.
No, that's Nagisa's mouth from Clannad.
The super long neck from Welcome to the Ballroom. Yeah. And then I made fun of this surfing anime's terrible anatomy. So he took the character from it and put the monstrosity on that. And that's what we've got here.
You were right about Lucia's hair.
And basically, the pointy. Basically, this is like an eldritch abomination of anime characters.
No. Yeah. This is the ultimate perfection of anime character design.
This is the second attempt. Show Tucker
version
made
2
at
basically
alchemy.
This is what harem protagonists aspire to be.
Basically, what happened was he adopted a daughter, but the daughter's name is a reverse of his last one, and so it's Einen or something. Anon.
Okay. All right. So powering through this here. So subtitles are the first steps towards understanding the principles of motion. The assignment collection is offered as a free PDF download from the AGA on its website here, so you guys can go check that out. And divides its drills into 4 sections: form, physics, movement, and application. Wow, I didn't get taught any of those. Maybe form.
I feel so sorry for you, man.
I mean, I'm not saying I didn't learn them on my own, I'm just saying the school that I went to. So what I did at my school is in the library, there's a visual effects school in LA called Nomen. It's one of the premier schools for learning visual effects. And they sold DVDs that had their branding on it for Nomen School of Visual Effects. That they were $80, but they're tutorial DVDs, right?
So basically, it was like your version of textbooks.
Well, the school didn't necessarily, make us use the Nomen tutorials. I'm saying that they existed, and the school happened to have the whole collection in the library, right? So I ripped all of them onto my hard drive. And what I did for my schoolwork was every week they would have an assignment I was expected to do, and I would do that assignment on top of that, I would do one of the GNOME tutorials. So I learned because basically it felt like when I got to my first year in and I was just starting to touch Photoshop, I was like, there ain't no way I'm going to be ready for the industry by the time I get out of my 3-year school here. So, I started to really.
If you're talking Photoshop, I learned every little thing on my own. So I never went to school for Photoshop.
Well, I'm just saying that at the school we started with perspective drawing, 2D animation, all that stuff, and I'm going to this school to learn 3D animation, and I didn't touch a computer until I was already a year in, which is fine. I mean, learning the basics, anatomy, color theory, all of these things is very important. Don't get me wrong. But I just didn't see myself going two more years into the school and coming out prepared for the industry. So I took every assignment that they gave me, and I basically took the threshold. Oh, it needs to be 10 frames. All right, I'm doing 100 frames. It needs to be this. I'm going to do that. I did 2D animations in color just because I'm a freaking masochist, right?
You're an overachiever.
I was supposed to do. Yeah, well, I burned out like pretty easily doing it, but
no shit.
But that's what I did, and I learned a lot doing that through the GNOME tutorials. But so I'm just saying, like I did get these lessons, just not from the school I went to. Let's see. So, by the way, Gnomon, when they were making Avatar, they had to close the school for a bit. For at least this is the word on the street. Because all of the instructors were working on it.
Yeah, what Avatar are we talking about?
We're talking about the James Cameron one.
Oh, okay. That one,
yeah, not the shitty M. Night one.
not the Lost Airbender.
No, right.
Not the discount Airbender, the dollar store Airbender.
Okay, so the drills are developed. They are developed by an animation director who's worked on things in the Touch and Street Fighter 2 franchises.
Oh, okay.
When you say Touch, do you mean Tough or Street Fighter Tekken, as it was called? Because that would fit with Street Fighter 2 anyway. With the backing of studios such as Sunrise, Bone, Studio 4C, and Tezuka Productions, and they're accompanied by some example solutions and explanations.
I'm going to stop right there.
What's up?
Oh, never mind. But I still have a point, because you said Sunrise Bone Studio 4C, like as it's Bone Studio, like that's the title. That's what I thought you meant. But no.
Studio 4 degrees
However,
Celsius.
Wit Studio does follow that, and I'm like, why? What makes you so important they have to say Wit Studio instead of Studio Wit?
Oh, okay. I gotcha. Okay, so many of the drills give you 2 pieces of artwork and ask you to draw in a number of intermediary steps. So they're teaching you to be an in-betweener, which would correspond to either in-between or key animation frames. The assignment collection also encourages artists to keep in mind what sort of action or mood the scene is trying to create. For example, this driving drill asks for 2 different in-between frames, one showing the car being driven at a slow and safe pace, and another for the driver if the driver is speeding along at a faster rate towards an urgent destination.
Just flying. This car just goes flying into a crash. I think that's what this one is. Like, basically, the car, Superman, if he was a car.
Yeah. I mean, I would just add like motion lines and whatnot, and have the car shape start to be a little bit flatter and more elongated,
You could also probably like draw little bits under it to show that it's on a road and it's just like an underneath shot or something.
Yeah. It's not just the item in motion that the artists are instructed to consider either. Here, for instance, the drill is to draw the credit card being tipped over as it's tipped over by the mouse and reaches a 45-degree angle. What a weird way of writing that. While accounting for how much the bottom edge of the card should slide or sink, depending on how hard or soft the surface is. Yeah, so these are definitely things worth thinking about. That's also something that I actually would definitely do in 3D, and then for reference, for timing and whatnot. Oh, hey, Greenline's here.
Oh, hey, Greenline. And I was having fun backstage too.
Oh, he's in here. Hello, sir.
Yes.
Hello.
This is the hard and long stream. So yeah.
Yes. We're discussing all the penises on this stream.
Oh
We
my!
haven't even gotten there, and I keep baiting you guys about it. So,
I guess the golden shower is going to get a lot more intense now.
I was actually bummed because I tried to send a super chat earlier because I was in the car driving home, and
I got you.
I was like,
and you had to be like logged in properly or whatever.
Yeah, I was like, because I wanted to send it as a super chat, the biggest dickest thing, and it didn't go through, and I'm like, damn it!
Don't super chat drive, everybody.
I'm glad to see that I made you second guess whether or not we were going to read your stuff unless it was a super chat by not verbalizing it earlier.
Thanks. I was like, well, guess it's not important enough anymore. Damn it! What's his face overthrew me? The professional sleeping bag.
So I'm going to I'm going to just shorten the rest of summarize it. Basically, a bunch of different things. The point is that you can download this for yourself. That's what I'm trying to get at. Is that you can download it for yourself by going to the thing. If you're an aspiring animator and want some tests or whatever to do. I'm glad to see that.
What is
really
the thing you're downloading? I think I completely missed that part.
It's a PDF. It says here, Anime Industry Group doesn't want artists to rely on CG and releases a free PDF with animator drills so that you can learn, and keep your skills sharp and everything. So anyway, there's it's a 123 page assignment collection. It covers 14 different drills. So continuing. All right. Since you're here, dang it, why does it keep going back to that? Since you're here, FDM, a wife takes revenge on her cheating husband by auctioning his Yu-Gi-Oh collection for millions of yen.
Well, that's good revenge right there.
The cheating heart of the cards. God damn it. Okay, I'm not going to refresh it because the image here is literally a stock image of a Japanese girl with
Well, he had a change of heart, I guess.
It says here.
FDDNM.
Oh, great.
Well, since you're here, FDDNM.
Oh, well, he's not here. So
I can't stop now. So it says here, though there will always be some people who go on becoming lifelong fans of youth-oriented hobbies. Oftentimes, people grow out of them as they get older. We were just talking about Legos. Not that I grew out of it, but the cold hard life.
And then they realize it's worth millions of dollars and get back in.
When that happens, you can frequently find the endpoint of their fandom in the form of an online auction, where they divest themselves from their otaku possessions and cash out, transferring their collection to someone else who's still an active fan. However, in the case of an extremely enviable collection of Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading cards for sale on Japan's Yahoo Auctions website, there's no sign the fan who originally amassed it has lost any of his passion for the collectible trading card game and related anime franchise. What has, however, wavered is his devotion to his wife, who, after discovering he was cheating on her, has put his cards up for sale, leaving the cost of her vengeance up to the highest bidder. I'm going to show you real quick what the images of what they're selling are. This is where FDDNM being here would have made a big difference, but whatever, because he would have been able to tell us what these are.
No.
Can you zoom in on the pictures? Can you get closer? Maybe I can try to identify some of these.
I can tell you that they're like booster packs. They're unopened booster packs.
They seem like the original sets. They look like the original sets from the original Yu-Gi-Oh! The Japanese, of course. The original Japanese versions of them. But yeah, they seem like they're the original sets.
For the longest time, I actually had an original Legend of the Blue Eyes White Dragon card, for the longest time. And I have they used to tell me how rare it was, but now I can't even begin to imagine how rare it would have been if I still had it.
Well, it depends which version you had too. Now there's like a billion versions of the dang card. So it's
basically the original like card that was like, from
Legend of Blue Eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty rare nowadays. But there's one from the that came in a Game Boy game that's the most rare, I think.
Yeah.
Out of all of them.
Actually, I'm just gonna read this one because the auction already happened, and this one has the. It sold for $188,294.
I activate my counter trap card. My friend buys it and gives it back to me.
Yikes! Though, yeah. That'd be funny. That would be funny.
Right.
You get You buy your own cards. The money goes right back into your own bank account, and then you get the divorce. Right? She took everything from me. I can't even. I've got nothing left to give her. She took all of my cards. Like.
Right.
Well, I mean, it's basically in Japan. I've heard that the way the law works, the woman controls the money anyways. So.
Oh really?
Yeah. So
I guess we're just gonna cover it since it keeps jumping to it. Nintendo allegedly copyright claims artist fan-made Bowser penis model.
Oh wow!
What?
Okay, here's the thing though. I can't scroll down past the.
I kind of figured.
I'm gonna read it.
That's Sankaku complex for you.
I'm just gonna click away and read it without it being screen shared. You guys, I think, will still be able to see it in the bottom in the little window. But RHYS, I'm going to ask you to be very careful.
I can see it, but I don't think Kaiser Greenland can see it.
Well, here I'll send you guys.
I wanted to see it.
I'll send you guys the link in the private chat.
Okay.
It's a little disappointing. I was expecting it to be less human and more dragon dildo, but
like just ginormous, like the size of an Empire State Building, right?
So
with
Nintendo's incessant, yes, it does have horns on it. Nintendo's incessant desire to claim any and all fan works that feature their characters has led to them supposedly claiming another adult work, specifically a model described to be Bowser's penis.
Oh my gosh! Okay.
3D adult model maker OCA Arcade alerted his Twitter followers saying Nintendo copyright claimed a Bowser-themed phallus he created back in 2018 for use in source filmmaker animations accessible through his Patreon.
SFM. Oh my god.
Okay, I'm going to scroll past this real quick. Just make sure. Okay. So it says this was the message that he got. It's Ray from the Patreon's Trust and Safety team again. I just wanted to follow up with you in order to check if you saw my last email so that we can work together on your creator page. We recently received a copyright claim that works you are making available for works you are making available on Patreon. Specifically, the claim comes from Nintendo of America, Inc., who owns the copyright to the content being utilized in your post on Patreon. Critics joked, saying Nintendo's voluntary acquisition of this creation essentially confirms the penis to be Bowser's real unit.
It'd be fucking hilarious if legit they were copywriting it because they were going to use it for like an actual Nintendo endorsed porn.
Yeah, like it's canon now because of it.
Like they're actually just going to eventually be like, we copyright claimed it because now we're going to use it for an actual Nintendo.
The thing I found most striking about it was the sagginess of the balls.
the spiky balls.
Oh my god!
I think the purpose of that is so they can sway more and sort
was the choker around it.
Yes, the ring, the cock ring.
OCA Arcade later uploaded the spiked male appendage the next day and offered it for free as an FU to Nintendo. It has been noted that Nintendo is sometimes selective over what content they copyright claim, as they never took action against Bowsette and the resulting deluge of fan art. The result of an artist drawing what Bowser would look like when Toadette
They didn't take copyright ownership of Bowsette, yet they want Bowser's dick and balls.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. Oh man.
See, if they had put this model on the Bowsette model, maybe then they'd have been interested.
I think I kind of understand. I don't agree, but I understand what their mindset is like. Like Bowsette in general isn't drawn like unless you're talking like hentai Bowsette, but it's like maybe they have a thing against like pornographic stuff.
Yeah. Well, here Nintendo had copyright claimed an adult work before, as they sent a DMCA to the creator of an erotic fan parody titled Peach's Unknown Tale. They are said to have even issued claims for live-action adult parodies such as Super Hornio Brothers.
Super Hornio
Brothers! All right, well, there you go.
You know what's
Any
hilarious?
thoughts?
Actually, you guys, did you guys ever see on SoundCloud somebody uploaded this? What it would sound like if Bowsette and Mario were having like uncontrolled raging sex, and it had
No,
I haven't felt the
thankfully
need to go look for something like that. No.
it had the Bowser noises from Mario 64, and Mario just going like wahoo, 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 wahoo. And it had the sliding theme, the sliding theme from it playing from Mario 64 when you're sliding around.
Oh my god.
Kaiser, I call into question why you were looking at that in the first place, but
Dude,
I don't get.
Back then, right? You could not look anywhere without seeing Bowsette, and eventually I came across a video of it where somebody just uploaded.
Curiosity just had the better of you. Where you're just like, how did I end up here?
How did I end up here? And then I was just like, okay, yeah, YouTube algorithm, Bowsette.
How did FDDNM wind up here?
No, I want you to send me the link.
Yeah,
I'll find it. Let me see.
All right, so let's see. See, it says $2 Pog. I think now it's an appropriate time to discuss Twitch updates, terms of use allowing banning for offsite conduct, since we've got the word Pog showing up here.
Ooh,
I don't know how we haven't been banned off Twitch for the numerous violations to
and using
the
those two words that are banned.
Yeah, the imaginary list of words. I don't know. I'm not allowed to say that I keep saying.
Which that one's banned off of Twitch.
No, it's the emote. I don't think you're.
Isn't the word thought banned?
yeah.
Yes. So say
but,
it
but
more.
Twitch doesn't know if I'm using it with an OUGH.
Yeah, the thought
Poe.
of thought
Just say
being
Poe.
I
thought about that way.
I thought that thought wasn't banned.
It's a thought crime.
All right, so
Crime.
eCasher says that's a joke that they had those. I heard a lot of artists talk well about Nomen. Dude, Nomen is freaking incredible. I learned so much from those. I actually own a lot of the ones that, like, they didn't have all of them at the school, but they had a good deal number of them. And the cool thing about those tutorial videos is even if you don't do what they teach you, like you're not a sculptor, watching the video on sculpting will give you talent in another field. You know what I mean? It's really cool. And then Mr. Anime 343. I know this name. Is this a usual viewer, or is this somebody who you super chat to Rakeda, don't you? I know this name somewhere. Anyway,
I'm hoping that's not the real Mr. Anime.
I like the Revy avatar.
There you go. Well, hello, right back at you. I don't know what this is a reference to. 33.333 repeating, of course.
And Lance Seven Towers joins the chat.
There we are. We got a full house now. Time for that golden shower you've been waiting for, Kaiser Trigger.
The serenade into the OCA podcast.
Random Love says he had the GBA promo Blue Eyes. And he says, I have some GBA promo anyway. Wasn't Bowsette actually something they made? No,
they didn't make Bowsette. They made Toadette, and that's where the artist got the idea.
See, the lore of Mario has gotten so far outside of my grasp because the last Mario game I played.
No. You're all up to date. The lore is
Super Mario.
Peach gets kidnapped. Bowser loses. That's the lore.
Oh.
And now we know why Peach gets kidnapped every time and lets it happen.
Yeah.
Because she invites it.
Once you go Bowser, you never go back.
Okay. All right. So Twitch is updating the terms of use, allowing banning for offsite conduct.
The terms of abuse?
Effectively, they're letting you get canceled in more ways than previously. So they're doing you a favor.
That's done.
So in January, they began enforcing their updated hateful conduct and harassment policy. so they can better protect every community on Twitch. Blah blah blah. What do we got? Category 1. So here they're updating and expanding their approach to off-service enforcement, which now falls into 2 categories. Here's category 1: someone is harassed on Twitch as well as off Twitch. So if you harass somebody on Twitch, it's okay, but if you do it also off Twitch, that's where they draw the line. Or if you do it off Twitch, it's okay, but you can't bring that shit onto Twitch. That's what I'm getting from this. So when this happens, they will take into account verifiable off-service behaviors or statements that relate to an incident that took place on Twitch. For example, if we're reviewing a harassment report about an incident that happened live on stream, related or continued harassment on Twitter could be taken into account when reported to us. This is how our current off-service policy works in the vast majority of cases and will not change. Category 2, we will now enforce against serious offenses that pose a substantial safety risk to the Twitch community, even if these actions occur entirely off Twitch. Examples of these behaviors include deadly violence and violent extremism. Yes, the things that will land you in jail will get you banned from Twitch. Terrorist activities or recruiting. Same statement as before. Explicit and or credible. Basically, if you go to jail, Twitch is nuking your account. Explicit and or credible threats of mass violence, i.e. threats against a group of people, event, or location where people would gather. Leadership or membership in a known hate group. Did the ACLU no, not the what is it? What's the damn it? This joke would have been so good if Dan was here. I was gonna say, has the OCA podcast been added to that list yet? I like how FDDNM just keeps dipping out of here because he had the bright idea of moving his computer to a new room, and the Ethernet probably doesn't reach that far.
I think reading all this, right? It sounds okay on paper, but it sounds like
PLC. That's what I'm
basically it sounds okay on paper. But they, like, for example, it directly explicitly compromises the physical safety of the Twitch community. They may try to spin it to where it's like whatever they don't like is like a threat.
Every time I cover this, that's effectively what my take on it is. This is phrased in such a way that seems like a good thing, but the hard line actually is that they've given themselves the opportunity to get rid of whoever they want over whatever
define and also define
everything. Exactly. Yeah. So I'm not even going to bother reading. I think it's pretty obvious what it is.
Also, for the person who asked me, I found the whole Bowsette Mario thing. It's called Bowsette Simulator 2018. They're in the private chat.
Right. Well, I'm only going to open it.
I'm not clicking that.
I'm only going to open it for OCA podcast clip status and not any other reason.
Yeah.
I'll just leave that up there for when I get to it. Anyway, oh god, it started playing.
Have a good one, purple.
Oh dear God. I don't think I can even put that in the OCA podcast clip. Because of the music.
Oh,
pretty good. I'll check that out later.
Yeah, it's great.
Purple Perplexion, thank you for stopping by.
Good night, sweet prince.
All right, so yeah, it's effectively what I was saying is that they've created, all these companies create for themselves an opportunity to get rid of you no matter, just because they want to. They make a broad enough definition. In fact,
if you make a mean tweet on Twitter,
basically, they don't define what is and isn't a threat.
Yeah, let me pull up. I don't know if you guys have. I actually don't follow the game, but do you guys the game? Jeez, I don't follow the channel, the content. But I'm aware that Core from Core Reviews started a channel called Jack and Core.
Mm-hmm. I've seen some of those
and
videos.
That recently got nuked by YouTube.
Oh, that's not good. I think the last time I saw anything from them was like on that channel, even if it's been was
the tweet is unavailable.
Yeah.
Did they get nuked off Twitter as well?
Don't know. But yeah, the last time I saw anything from them was watching their entire watch through of like Ari Ferretta.
Sorry, describe that to me. Their watch through, was it like a?
They made commentary on while watching all of Ari Ferretta.
So were they showing Ari Ferretta while they were watching it, or?
I think they were like bits and pieces.
Okay, but not like a gross copyright violation.
Probably.
So this is frustrating at the fact that their thing is gone. Because it was gonna set. It also makes me look like an asshole. Let me see if Jack and Core
the only channel I see so far is Jack and Core clips.
Well, the thing is that they got their channel terminated for quote unquote showing pornographic images. And then they got their other channel that existed on using the same email was also nuked because the first channel got nuked for violating, quote unquote, repeated community guidelines violations, which caused YouTube to yoink it off. And then because their other channel was connected to the same email, they said, we're also getting rid of this one because you can't circumvent by just uploading to another channel. You're banned off YouTube for life, basically.
Basically, it just sounds like it's what I picture is either there was a really annoying piece of shit at YouTube who just had it out for them alone by himself, or the bots were like just messing.
Well, what they said was, let me see if I can. They've completely rebranded. Like, I actually am having trouble finding them because they changed their name and they deleted. So hold on, I'm trying to open up the profile. Did they get rid of it? This is funny. Oh God, this is great. Okay, hold on.
There's something I see called spilling the milk. Spilling the milk.
Yeah. I've got it right here. Okay. Hello, this is our new brand, not owned by Jack and Core.
Not Jack and Core.
They are hosts on our new channel, which will host the same anime reaction content you love, but newer. Right? So basically, in order to get around YouTube's thing, they're saying this. So I guess this is their only tweet. They must have deleted everything else. So this is what I had to say about it, and now it feels just like I'm attacking YouTube over this. YouTube claimed that
YouTube gets attacked all the time, and rightfully so.
Oh, yeah, fuck them. They're awful. But I said it's been disgustingly clear that Team YouTube/YouTube has been outright incompetent for ages, but to actually get in touch with someone and have them tell you directly, this is somebody at YouTube assigned to the case who specifically said to them, you are in violation of repeatedly posting pornographic content, right? And not telling them what content that was, number one, right? And then having someone tell you directly that you violated something you didn't, and just say, yeah, don't worry, we double checked, sorry, but fuck off, right? They said, like a person actually looked over your thing, we've reviewed it, and you are in violation. That
pretty much says they were never in violation.
Yeah, and it's annoying because it's like, nah, fam, you posted porn, and don't even try to appeal further because I totally double checked that shit. I can't be bothered to tell you what video though, but you can't do anything about it anyway, so just fuck off and have a nice day. Is effectively what the note said from YouTube. So what I'm trying to get at here is that this is going back to it. YouTube. What happened is that they had a hot take on a show that the toxic fandom didn't like, and mass reported them. And then YouTube, rather than actually go through the whole thing, said, 238 flags. I just terminate the channel. I'm not looking through that shit.
That's
effectively what they did.
Just say it's porn.
Yeah. So
basically, here's the thing. YouTube really could get themselves in trouble because when you sign a TOS, it's kind of a mutual agreement between two parties. Right? So you can't just go and make up shit. You've got to follow your own code of guidelines. So somebody could potentially sue them. Yeah. Like for making up stuff.
Now, granted,
yeah.
Well, I'll just say, granted, the content that I produce, they would have a much easier time arguing that we violated some bullshit than Jack and Core. I've never actually watched Jack and Core's content. I just assume, having talked to Core reviews before in private messages before, that they're probably, what's the nice way to put this? They're probably similar to all the other leftist YouTubers who don't have any takes that could get them banned. Like they kind of just rub me that way. I don't know. I haven't watched the actual content.
Honestly, the best way to get that kind of vibe from a YouTube and Anituber is like just go to their Twitter.
Oh yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is that because I follow Core reviews, and I assume Jack and Core is Jack and Core, right?
Yeah.
That it's anyway. So yeah,
I've noticed.
It's off topic now, but
I'll say this: I've noticed a lot of Anitubers have this like kind of not like the bigger ones don't usually have this problem, but like from their Twitter, but a lot of them, like for example, I've seen Ember reviews, right? And I've seen that a lot. He makes a lot of takes on Twitter, but they're like inconsistent. Like it sounds kind of like he's bandwagoning in a way on like different political things.
Yeah, most anime YouTubers have. So I'll say this: Twitter has become the vessel through which anime YouTubers grow their audience. Yeah. And Twitter has a very
that's how I figured.
pointed direction through which you're going to be accepted. Yeah. And I think a lot of people on Twitter who are trying to grow their channel jump onto the topics of the day and put out virtue signally type.
And that's going to be a problem because if people on Twitter see you making a take on an anime that they find offensive that they don't like your take,
they'll cancel you immediately.
Yeah, Twitter will fucking cancel you. They didn't subscribe to you on Twitter for your anime content. They subscribed to you because they thought you were going to support their political beliefs.
Yeah, well,
so they're gonna cancel you.
I don't want to go down this road too far because we still got some stuff to cover. But I agree. I do think that it's a shame that what Twitter is in general. I'm not. I kind of hate it there. But
I absolutely hate it there.
Let me put it this way. I see my friends that I know in the Anituber circles post ridiculous, like they're circle jerking all day long on Twitter.
And but they get when I see them
but then when you see them in person, they're like, you're a normal person. Like, how are you so weird on Twitter? What is it?
Like an anime expo, right?
Yeah, exactly.
One thing I'll say on the YouTube ban thing, though, is like one thing that would really piss me off, right? Because I make videos for other people, right? I edit their videos. Mm-hmm. Imagine this, right? So recently I did for a guy called Manga Common a video on the entire Dead Rising series, right?
Okay.
So it's like over an hour long, almost an hour and a half. Mm-hmm. And I put a lot of work into it because I take some time, I'm more of quality over quantity. I don't just pump out edits like a guy I would say who does more of like the faster edits is like what's his name? Korewa Eden, right? The way he does his edits. But me, I decided, what would make this video stand out from other Dead Rising videos if I played through all the games and wearing the most ridiculous costume. Right, with consistently wearing this, they have the Mega Man Legends serve bot. They have this one item that the character in the game can wear in Dead Rising. That's just a serve bot head, and so I wore that. So I spent all this time over probably 80 hours of footage, right? And you know what got that video in the with the yellow limited ads thing? He was like, man, this got limited ads. What's going on? He thought it was something to do with the video footage, but it turns out the only reason he got his video hit with the limited ads is because he put the words "Thanks, Obama" in the description when it was literally a joke that was used in Dead Rising 4. The character in Dead Rising 4 made that joke in 2016.
Oh, wow. That's hilarious.
And that's what got his limited ad. That's how pathetic it is. And that makes me pissed because I worked on that damn video.
Seriously. So when the I'll just say this real quick. The adpocalypse has scaled back significantly, a direction I never expected to go. They're allowing, like, what's the phrasing before I use
full frontal nudity?
Not hateful content, harmful content. They're allowing certain, like, police brutality videos and stuff to be, like, monetized and shit. They're allowing much more things that previously they were really like. Let me get back to the point. When the adpocalypse first started, and it was really bad. The Death Note live action movie on Netflix came out, and my video on that, having the word "death" in the title, got it demonetized. Right.
You should have called it Meth Note. That would have been much more appropriate.
Yeah.
But the point is that, like, the algorithm will get triggered for the most ridiculous stuff. And it's really funny because, we had a podcast just like 2 podcasts ago called Wake Up Feeling So Horny or whatever, named after the song from the ending
JoJo
theme to JoJo Part 5. And we've had another one that we titled Palapenis Inserted. And it's like, we get demonetized, and it's like the filthiest titles. When I ask YouTube to audit their choice to demonetize, they're like, good news, your podcast titled Hot Dicking has been approved for monetization.
But if you put the word "Thanks, Obama" into the description,
but it's funny because it's like the most vulgar titles. Like Wash Your Panties for the One Bastard podcast.
Is Well Done the Pussy Hand still demonetized or is that monetized?
You know what that reminded me of? Weren't there a few times that PewDiePie got his videos hit because of thumbnails or whatever?
Oh, the thumbnails will get you. And it's funny because sometimes all you have to do is change the thumbnail, get remonetized, then change it back.
Yeah.
It's terrible. Anyway, so
yeah.
Yes, we are off topic. Random 11. Thank you for reeling us back in.
I don't even know what the topic was to begin with.
Well, we're coming back to it in a minute. So,
you brought up Jack and
I think we're in Golden Shower.
Yeah, eCashler says I haven't watched a ton of the Jack and Core channel specifically, but what I have seen was all right.
Yeah, their content isn't bad or anything.
Every time I see that channel's name, I think Core stands for Kimagure Orange Road. So yeah. I'm like,
I don't know why that's the name they chose, but
this is the Kimagure worship channel, right?
I remember Core because Core was the one who I think commented when those leaks, the DMs got leaked for the AnyTuber.
That got you exposed.
Yes,
back then, the one with Mother's Basement and all that.
Yes, I remember. Core was the one who responded to the leakers post or whatever. That's like my distinct memory of Core being the one who actually said something. But anyway,
I learned about him because when I started doing videos for Nux back then.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Because he was one of the editors.
Are you editing for Nux now? Because I have a critique.
I haven't done too much for him. I've actually since the pandemic thing started. So,
well, I'll just say to whoever is editing for Nux, most of his videos are 10-minute videos that you somehow stretched out to 30 minutes.
I don't know how that happened, with them. But okay, wow.
Yeah, well, I like Nux, but I feel like his videos, like, I can't believe how long they are, and I feel like there's so much he could cut and just have like a short, sweet, to the point. I'll binge like 30 videos if I'm not sitting through 30 minutes of each one.
I think what happened is that for a lot of his videos now, he's doing he's cutting up live streams, so that's why it's like
right. And those can't. Yeah, for sure. I can definitely understand that. Yeah.
You can't cut too much out without it,
Yeah, no, I hear you, because of the narrative gets harder to follow if you cut too much without significant extra work to add a new narration or something to continue the flow. I totally understand. So Sood says they feel the power behind the screen and power corrupts. I don't think necessarily that's what it is. Random 11 went on to say maybe these people are themselves on Twitter, but unnaturally normal at cons. So what I think it is personally is I think that these people are left-leaning. They're not necessarily leftist, although I think a couple of them are off the edge socialists, right? I definitely think that that's the case for some of them. What I think it is that they want to be liked because they, and I've seen this based on being part of these group DMs where people discuss different things. They see content creation as almost a popularity contest, because when we were doing the AniTuber Expo, Mr. Nice Guy, who put everything together, he joked just to get a rise out of them when we needed to replace somebody because they couldn't do it, or I think Nino was the one where the project was due. He said he'd been working on it for months, and he hadn't started it yet. And then we had to scramble to find somebody else. And Nice had joked about getting Anime Snob to do a review, and the rest of the chat lost their mind. Yes.
No.
One moment. You don't say no to mac and cheese. Anyway, so I think so. What happened though is that they got really upset, and they were starting to critique the channel and saying like, please, the guy's had his channel for how long, and he's never broken 15,000 subscribers or what, his audience hasn't grown.
I thought they were going to be all. So, he is against our narrative.
Oh well, that's definitely part of it, but
yeah, it's a popularity contest.
Well, what I'm getting at is that, just to critique this point about the Twitter thing, is I think what it is that they want to be liked, and they're already left-leaning or perhaps even full leftist. So when there is an easy way to say something that the mob or the rest of the room is going to cheer you on for and give you a like or a retweet or a follow or whatever, they'll go further than they normally would. In public, in person, there are things that you aren't going to say. You don't even really believe them necessarily when you're in the room, but because you're getting the clap, the applause, right?
Yeah.
You go further, and I feel like that, just from my perspective, I think that that's what's happening. Rather than the power behind the screen.
Yeah, I think it also depends on
corrupting.
I think it also depends on let's say this, right? You got the clap going, but I think it also depends on whoever you're going against, depending on the reaction that determines, because they may not behave that way if somebody seems like stands up to him and is like, look, I don't like the way you're talking to me. I just made a fucking joke. So just watch your ass.
Well, I always love how. And I'll say this, and we'll get off the topic and move back to work on the.
We'll get off the topic.
But I always loved. My favorite thing was, what's her name? Pedantic Romantic saying, "Such and such is a racist dog whistle," and I'm always like, weird how you hear all of them, right?
It's weird how you hear all those dog whistles, man.
Is that assuming their gender?
Oh, I'm sorry. Oh,
I actually don't even know what gender that person uses. I think her.
I think it was her, and I feel like I saw a post that's like, I'm feeling more masculine. Just because I am female doesn't mean I always have to be feminine. It's like, oh my god, then I'm
Well, see,
not
that's the
sure
thing about-
why.
That's the thing about the gender, the pronoun thing that I disagree with because I went to the Queering Up the Con panel at Anime Expo in 2018 or whatever. 2017, I think. Anyway, yeah, I went to that panel, and to be fair, the majority of the people running the panel were reasonable.
Right.
They had a view of the world that I didn't necessarily agree with, but they weren't demanding like things like the rest of the crowd, like the people sitting around me were like, we demand pronouns on the badge, like the lanyard and badge that you have and all that stuff. And the people up there were saying, look, don't even wait for them to get it. Grab a marker, write it on yourself, And I'm like, look, that is a fair compromise that I'll take. But the guy right behind me saying it should be a felony to misgender someone was like, okay.
So basically, you've got Bill Nye the Science Guy. Basically, he's saying you should go to jail for not agreeing with me on climate change.
You're right.
Yeah. Well, see, and that's the thing.
We're not paying the carbon.
This is why I disagree with. Well, this is why I disagree with the putting this anywhere near legislation. That there is a punishment for misgendering someone. It's because you say, okay, it's illegal to misgender someone, but also a person can be whatever gender they want at any minute of the day, and it can change willy-nilly, and they don't have to tell you. So it's like then you just give people ridiculous power over anybody. It's like you're listening for them to use a pronoun, and then you pull the trigger on getting them canceled. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So anyway,
and of course the disingenuous before, Brad, how this was several live streams ago, but like the sexuality and gender of who you are should be like one of the last things that you care about. Like,
what I said was if the color of your skin or or what's between your legs or what you're attracted to is the most interesting thing about you, then you're not a very interesting person.
Yeah.
Is that where you're getting at?
Yeah, is what you said.
It shouldn't be the sole definer of your being.
Yeah, which actually is one of the reasons why I don't very much like pedantic. But
yeah. All right.
Because I don't find them to be a person I want to chat with because their whole identity is wrapped up in something that I find boring. Anyway, so back to this.
What is this?
Creator of Gundam says his goal is to crush Demon Slayer and Evangelion.
Good luck with that.
Amano is Yoshiyuki Tomino is at it once again. I remember he still has yet to crush Miyazaki. But we'll see what he has to say. And Shinkai-kun.
It's going to be hard to crush people like them.
Well, yeah. So he says here, age has in no way mellowed out Yoshiyuki Tomino. Gundam is unique in that the myriad branches of the franchise all have their own individual storytelling style and atmosphere. But the overarching theme is essentially giant robots cool, but war bad. That said, Gundam creator Yoshiyuki Tomino isn't averse to a pretty aggressive choice of words when discussing his motivations and goals. Tomino was recently...
You gotta love how honest he is, at least.
Oh, I love it. We read an article where he said Shinkai really needs his protagonist to just grab the girl by the pussy.
he's basically the Donald Trump of the anime community.
He's like, see, the problem he's like on a talk show. The problem I have with Shinkai-kun's work is that it's always the longing and none of the banging.
Which is the reason why we named the podcast Grab Him by the Shinkai.
Grab him by the Shinkai. Yeah.
By the Shintama. The Shintama. Grab him by the Shintama.
Did we just lose somebody who was here? Lance was here. Lance is gone.
Lance was here? I didn't even notice him.
Oh,
he must have been having trouble.
My daughter is knocking on the door.
Uh-oh.
Oh. It was my wife with vanilla yogurt. No, what is this? Pudding.
Mm.
I haven't finished the mac and cheese, but I'll put this over here.
I would like to have some mac and cheese.
The weirdest combination I've been introduced to is like ketchup and mac and cheese, and it's oddly good at times.
I know it's a thing, but it's like
I don't like ketchup in general. Before we get off on that tangent, let's get back through. Okay, so
Tomino was recently interviewed.
Yeah, Tomino was recently interviewed for a segment on broadcaster TV Asahi's Isamu Hayashi Ima Desho Koza variety program. During the conversation, Tomino offered some startling thoughts on Demon Slayer Kimetsu no Yaiba, whose theatrical anime recently became the highest-grossing movie of all time in Japan, and Evangelion, which has scored an instant box office hit with its fourth and final rebuild of Evangelion movie. Regarding the two franchises, Tomino said, quote, "As long as I'm still alive and making anime, I have no problem saying I'm going to crush Demon Slayer or I'm going to crush Ava."
Cue the Doom
I like to
music.
think that's how Tomino talks.
Yeah, cue the Doom music.
And that's all fine and dandy if he does still work and decides to make, some shit. But if he's just saying it to say it, then I'm all...
Yeah.
All right.
It's funny because he left off the part, should say, I'm going to crush Demon Slayer, or I'm going to crush Ava, or I'm going to crush Shinkai-kun, or I'm going to crush Miyazaki. So, I guess he gave up on those dreams. Or I guess he didn't give up on them because those ones have been crushed. So these are the new, it's like your rival gets crippled by some, other guy. So then you're like, well, I'm not going to fight him in the ring because, his legs don't work anymore. So I'm going to fight the guy who crippled him,
He's going to Dempsey
however,
roll the guy.
What's up?
He's going to Dempsey roll the guy. That's what I said.
However, this isn't necessarily because Tomino thinks poorly of either series. Oh, hello, daughter. I thought you were still awake. Are you going to have that pudding? Because no.
No, that's for you.
Thank you. You're so kind.
AC loves parenting.
Yep. Okay. So, regarding his quote, however, oh dear God, no, not again. However, this isn't necessarily because Tomino thinks poorly of either series. Instead, okay.
All right,
Your
solo
interest in my
content.
show, please leave. Okay. You're supposed to be asleep. Okay. All right. So, however, this isn't necessarily because Tomino thinks poorly of either series. Instead, he was making a statement about his competitive fire and determination to make his anime the best of the best. If you don't have that attitude, you can't keep working in TV anime after you get into your 80s. How old is this guy? Is he in his 90s now? Like,
honestly, he's not exactly wrong because that's the kind of attitude you have to do in competition, and competition
of
is
course,
good for the industry. So he's not wrong.
Can you guys hear me now?
yes.
Yeah.
I can hear you. Yeah.
Okay. Well, y'all couldn't hear me for the whole time I was in here previously.
Yeah, I realized that after I noticed that you were the one who left, I was like, wait a minute, I don't think I even heard him. Well, I'm glad that you're here now. Okay. So the big 8-0 is a milestone that Tomino will hit this fall. And it's an age where most people have retired, especially in a youth-oriented field like anime. Yet he's still creating, with 2 high-profile anime movie projects coming soon. Next month's Mobile Suit Gundam Hathaway's Flash, adapted from a novel by Tomino, and July's Gundam Reconquista in G, The Legacy of Space, which he's directing. Good for him. Whatever the hell this is. Clips from the internet? Okay. Though Tomino hasn't directed a television anime since the 2014 Reconquista in G TV series, his comments make it sound like he's looking to get back to the format soon. Look, I don't know how you're going to crush Demon Slayer and Ava with a TV anime. Like, they're not even, the metrics aren't even recorded the same way. the Gundam creator's philosophy is quite different from that of Studio Ghibli co-founder Hayao Miyazaki, who generally can't be bothered to talk or even think about anyone else's anime while pursuing his personal artistic vision.
I got to appreciate that, the fact that he just focuses on his own stuff. So.
Yeah, this is the meme, just like Tomino's in the elevator. I feel sorry for you, Miyazaki. Miyazaki's like, I don't think about you at all.
Miyazaki lives rent free in his head.
Yeah, right. Ghibli films, though, are sort of in a class of their own in the Japanese entertainment world, never really having to directly compete with other anime for attention, recognition, or revenue. Gundam, though, shares fan headspace with a lot of other anime series, so Tomino's sense of rivalry with Demon Slayer and Evangelion isn't a complete shock. Not that Tomino doesn't want to crush Miyazaki's anime too, though. Well, there's a link to the article. Anyway, There you go. There's him crushing more things.
He's crushing stuff.
So, Footnum, you're here and not queer, right?
Are you here and queer?
Are you late and gay?
Late and gay. There's a guy called Raging Golden Eagle. Instead of saying late and gay, he says late and chair.
I mean, if you're late and gay, does that mean you're a transgender? Because somehow you're already.
Oh, because you can't to being late. I don't know.
You can't be late. You can't be late if you're just gay, because your period's not there.
I don't know.
Oh, about that.
Brad knows all about that.
Aniplex is culturally appropriating stuff. Oh boy.
No,
So,
it's Funimation.
It's Funimation. Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know why the article says this, because it's Funimation who did it.
Yeah.
So Footnum, it's so great that all the articles I've held off for you to be here for, you're muted on. So they culturally appropriate a line in Skate the Infinity English dub to be inclusive.
Wait. Okay, yeah, I'm listening.
So this is the line where they say, what does it say? Bitches and bros and non-binary hoes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not going to play it because the last time I did that in podcast 94, that video got blocked worldwide for sharing
Nekopara.
Nekopara, yeah. Still holding out for an 8-hour video to someday be able to be edited with YouTube's video editor so I can keep it without having to re-upload.
Yeah.
Aniplex has continued to unfaithfully translate anime to cater to degenerates on social media, as Fujoshi Bates Skater Boy series Skate the Infinity had one of its lines changed to also include, quote, non-binary hoes, a cringeworthy line that the aforementioned denizens of Twitter naturally labeled as strong and inclusive.
So you want to be called hoes. Okay.
I'm confused.
Look, I actually, I think the line is funny, to be honest.
Yeah.
As long as it's relegated to like being a line,
Yeah. Just a
like,
one-liner.
And not like changing every single line from now on to try to be more inclusive.
Not trying to change some serious context to a conversation.
Yeah.
I can bet you that it is just because
sake of inclusivity.
That way.
It's just a throwaway line.
What was that, Reese?
I can bet you that they will do the entire dub that way.
Yeah, I think they will.
And this is just a highlight.
Yeah, no, I agree. I think that they will. Hold on, I'm just going to finish this real quick so I can eat the pudding.
Just because, I mean, as you mentioned, that's this kind of show, and it is for that kind of audience for the most part.
Yeah, I don't know. I didn't know anything about it until this came out. And I sometimes wonder if these hot take lines that Jamie Markey throws into things are just to get people talking about the show so that you can boost up the sales. I don't know. But,
possibly.
I mean, it's a Bones series.
Well, the point is this
skateboarding series.
Yeah, this is a moment from the 8th episode, though. That's the thing, is that I feel like we would have known by now if they were inserting this shit into more parts of the show.
Yo, I'm back.
Tell me about your non-binary hoes.
My non-binary hose. Isn't that what me and RHYS are? Because we're
your non-binary your non-binary hose sucking on your non-binary toes.
Lance, no, we can't hear you if no one answered that.
No,
I saw that
They
picture,
didn't,
by the way.
but we fixed it.
Oh, I can hear you
fixed
now,
it.
Lance. Good
Thank
job
you.
being existing.
Yep. It's what I'm good at here. Right?
That was just leave now.
Now, if you guys want, this would be an appropriate time for me to tell you about my slime rant that I typed in Lance's
Ooh.
Discord.
Can we finish this article and then jump to that?
I wasn't sure if you guys finished, so yes, please finish.
Well, I was hoping you'd be here for this because I put it in the doc for you. So
I am here now.
this is the Skate the Infinity, episode 8, Bitches and Bros and Non-Binary Hose Line. The original just says, all you who love skateboarding or whatever.
Skateboard loving people or something.
Yeah. So the clip was uploaded to Twitter where it earned over 1 million views in about 2 days. It is said the line was suggested by one of the voice actors, perhaps indicating that accurate translation was an afterthought.
Yeah, because David Wald.
Oh, here's what they said. According to dub director Kyle Phillips on his stream today, he didn't know until the episode aired this morning if that line was going to make it into the final cut. And apparently David Wald, Adam's dub VA, had the idea for that line and they just went for it. And here's David Wald saying, food for thought, we're all non-binary because the binary itself is a lie.
Oh boy.
Just wait for it.
This hashtag Trans Day of Visibility is a good time to recognize that in many cultures, people who live outside the traditional gender norms are revered for having a view of the world the rest of us cannot. I have much to learn from my trans and non-binary fam, and I stand with them.
But isn't it?
I'm sorry, you're standing with them? You're not jerking off all over them? Because that's what it sounds like you're doing.
I'm not sure if... Are you sure that these people aren't outraged that you called them hoes? Because isn't that transphobic or something, you know? But I have a... I
mean, I didn't think the tranny
this.
hooker stereotype was a thing. I thought that was made up for TV shows in the 90s, but apparently it's not.
I thought I have a counterpoint to this. It's called what is the line? What's the line?
Bitches and bros
and non-binary hoes. How about welcome, fellow Middle Eastern brethren of the what is it? What is that religion? Islamic. Look, that representation. They're recognized because in this anime they didn't talk about them at all. So clearly,
my favorite thing about this is how the word "hello everyone" wasn't inclusive enough.
Exactly.
You
know what I imagine? I imagine somebody's going to try to spin it into a sexist statement because only bros was used for guys instead of some.
Bros is the only thing that wasn't derogatory.
Yeah. Because it's bitches and bros and non-binary hoes.
They tried to make it rhyme, which doesn't matter at all.
Thanks, Augie.
But the thing
it's a little early for Mental Health Awareness Month.
So David Wald, for his background, I noticed that particularly High Dive was really they were retweeting a lot of things that he made posts on because he is very interconnected with the LGBT, I guess you could say, scene in Sentai. So it's like he was was he the director of the dub for that is it called Megane Boo that got a dub? It's like a yaoi that got a dub. And it was like a big milestone, which to be fair, I'm not discrediting. That was a big thing that they were dubbing a yaoi. But like the idea is that David Wald is like, he is the, how do I describe him? I want to say the shill for the LGBT of anime in dubbing. So I'm very unsurprised that he's all hashtag Trans Day of Visibility. So I read all of the comments. Like I saw Ricada retweeted someone showing the clip that's like, this is this is non-cancelable.
Hey, we're banned on
word.
Twitch. Thanks a lot.
This is terrible. Oh, whoa. So
yeah,
I read like a lot of the comments and I got incredibly frustrated. And the person who posted the thing, I commend them for just sticking with it. Everyone that he responded to, it's just like he did not cave in. But the thing is, everyone in the comments, they were talking about, oh, why are you guys, just because it acknowledges they exist, you guys want to get rid of it or whatever? It's like they're like, it has to be an adaptation. Oh, they are being inclusive by adding this, and then they act as if, oh, you're gonna just take it away. It's meant to be here. It's so weird. But
meant to be here, as if that was in the original Japanese dub.
Right. That's the crux
the original
of why...
Japanese says, "Hello,
everyone who likes skateboarding."
Everyone who likes skateboarding or whatever.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Which, look, I want to be clear. I was joking earlier when I said what the word "everyone" isn't inclusive enough or whatever. I was joking because obviously, yes, it is inclusive for everyone or whatever. But the thing is that the lip flaps. It's not as easy as just saying that and be like, well, you should have just done that, idiots, right? That's obviously
right. That's
there's
another
more
thing
thought.
that people
they should have gotten they should have got abridged people to do the lip flaps.
Yeah.
Well, I just saying, like, I think that
they can't
alter it because then the Japanese track will look off. But it already does.
I think I think the thing though is that actually when it comes to dubbing Japanese anime, the companies usually get the soundtracks and all the sound effects too.
Okay,
so
what he's saying is that on a Blu-ray, you have a video track and an audio track, and you only want to use one video track because you're already wasting so many bits of memory
so much storage
on the
and
Blu-ray.
And it's not just like one, and it's not just 2 frames of mouth open, mouth closed. Sometimes
the point
you have to
is,
re-encode the whole video.
Facial in this kind of a show, especially.
Oh my God.
The facial is not like the facial expressions.
I don't know if you can hear my daughter outside.
And
they need to do is
it's not just an open and closed mouth in front of an
no. So
face.
the point is that the video track is already taking up the majority of space on the disc. Having 2 separate audio tracks that accompany the same video track is easier than trying to add lip flaps and change it, because then you need a separate video track, either just for those scenes, which is going to be a lot of them if you're changing a lot, right? Or whatever, but it's going to be wasteful on the part of the adaptation, and it's just more efficient not to change it. Because otherwise,
the Japanese, if they did change the lip flap, the Japanese mouth would not align with it.
Yeah.
But
Even
it
though they
already
already
doesn't
don't
align
know.
because
I get
Japan
that.
is terrible.
I get that, but all I'm saying is I just want to see a world where all the anime we get is basically abridged parodies.
I mean, I'm not going to deny that wouldn't be funny for a season or 2, but then it would get old fast.
Don't take me wrong.
So like, I'm just saying,
had nothing but a season of fucking isekais, like almost everything. I'm like, he's not too far off with the idea.
I want to wrap up my point by saying this is the 8th episode.
Like a burrito.
Again,
who knows what they did with the previous 7?
This line is funny and not really like. If it's isolated to this scene, I'm gonna let it slide because I think it's funny, right? It's got the rhyming aspect. It's like it's inclusive, but it's also just kind of like a guy dicking around in the voice booth. The problem I have with it is the fucking circle jerking, right? That's going on because it gives me no faith that a show I actually care about is going to get an appropriate translation, or rather, more specifically, localization. Which, for the record, for anybody who's new to the show, I am a huge advocate for changing things in a localization. Huge, more than you would ever expect from somebody who holds the take. That this is something we should even have to discuss.
Basically, there's nothing wrong with it as long as it's just adding like entertainment value to it.
Well, my statement on this is going to be for example, if you're going to use slang, you're using English slang, the reason you're using, or for example, there's a couple dubs where they're cursing a lot, right?
Right.
And it's like, if a character's going to say the F word, and you think, did they say that in the Japanese? It's like, well, they don't really have the F word or something like it in Japanese. But what they do have is impolite language being said to someone who deserves, or culturally in society would get much more polite language, right?
Yeah.
So in that
Context,
situation,
dialogue.
if you're going to take that context and say, how would you convey the same disrespect to this teacher figure? Well, you'd throw an F-bomb at them in English, right?
So that's what they're going to do. It matches the context.
We need to dissect.
Exactly.
We really need to dissect Black Lagoon.
Oh my god, do it! I will love to just listen to what you guys hear on that shit. I love that show, but
I think it really depends. They make that decision based on how crude the characters are and how mature the anime is when they insert swearing.
For them, you know what? I need to do this, and I need someone to double check me. But I want to go through and do Black Lagoon and put every swear word they use and stuff like dick shits and dipshit. And just number it all.
Have you seen the fucking short version?
Dick shit count.
No, I haven't.
Do a dick shit countdown.
I've seen the dick shit count. That'd be awesome. I've seen every bit of Black Lagoon. I've seen it in both English and Japanese. But
you know what? You know what'd be funny? So in Inuyasha, the English stuff, they always say "damn you to hell," right? Do a drinking challenge to that. Every time somebody says God. "damn you to hell," just take a shot of whiskey or something.
Oh my god. You'd end up dead. You have liver failure by the end of that. And for someone who literally can't drink.
You damned your liver to hell.
Yeah.
So, what is it?
Go ahead.
There was So, I don't think this is the biggest of deals because, it's an isolated, 2-second clip within the whole 4-hour duration. But it's more the principle that it was not designed to be there. There's no real reason to address specifically non-binary hoes unless the story is about that, or unless the creator specifically inserted that something among that lines in their original work. And the fact that they're changing this feels like they're just kind of disrespecting the original source material and the creator, the creative vision. That's more or less my reason for being upset with this, and especially with Funimation's recent track record. If this was the only thing, I wouldn't care this as much as I do, but they have an abysmal recent record, which I can't go into after we wrapped this lineup. I feel like there was definitely some more comments I had on it, but it's just
it depends on whether it's an isolated case or if it's throughout the whole anime.
Yeah. Which sure. I have learned in Slime seems to be the whole anime.
Yeah. But the fact of the matter that this is the 8th episode in it, and it took us this long for it to gain attention, tells me that it's probably not traction.
It's probably because it took so long, right? Because it took so long. It's probably just that one line or maybe a few.
I don't know. There's people in the they always put way too many comments on.
It could also be in the same way that I discovered Slime. I thought nothing of it for the entire first season. Then OVA 3 is when I started noticing. Really? I'm like, Jesus Christ! All of this is adaptation.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, I agree with the whole adaptation sentiment. But the thing is, a lot of people in the comments use that as the crutch. They're like, it has to be to match the lip flap and stuff as well to adapt it, and it would sound so unnatural if they didn't translate it. It's like, yeah, but that doesn't mean non-binary hoes is the exclusive word that could A, fit in there, and B, translated to adapt it.
Yeah.
Well, look, see, I'll just say, I think that the line, if it is an isolated incident, I think it's fine. It's funny. I think it is kind of hitting that line of bringing real world sort of stuff into it. a little too much. But I think it, because it rhymes and it's said in a playful manner, I think it's kind of funny, you know. But the thing that I dislike about it is the like patting yourself on the back over it sort of thing. Yeah, and so like, let me put it this way: for the audience, this is the thing it's kind of pathetic and annoying. It's like if you're watching a comedian who's talking about a whole bunch of different stuff related to like the weird quirks of races. Like, let me tell you about Asians, blah 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 blah. Right, and you get the crowd laughing and stuff, and then you start talking about Mexicans or whatever, and then like there's that guy who's like, hey, do Middle Easterners next, you know, like because he is Middle Eastern or whatever. Like do Indians,
you know that
over here, do Indians, okay. do Italian next, you know.
You know what this reminds
and that's
me
what
of?
is. What's up?
No, go ahead.
Well, I was just gonna say it's like what it is that, and this has always been the thing with the trans community that I've seen is not okay. Let me rephrase that. It's not the trans community. See, there's a very different thing from a person who is born male and decides they want to be female, or vice versa, versus the people with the 78 billion genders who are making it up day by day because they want to feel special. Okay, these are two different things that should be differentiated.
The attack helicopter.
But from the beginning, there's been this thing about it. It is a attention-y thing because, like, when you hear the non-binary hose line, there's a couple people. Well, actually, I would say the majority of the quote-unquote non-binary community
are
is
those
falling
people
into this category.
That are
like that's the he's talking about me, you know, kind of thing.
They have that personality type in the first place because of the non-binary thing. Therefore, they are going to flood this thing coming out.
They want to feel like everything. They want to feel like everything is like them.
What I'm trying to get at is like you have the like the selector for male, female, other, or whatever, right? And it's like I remember Crowder did a video on this a while ago where he was going undercover with the groups, and they were talking about how someone's over here set up the website, and he made a joke like I was disappointed when it asked for my gender that you didn't have the option for my, you know, you had all these options but not for what I am. And there's like, I'm sorry, I've been under a lot of stress lately. You're right, I should have had an option to put in whatever you want, or, you know, like whatever. And it's like, see, the thing is like the data isn't even important. Who gives a crap what your gender is?
How many Apache attack helicopters on the
registered? Thing? Yeah, the company started putting these things on there so that you could feel validated by saying it's like, are you you didn't give me the opportunity to let you know that I'm vegan when I was filling out the survey. That's kind of what it comes across.
That's exactly what it boils down to.
There's also prefer not to say.
Wrap up this point. Hold on. I want to wrap up this point. What I'm trying to get at is that regarding this specific thing, what I'm getting at is that this culture is doing as a vegan, right? They're doing that to us, right? To everybody. Yeah. They're like, we're the loud and proud kind of aspect of it is preachy and annoying. It's like, we get it. You're they, them. Oh my God, just shut up. Nobody wants to hang out with you. You know what I mean?
They say, oh, it acknowledges we exist. It's like, how oppressed are you actually? I don't think anyone's like actively beating down on you besides, I don't know, the hateful crowd, but like
or your dad
in your day-to-day life, are you like wait, what?
And if you're beating down, he's like,
way to hit that point.
And if you're so proud of it, why are you so offended when somebody gets it wrong?
And that's
because again, it's about power. That's the thing, is that it's about power and manipulation for the sake of controlling other people. That's always what it's been from the beginning. That's why they made up 70 billion different genders, right? Well, actually, the reason they created 70 billion different genders is to feel special. The same way that I talked about this with that stream.
They want to feel better than others.
Well, but yeah. Well, so what it is that like I watched this in the political sphere before it happened in this gender sphere, about how people weren't satisfied with being called Republican or Democrat because Republicans and Democrats became the same party. right? The establishment, like leadership of the left and the right, they have the same goals. They jingle different keys in front of you, but they have the same goals. So the Republicans said, you know what, dog, I'm not feeling this war in Iraq, so I'm going to split off to this other thing called libertarian, right? And then the left is like, you know what, dog, I'm going to become this progressive, right? And then those fractioned off, anarcho-capitalist, blah, blah, blah. And it just keeps getting into smaller and smaller fragments, into longer terms used to describe what you are, to these infinitely small, unique things with a string of words that describes you and what you believe, rather than, because the umbrella term doesn't work anymore, because not everybody actually believes. Let me rephrase that. Very few people actually line up on every issue that your party does in real life, right? So you split down into these smaller and smaller categories of what you identify as. And I think that that's effectively, that is a desire to feel special among everybody else, right? Yeah. By having something where you can say, oh, no, I'm not a Republican, I'm blah, 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 right? Or same with Democrat or whatever, right? And then I saw that happening in that sphere. And then I started to see it happening with the gender things. And that was like, you can make it up because they don't mean anything. You know, and it's like, oh, here we go. 28,000 of them later, you know. So, What? What am I? You know what, dog? Come on. Where's my Parmesan? What?
I have no idea.
I think that's an example of a joke. He said, these gender-obsessed peeps need a sense of humor.
Oh, no, he wants to identify as Parmesan cheese.
Yep.
Oh, okay.
I self-identify as Parmesan cheese on a cheese pizza.
The thing is, like, I'm gonna put this like this, and I'm gonna say it very clearly. All you have to do is understand that if someone believes in something, or is something to themselves, and it actually means something, and it really is deep in their soul, they're not gonna get pissed when you get it wrong. They're gonna correct you, and be polite about it because they want you to understand what they're doing. They're not going to start attacking you. So when you have someone, I mean, yes, that's true, but that right there is a sign of anger issues. But the thing is that a decent human being who, like, most people disagree with me.
Same people.
I get on Nils.
Yeah.
And the thing is that if you get upset and you start attacking these people. And because they like got your gender wrong or something, first of all, it sounds to me like you were looking way too hard for them to say it.
Yes,
and second
and
of all,
that goes back to the power. Having power over people is what they're addicted on. Because I can get you canceled. I can do this. I can do that. How dare you? You know what I mean? That's kind of the attitude that it gets to.
And I'm honestly, I hate that for anyone to have that mindset, because that right there is a literal sign of depression working in.
Yeah.
So, and I digress there.
Yeah. So I guess we should
we've been on this topic for
I was about to say, let's wrap it up because I'm starting to feel like we're circle jerking. I want to move on.
Okay,
but I will say, going into this category here, Disney claims ABC, quote, passed on well-written scripts for not being diverse enough. So I'm just going to read this part here. So Dana Walden.
Okay, let's move on from this topic. Shoot.
This is a companion to the previous thing we just discussed. Dana Walden mentioned in a panel discussion for Women in Focus, Women, Big Tech, and the Future of Hollywood, that some of their, quote, well-written scripts were turned down by ABC for not meeting their diversity standards. So this is what she had to say. Quote, I will tell you, for the first time, we received some incredibly well-written scripts that did not satisfy our standards in terms of inclusion, and we passed on them. She admitted that ABC even passed on one show about a white family that would have included a diverse cast of friends and neighbors. Pass. That's not going to get on the air anymore because that's not what our audience wants. That's not a reflection of our audience, and I feel good about the direction we're moving, she said. So it says here ABC was
their audience is the director.
Well, yeah. It says here, ABC was supposedly calling for, quote, at least 50% representation of, quote, underrepresented groups in regular and reoccurring characters. As well
Where
as
are my disabled gingers, my Islamic gingers?
Right.
Where are
So
my
that's what
blind?
that's what it comes down to. Yeah.
Yeah.
Is that
blind Japanese people, my blind white people?
I'll tell you this,
know,
okay?
50%.
So I'll tell you this, since we're kind of like not finishing the article just yet. One thing I'll say is that whenever they'll still get pissed if it's not like if these people are not put in like positions of power or stardom or something. Like you'll never see that you'll never see them get put under construction work unless they're like at just the one giving out the orders.
Oh yeah, so that was something that was really obvious to me in Punisher season 2, when they had the construction site and the troublemakers that were getting the young minority to turn to a life of crime and bullying him, 2 older white guys, you know, and I'm like, all right, guys, you're laying it on real thick here, you know.
And
then they had like the stolen valor with the guy with the NRA hat, and it's like, wow, you know, like,
yeah, for season 1 with the.
Was that season 1 or season 2?
What was season 1? Like the Jews on the internet guy.
Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
I guess maybe I'm thinking of it as season 2 because I think of season 1 as the Daredevil season 2. It
sounds like
the construction site is actually. I would think that it started out with the construction site thing. That was season 2. But the one NRA guy was in season 1.
Yeah, basically these people get all their characters from watching Mr. Medicare talking about different people, like that one guy who like he used he's like they can glow in the dark, the CIA N words, you know.
Well, look, I'm gonna recycle a previous point to get through this quicker. But you were bringing up something regarding the position of power. Yeah. Like they're not going to be the construction worker. They're going to be in charge or whatever. So I've said this about 100 times on the podcast so far, related to the fact that one of the big issues with this is that when you have minority characters, they all turn out to be Mary Sue's, because you can't give them any flaws because that's racist or sexist or transphobic or whatever.
Unless it's a minority going against a minority.
But how often does that happen?
That doesn't happen. That's not a thing. Yeah.
For example, let me put it like this, right?
Wasn't Black Panther black on black action?
Yeah, so basically
that was the most right-wing film ever made.
Yeah. Another thing, an example I'll give you, right, is of when you've got like these politically correct groups going against each other in a movie, is like, say, Charlie's Angels, that recent one where it was like a woman against an Asian man.
I don't know. Apparently you've seen it.
I haven't.
Well, because it's 2 minorities, a woman and an Asian. That
the woman's a minority.
Well, basically,
I was told that movie wasn't for me, so I didn't see it.
The movie's bad.
Well, like all I'm saying is that they are falling into a trap with this, and this is the thing. Look, I advocate for meritocracy. That's all I advocate for. Mm-hmm. I advocate for equal opportunities for people to get into the industry. I advocate for equal opportunities for characters to be engaging to the audience, for you to write characters that are engaging, and for the actors to create and convey characters that are engaging. I think that if you're bold enough to try it, occasionally it can really pull off to throw people a curveball. I thought live action Death Note L was going to be really annoying. Lakeith Stanfield pulled it off. He wasn't L, but he was a compelling character that I enjoyed watching. I really enjoyed his performance, and I think that you have to give people the opportunity to not let you down in regards to entertaining you. But the problem is that they've fallen into a trap where they aren't making entertainment anymore. They're making masturbation. They're making virtue signal vessels and pretending it's entertainment. They've lost sight of what their goal is.
They're making something that's solely a power fantasy.
Let me. I think I can just wrap it up by saying this. Rather than make content that's good and happens to star a minority lead, they're making content that stars a minority lead and hoping it's good.
It's kind of similar. Well, basically, their whole hope is that the draw.
So the whole world should be like me and become colorblind, and all this will go away.
Basically, their hope is that the minority being in the role is what will draw people to it. That's their hope.
Right. They're falling into this trap, but because they're not working on a meritocracy. If you were to work on a meritocracy, you would let in the casting room, you would let the person who conveyed the most emotion and whatever like drew out from the audience and experience that was the most compelling or whatever, you would let them have the role.
You know,
if they happen to be black, if they happen to be white, if they happen to be a woman, whatever, then whoever conveyed the best gets the job. Right.
Yeah.
But
when you know what this reminds me of? You know what this reminds me of? You know the guy who plays the Falcon in like the Captain Marvel movies and stuff. What's his name?
I don't know his name off the top of my head, but I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, he was at a panel saying something similar about like you're no longer going to see the Schwarzenegger movie. Now you're just going to see the character, even if the actor himself can't play that character that well. You know, you're only going
Anthony Mackie?
Is that his name? Yeah, that's him, Anthony Mackie. He was like, you used to go to see the Schwarzenegger movie or the Stallone movie. Now you're going to see the Falcon. You're not here to see Anthony Mackie. Even if Anthony Mackie is like the person who can portray the Falcon the best, you're not going to see him specifically. I
guess if you're in the perspective of, wow, how many times did they recast Spider-Man? Wow. How many times they recast Hulk? Wow. How many times, I guess if you're in that perspective, maybe. Yeah. Maybe you could say I don't necessarily agree. Yeah, definitely in fucking goddamn superhero movies, you're going to see Spider-Man. You're not going to see.
You're going to go see Batman.
But I disagree. I think that they're See, this is the thing: is that there are like I'll go see a movie because Samuel L. Jackson was in it. I'll go see a movie because fucking Stallone was in it.
Yeah, but it's not with.
I won't go see a movie because John Travolta's in it because every movie he's ever been in could have been better with a different actor.
Basically, what I'm getting at is that what he was saying is that now the draw of the movie is no longer like who's the actor, it's who's the hero.
So effectively, to translate that to what he really meant is you're not going to see a movie because you like the actor. You're going to see a movie because it has the right politics, because it puts a spotlight on the right skin color or whatever, or it tackles the right issue or whatever. Which is what they're trying to create. That is the world they're trying to create, a world where they can spoon feed you activism. Yeah, that's what they want. They're trying to get you to want that back, but the world.
So we're not going to go see any movies because it's all going to be.
Well, yeah, I mean it's going to suck. So anyway, yeah, I'm not gonna read the rest of this because we are already at the close to the time when I need to be thinking about getting out of here, and I want to power through some more. I just think that the future of entertainment in general, it's all downhill until they go broke and completely fall apart. And we start creating things with a diverse cast just simply because, we are a diverse nation and there are very talented people of all walks of life. But we start creating content. We start creating compelling stories that feature those characters rather than writing stories because of those characters or whatever. What's up, Reese?
But do because of what you did and not paint by numbers.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, which has always been Hollywood's problem is to try to come up with a formula to print money, and then they blame the audience when it doesn't work. That's always been their problem. Anyway, okay, so I want to discuss a couple things here, and then I've got some crazy stuff I want to jump through. I'm going to skip some of them just because I want to spend more time on them than I have time to go through. So I found an archive of this. Thank God, because I didn't think we were going to have it. Did you guys know about this, audience? Marco Albiero Art said, "Dear Discotheque Media and TMS Entertainment Japan, if you want a well-done cover of Lady Oscar or Rose of Versailles and please the fans, feel free to contact me. I am at your disposal." So he redid their cover. Now, for your viewing pleasure, I have them here so that you can see it a little bit easier. Just give me a second. There we go. Yeah, there it is. Ah, no, wrong one. I clicked on the video clip. No!
Is this our new pre-stream startup?
One.
It's the one I can't delete. Okay.
Number
so
15.
So here's the original here. This is the original.
Uh-huh.
And this is the artwork that he made. Okay. Original. His artwork.
I mean, they're not bad.
Original. Okay. Now, one more time. There's his artwork. Now, okay. So about the original, if you recall, this artwork was generated, I believe, by Eggloaf on Twitter for the release. And they had gone back and forth with Japan over and over and over again until they got it signed off, right?
Yeah.
So they actually generated fresh artwork for the release rather than use an existing artwork from the original creator or whatever, right? So,
however, Justin Savakis says in his one post, it's like they used something from screen caps from the show or something. I'm like, in what way?
well, there's a little bit
fully
more
original, or is it like I can't?
I think that was the base. Obviously, it's fully original in the sense that they drew it in a print friendly form. You can't just take stuff from the show and expect it to hold up under scrutiny with print quality stuff. So here's their response to that tweet. Now look, I'm just gonna say, Discotheque, I don't appreciate this response. I understand that they felt attacked, right? By the way, the reason I said that I found this is because this tweet's been deleted. Okay, so getting it through Wayback Machine was tricky because I had to find the actual tweet URL to find it, right? And it was a lucky situation that it actually came up at all. They said, "Our art team spent months collaborating with the creators on this cover. Thank you for the few minutes you took to modify it to your liking." To which he said, "Thanks for the reply. I didn't question the staffing time. I know the approval times, and in any case, it didn't take me a few minutes to redesign the image. Yours sincerely." So everybody tried to cancel him on this. I honestly think
And succeeded.
that Discotheque. Well, I think Discotheque is kind of butthurt over the fact that look, theirs looks like this, and what he created, arguably, is more appealing for something that if you were in Walmart and you saw this, you would sooner pick this up and buy it over this. Okay. Forhowever, the reason that Discotheques looked like this was specifically because the creators, the studio in Japan or whatever, they forced them to use the designs of the characters because this is for collection 2. So it's the characters aged up at the end of the series rather than their younger, more attractive look that he went with. Okay. So this was a little bit of drama that happened. I think this guy's a fantastic artist. I would like to show you that apparently he was hired to do the artwork for Viz for Sailor Moon for their re-release. He's actually doing a lot of work, and I'm planning to hire this individual to do my Nichijou.
Good job canceling them,
cover.
Discotheque.
Yeah, well,
Now they work
look,
for me.
I understand the position Discotheque has been in, and he came out cocky with his post, and saying like, "Hey, if you want something that the fans are actually going to like, hire me." It was cocky, right? but I also think it was meant to be playful. Maybe I have a very charitable interpretation of interactions.
Did it get you going in the right way?
Can I just say I like the
enough that I want to hire him.
Of your hero?
So can I just say that I like whoever drew that Saint Seiya picture and whatever. I like that.
That's him. That's his. Oh, you talking about this one?
Yeah, the one with the
The Denders.
The female Seiya.
Well, that's his artwork. He always like retweets the work that puts out. It's like, hey, I drew that, right?
Yeah.
Apparently, there's a show called Lolly Rock.
Lolly Rock.
That's a little weird. What is this? I don't even want to know. Which bitch? What?
Which?
Oh, which bitch?
What corners of the
How come we
internet
didn't
is
get any
this
of
guy
these?
finding this work?
I don't know. They're probably releases for other countries, or maybe Witch and Bitch and Lolly Rock are his own dojins. I don't know. Anyway, so yeah, I'll look forward to in the future when I have a website up for what do you call it? OCA Podcast merch, and we get that on there. Thank you. All right, so
Question,
I pulled this
real quick.
out of the doc from last podcast. The Shadows House. Actually, I think you guys did cover this, and FDM is like, I have no idea what that is, and you're like, that show that the AC is always talking about. Yeah,
the blackface one.
Yeah, the blackface show. Yeah, so this is what the Blu-ray is going to look like in Japan, at least. Still haven't watched it.
When you get a chance, if you want to look, when you AC get a chance, check out the ending. It's it's in this article. Scroll up just a little bit. Up.
Oh yeah, the ED.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, no, the opening that I saw on Sonkaku Complex. I've been really tempted to show all the articles that they do that are literally just a bunch of animated GIFs of moments from the show. But I've been holding back just for time because we are getting real behind on stuff. So, but yeah, it looks freaking great.
The ending is so good.
Yeah, I'm very intrigued by this, and I want to watch it. Anyway, so Manga UK officially rebrands to Funimation starting April 19th. So that was yesterday. So no more do we get this fancy face on Twitter. It is now Manga Funimation. No, it's just Funimation.
Oh, it's called Manga
that's
Funimation?
No,
I was going to say,
because
because it would
Funimation.
be mildly confusing if Funimation had a UK branch and it's like, oh yeah, Funimation's releasing insert series we don't actually have in the West.
It's probably
So
gonna
that
be
would be
Funimation UK or something like that. I don't know. But basically it's because I think Manga UK probably had a streaming
They were
thing
acquired
in the
by
UK.
Funny, and
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So anyway, so Funimation has announced that one of its acquired international brands in Manga UK, the seminal English publisher and distributor of Japanese animation over the past 3 decades in the UK and abroad, will begin the rebranding process from its iconic brand to the Funimation brand for home video and cinema, along with its website and social media presence, starting on April 19th in the UK and Ireland. For anime fans of a certain age, the manga entertainment brand conjures up memories of stylized, action-heavy anime that not only represented the best of an era in the animation in animation in the 90s, but also marked the beginning of mainstream visibility for a medium that was previously limited to scattered film screenings or even rare TV broadcasts. With the publisher known for its heavy television marketing on late-night television, MTV, and the early incarnation of the Sci-Fi Channel in the U.S., which broadcasts various titles from the early to late 90s, blah, blah, blah. This is much less interesting than I thought. Here we go. However, Manga UK's true impact on the anime would be felt in 1995 with the release of Ghost in the Shell feature film. Manga UK, why are you acting like it was Manga UK and not Manga Entertainment in the US that did all these things? Manga UK stepped in with funding and has contributed the English dub along with the English ending credit soundtrack, which marked the beginning of a modern era of Western companies directly contributing to the production. Oh, okay. So what they're saying here is that the English ending. Yeah. So who gives a shit? You changed the credits. Nobody liked that you did that. Anyway, following Ghost in the Shell, Manga Entertainment continue. Is it Manga Entertainment or Manga UK? You keep interchangeably using them. Continue to release more notable anime, such as the Evangelion feature film End of Evangelion, before the company was split in two. Here we go. Owing to the U.S. arm being purchased in 2004 in a series of acquisitions between conglomerates IDT, Liberty Media, and current owner Lionsgate, operating independently. The U.S. arm went dormant in 2011 after its last major acquisition, the lavishly animated feature film Redline, produced by Madhouse.
We need to make our
that
own
was such a
anime
major
company.
flop. Yeah.
We need to make our own anime company that's called Lionsgate, just cause.
You know what's gonna happen? What's gonna happen is Lionsgate Entertainment is gonna make an anime version of American Psycho. That's what's gonna happen. Calling it now.
I don't think so.
I'm trying to decide if I would have a problem with that or not.
Have you seen the original movie for American Psycho? That shit was crazy.
I'm actually not a fan of Christian Bale.
Movie for American Psycho. Are you talking about the Alfred Hitchcock Psycho or the
no. American Psycho with Patrick Bates?
Yeah, with the Christian Bale one. You don't say that's the original. That's a remake kind of thing.
Well, no, the movie American Psycho was an adaptation of the book.
Okay.
So are you telling me that the American Psycho film with Christian Bale is an adaptation of the same source material that got turned into Alfred Hitchcock's Psycho?
No. Basically, there was a book called American Psycho.
Okay, I didn't think they were related, but then you got me all confused, and I was thinking about it.
There might have been some like inspiration from the original Psycho, but
anyway. Yeah, interesting. So since then, the UK arm focused exclusively on anime and theatrical releases in the UK, becoming known for lavish home video collector's editions and theatrical screenings for major anime films with the cooperation of the former Animatsu Entertainment, all lowercase. That's always a good look for a brand.
Yeah, like Footnum.
That's like when your night is getting amorous with your lady, and you unzip your pants and you're still flaccid.
Is that called your enemy?
Stand proud with a capital title.
Standing proud, full mast.
Half.
I'm embracing the penis memes on this podcast. The title, all the articles.
You're embracing it with open arms or open hearts.
Harry, whose name I've just realized refers to his pubes. Moving on.
By the way, do we want to address chat? Because there's a part where Random 11 says you skipped a bunch of comments, and everything after that I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, so I want to get through this real quick.
Speedrun style.
We got
and then I'll address chat, and then I'm probably gonna have to skip a lot of I'll stay up, whatever. Okay. Here we go.
There's a whole bunch of stuff here.
I'm just predicting the Resident Evil.
I really don't want to own that limited edition.
Are you going into stuff that you've been buying or something?
No, we're going through what's coming out. These are pre-orders. Tell me when to stop, because I feel like I don't know where. Oh no, it's past this. Listeners. They're talking about you, audience. Isekai Quartet Season 2.
Keep going.
White Cat Project Zero.
I know we had a bleach. We had a bleach
set
that was
Dog.
Today.
Flesh for the Beast.
Where the hell is it?
Akihabara at Deep.
Hold on.
7 of 7.
We did that one.
Paper Tigers. That's where we left off.
Oh, no, but there was a bleach set that was added today.
What is the set for June?
I think I got it. Or no, that was One Piece. Find it. Find it.
It's on. It must be on the next page. Go to the next page.
Isn't this one missing from the page, or did I completely miss it when you clicked it?
Which one?
The one in private chat that I sent you.
Oh.
You know, the guy who did Blade of the Immortal? I think that's what it did.
Listen to me, girls.
Okay. Well,
What?
I'm just gonna
No.
start. I'm gonna start, and then we'll backtrack on that Bleach one.
Oh, wait.
Okay, Final Fantasy VII Advent Children 4K HDR 2K Blu-ray. So, number one, they really are proud of this image apparently because it's on every goddamn release.
Yeah.
Now 4K, is it real 4K, or is it we upscaled
4K.
your 1080p thing and
Well, was the
content?
1080p even 1080p, or was that just frickin' an upscale 480p when they made the Blu-ray? Because if they if they
do you think you can
natively
upscale 480p to 4K and have it not be obvious?
No.
So the 1080p, if they natively rendered that out, I'm sure they could natively render out the 4K.
What if they made Final Fantasy VII Advent Children remake? They just use the models
In
from
4K.
Jeez.
In 4K, but they use the original Final Fantasy VII game
Okay.
models, and it's just like 4K polygons.
The polygons would have polygons.
Let's see. Wait a minute. Oh, so you have to have.
Didn't
Okay.
Didn't they? They've already remade that movie twice, haven't they?
What?
Or was it just once? The Final Fantasy Advent Children movie.
They have a director's cut. Ultimate edition or whatever.
the complete edition, which you can see right there on the cover.
Not that good. The added stuff. Way
Plunderer
more
Part
Denzel
2.
than anybody needed. So the Plunderer, is this any good or is it trash?
I haven't seen
like
enough.
that.
Well, they have the girl from Food
Does
Wars.
it have
apparently.
almost
No,
Nazis in
they
it?
do have
Yes.
they do have Meat, don't they?
Look, yeah, on the right you have Food Wars girl.
Which one are you talking about?
The
dark
meat
skin
girl.
one?
With the white hair.
No, no.
big
Boobs
white-
McGee?
That looks more like that one girl from that really garbage anime Hajime de no Gal.
Oh, you
Are,
mean
are
the
you
best
just
friend?
assuming
My
all
first-
tanned girls look alike?
My first
Oh.
girlfriend is a gal.
Well, I mean, here's the thing: the meat girl from Food Wars isn't that like it doesn't have white hair.
Yeah, she has blonde hair.
You know, I adore
fool
this
me.
logo except for the font used for Breakwater that I hate with a passion.
Oh god. It looks like a really cheap, like just like the kind of thing a really cheap company would do.
All right, Brad.
Yeah.
I challenge you. 20 seconds. What is wrong with that font?
I want to know why.
I just don't like it.
It
Aesthetically,
looks like SpongeBob.
It looks like they.
SpongeBob.
It literally looks like they drew it on a napkin.
It looks like they had a child draw it.
Like the K is like a whole different.
Animal.
thickness
So
than,
so can I just read the title, right? Read the title. Diary of Our Days at the Breakwater, the complete season, featuring SpongeBob from SpongeBob SquarePants.
That's why they
It's got
use
the
colors.
Nickelodeon fish.
Yeah,
Or
Nickelodeon
Nickelodeon.
fish with the SpongeBob yellow and the blue surrounding it.
I want to know.
Diary of Jane. Dogs.
I want to know if this is an initial release. I want to know if they're going to be phasing out a slipcover for this release. Or if
Yeah,
that's-
it is. Lashansky just said, so Diary of Our Days in the Breakwater gets no slipcover, and I'm sure they're phasing it out, which I'm actually mildly okay with because it means
Yeah,
I don't have
seriously.
to stress about, oh, do I get the slipcover version?
Yeah. No, I'm very thrilled about this. Okay, so cute girls doing cute things.
show
in
is
anime
really
number
good.
12. Oh, yeah, I bet it's great. Can't wait
This
to watch
looks
it.
really good.
Cute girls fishing.
Yes.
Art.
With an
What the
E
hell?
to be more
I hate
artistic.
that they. Oh, it's art. It's art. So let's put it in a fucking frame.
Art not final. Art not final. The anime.
Arte, not final.
Yep.
Arte art not final.
I swear to God, that needs to be the actual picture.
I'm so easily amused. All right. Yeah, I'll watch this one. Moving on. This I don't really want. Oh, I hate this font.
You don't want? Is it because Monica Rial?
I don't think the character is has an appealing design to begin with. This specific drawing of it feels like they took the character into Photoshop with the liquefy tool and made the boobs even bigger, which is okay.
Well,
Like,
no,
you know,
here's
it's just
what
a
they
bad.
did.
I know for a fact that this is the Blu-ray
Yeah.
or the Japanese.
Here's what they
Blu-ray
did,
Volume
right?
1.
Yeah, here's what they did. They stretched it out, so her boobs aren't bigger; they're longer.
Yeah.
No, that
So,
is the
I
most most powerful bra on the planet.
I like this image better than this one.
Yeah, because
That's
this
my
doesn't
number
tell you
one
what
complaint.
the show is. This one does.
So, yeah, okay. So look, I like this logo.
Am I muted again?
I hate this stupid, like, I'm saying it. My hand's up by my mouth, so let's put a text box like I'm saying it.
It's probably because they decided to give Uzaki such a big presence onto the cover. They're like, we have to go vertical, but there's not enough space for the logo.
Basically, the real reason why the other one works
Guys,
so
am I
much
muted
better.
again?
No,
I mean, now you aren't.
So the reason why this one works, okay, is because of the cat dick in the box.
Yeah.
I hated that cat in the show. I love cats, but I hated that cat.
I hate cats, and I like that one.
He surgically
God.
replaced his dick with the cat box.
That's the main thing here, is that I don't expect to really like this show, but I know when it's in my collection, I want to see this cat face instead of Uzaki.
Here's the thing. People, one, overreacted over her model, and two, the show is not good.
It doesn't strike me like I never looked at this character and thought that's a waifu right there. I haven't watched any of this though, so maybe it's good. I'm just saying, it doesn't appeal to me.
You guys know me well enough to know that I just make the comment. The whole show is about her boobs.
Yeah.
No.
And yet it doesn't. It pretty much is. Every decent reference is something towards her. I mean, for the love of God. And all I'm just trying to say is...
Did you even watch the show?
Yes, I did, and I felt like that's all they referenced, because it's the only parts that they really made issue of, other than their relationship, which they just threw in.
I know the people online read about it, about her boobs, but I don't think the show was all that prominent about it. They just went on with the daily life.
Mm-hmm.
So honestly, at some point I'll probably watch it, but I'm not thrilled with the design of the case. I'm not
thrilled because it looks exactly like the color they used for "And You Never Thought There Was a Girl Online's" LE. So it looks like
does.
So I have a question. When you're going through that list, is it all new releases?
Yeah, it's sorted by recently added.
Okay, because
it does not do by recently added, because that
it's sorted
just added today.
Okay, because I basically what I was just gonna say, I saw like stuff like, for example, To Love Ru Darkness, which has been out for so long, and I was like, wait, is that really a new release? Are they still?
It is, because it's a dub now.
It's a dub now. Yeah. So it's sorted by release date, which is why this one ended up coming in later, because it got added late. But the release date is earlier than something we've already covered. So anyway, you guys want to say something about Bleach set 11?
Yeah, go to the bottom. Episodes 280 to 202 or 308. So they have 2 collections left, if math serves me right. Or wait, no, is it 2?
Yep.
Yeah, it should be 2.
366.
Yeah, 366, and I think it's around 266 that it was starting to be full HD, like a native HD. So I pre-ordered set 10, but not set 9.
Well, we'll see.
Just to test it out.
Okay, Close Uzaki. You guys have anything to say about One Piece Season 11
is One
Voyage
Piece
3?
Still comboed with this voyage thing?
Gleipnir.
It's going to be a metallic slipcover, apparently.
Is this character
let me down?
Why would they do that? Is this character important enough?
Lance says the show let him down, so you shouldn't buy it for the fancy slipcover. Is that why they give it a fancy slipcover? Because it's a bad show?
I think the reason why she's on the spine of the cover is probably because
she's practically the main character at this point. She's the driving force in the show, pretty much. This show literally let me down. I had a lot of high hopes for this. My roommate experienced it.
They should have had the bear costume thing on the spine.
Basically,
about it let
basically
you
the
down?
show was like
Danganronpa.
Five Nights at
Ronpa.
Freddy's gone wrong, but not.
Oh
God,
god,
so
Five
shit.
Nights at Freddy's with Danganronpa. Is that what
It's
it is?
basically
In a way, yeah.
it's Five Nights at Freddy's with an anime girl turning her ass towards you.
And look,
Sounds
Well,
like
now
a good
you
time
have
to
to
me.
buy it.
I'm not going to spoil it, but I'm going to make my last comment on it because I'm trying to.
Spoiler:
Trying
she
to
doesn't
behave
turn
here.
your ass towards it.
The whole show revolves around boy in center and girl in tank top on left,
Okay.
Mm.
and
She's
all
not actually in a tank top.
It's not
Whatever
tank
she
top,
is.
it's just a
It's a
t-shirt.
Okay,
She's wearing
she's
booty
in a
cutter. She's
muffler.
got booty cutter shorts.
You're wrong. Your opinion is wrong now.
She's got
The
Okay.
two
booty
left
cutter shorts.
characters.
Next.
Okay. Yeah, I want to get to the.
I'm done.
Okay.
Boom. Sorry. Classics for version of Vision of Escaflowne. Boom. All Out Essentials. Who cares? Classics for Tenchi Muyo War on Geminar.
That's great for real.
Probably not actually an anime Batman movie.
Oops.
Nothing so far has ever like
Batman
come
Ninja sequel.
basically nothing so
Go back
far
to
has
Adam
ever
West Batman.
when
I'll be
it
interested.
when it comes to Batman, nothing has ever like surpassed for me the Mask of the Phantasm.
The Mask of the Batman
yeah.
Ninja, which is
The Mask.
actually a samurai.
What was the Red
Do you think
Hood
Backgammon
one?
was a
That was an
hentai?
okay one, but
Under the Red Hood,
yeah.
and also Death in the
Listeners,
Family. What
Alright,
the fuck,
continue.
listeners? Listeners aren't not final the anime.
Yep.
That is well put in there.
It's
you know,
no longer
the thing
the
that I'm
complete
most
series.
annoyed with
Called
Funimation
Art Not
Slate
Final.
is that it's like so many of these have a spine. There's like, oh, why'd you get the? Oh, that's not a save edition. You know,
Yeah.
That's the only one I know
That's
of
what-
that's not a save that has that.
Essentials, certain magical index.
Yeah.
Isekai Quartet 2. Oh,
I
looks
don't
like
even
it still has a
I've never
sitcom.
even watched Isekai Quartet. So.
Was Quintet the one where it was? Was that season 3 when they added Shield Hero?
Season 2. Season 3 hasn't aired yet.
Oh, okay. So this one has Shield Hero.
Yep.
I don't see
He's on the back.
Shields.
Go on the back. He's in one of the pictures on the back. Oop, nope. The screen
No.
caps. Screen cap.
Ooh, Reese just.
Oh, well, that's him though, right? Isn't it?
Audio
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah,
That's
Nafumi.
on mine.
Now Fumi.
All right, moving on.
And I think if
Uh,
I remember right, two of the characters from that one show, overpowered but overly cautious,
Yeah.
or whatever.
I
I
have
love that.
They make a cameo appearance in one episode for like 2 lines,
Cautious
and that's
Hero?
it.
Damn it. Well,
Alright,
that's great.
So okay.
This looks like Hippie Garden, the anime. I don't feel
Thank
compelled to watch it.
We'll
Best
definitely
anime,
spend 10
Devil
hours talking
Dog.
about Devil Dog, the Hound of Hell. And Flesh for the Beast.
Another top
Tsukiko's
anime.
Curse. Okay, Akihabara at Deep, which looks
Quite
cringe.
deep.
And then we're caught up, and then you had Wave Listen to Me. added
Yeah, I
here.
think that's isn't that Blade of the Immortal Author's other thing?
I can't
I don't know.
remember.
We talked about it when we were solicited like a month ago.
Are these guys
It was
twins?
solicited
Like,
a month ago because
geez.
this is June, right? And you guys were just looking at the
we
June.
we
slate,
talked
right?
about it. We talked about it in the "This is a thing." It's an anime capacity, I believe.
I think I
Wait,
mentioned how it
we
had
just
a
went
dub.
through the July stuff.
I don't even know. Okay. I want to catch up on the chat, and then it's already the time I'm supposed to go to bed because I have work in the morning. But I'm going to power through a couple articles with you guys. Let me. Where
Are we
do
gonna
we
want
leave
to
at?
push? Are we gonna want to push the JoJo
Good luck.
discussion?
Fuck. Okay, let me just. The entire point of me doing a podcast today was I wanted to not have this beast of amount of articles to come back to. So I want to.
Let's just toss them out and just not do them.
Some of them are short. I want to just at least knock them out so that I can, so that I don't feel so bad.
Just go through the ones that are short
Okay.
and save the
Look,
long
real
ones
quick,
for later.
Real quick. I am incredibly stressed out currently with the 2 full-time jobs because of one of the projects that I'm doing for the editing stuff. But that should be finished and off the plate by next podcast. So It's rough right now. It should get better. Still taking up a lot of my time. But
2 full-time.
needless to say, I want to make next podcast. If Hollow guests, I don't want to go through all this shit. So let's just Reese, if you want to skim the articles and find, or not the articles, the chat, find out where we left off and see if there's anything that looks like I definitely should have addressed it and given people the feeling of recognition.
I'll tell you this.
I'll
tell you this. Somebody asked everybody how you're doing, so you could just.
That was Danny.
Yeah, that's where we left off, I think.
Oh God, where
Danny saying how you doing?
Oh, yeah, speaking of Danny and Dan, thank
you. Sorry,
Dan.
This is the one I look at. I'm trying to brush through this, and I see this. You're letting me down, AC. I'm assuming this is like you're not reading my comments.
Hold on,
you didn't notice me, Senpai.
Okay, I see where you're at, but I don't see Danny's. He must be way up there.
Okay. Yeah, I was just there. Okay.
Sorry, everybody, if we missed you. We'd probably. Yeah.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna jump into these real quick. So, this is a thing. Check this video out. Really amazing commercial for Pocari Sweets. Absolutely breathtaking. Completely practical. No CG in it whatsoever. They built. I mean, the images aren't loading. This is real. This is happening for real in the video. The corridor is shaking and like twisting. Not twisting. It's rippling like a wave. Amazing. There's a behind the scenes. You can watch how they did it. Absolutely incredible. Moving on.
Yeah.
That's really all I want to say about that because I don't have time. Prolific pantsuit thief had a collection of 424 pantsuit. Here's a short one. Yet another thief was caught in the act.
He got four too many.
Yeah.
And we all know 4 means death.
Basically, yes. Snoop Dogg is disappointed.
Yet another thief was caught in the act and had his gargantuan collection exposed, with this particular criminal managing to amass 424 pairs of women's pantsuit and certain to have many wondering what sick acts he would do with them. 30-year-old electrical worker Takahiro Kubo was said to have appeared at a home in Saga Prefecture's Saga City last month. The suspect was aiming to steal a pair of panties, pair of panties that was hanging out to dry. However, the family present at the house photographed his crime using a smartphone, causing him to flee the scene. Thanks to the photo uncovering his motive and intent, police were able to identify the suspect, and they have since arrested Kubo. Upon searching his residence, Kubo was found to be in possession of over 424 pairs of colorful women's undergarments and bras, assumed to have also been stolen by the master thief, and he's admitted to each act of theft. Okay, that was lame. Sorry, that was a lame one. Moving on. The good one. The good one's coming up. Genius thief's plans of stealing and swapping out women's shoes foiled.
What?
A clever thief who put a great deal of effort into concocting the perfect scheme to prevent his capture has unfortunately been found out, as he was stealing women's shoes and replacing them with identical footwear so the victims would hopefully not notice.
What the fuck?
Probably possessing an uncontrollable fetish for feet and women's footwear, 33-year-old company employee Hiroaki Katsu was accused of stealing pumps belonging to a 23-year-old female music teacher in Nagoya and replacing them with shoes of the same type, color, and size to try and cover up his crime. Not long after, the victim found her shoes had become rather uncomfortable, strangely choosing to contact the police over this matter and ultimately leading to Katsu's crimes being exposed. Can you imagine? Like, damn.
You went through all that trouble.
Why does it feel like these? I broke in my shoes. They feel brand new. I gotta call the police. Yeah.
That is like so fucking retarded like levels of crime.
Katsu admitted to filching the teacher's shoes, and an investigation of his home had police uncovering 20 pairs of women's footwear, ranging from boots to high heels, loafers, and sandals. Authorities suggested the criminal planned out his act in advance by purchasing the right shoes before then stealing and swapping out the aromatic footwear of his target. I mean, that's dedication that we should all applaud.
This guy,
he's
spent
still
half his life at a fucking shoe store because he knows every brand and how to look at them and tell what they're wearing.
Right? Like,
look
you know, like he's such a connoisseur. He can just like a girl walks by, Reebok size 4. You know,
You bought them at a Payless. They have the sticker on the inside.
Smells them. He's like, I can tell you who manufactured these. Okay, so a petition to allow students to choose what they wear to school gathers almost 19,000 signatures. I am not going to read this, but there's a couple things I'd like to know. I haven't actually read it at all. I would like to, but I just, for the sake of time, I won't. So 19,000 is the exact number I remember from when we covered the Coup2 movement. Do you guys remember hashtag Coup2?
No,
It was really. The thing about women in Japan not wanting to be forced to wear high heels to work. So I bet you these are all the same people of those 19,000.
You know what's funny? As someone who grew up around a bunch of girls, I fully support them in not wanting to wear fucking high heels.
Oh, I don't care. I mean, that's fine with me as long as you're not stopping other women from being able to wear them.
Yeah.
But the sad thing about this is, can you imagine how different anime is going to get when the school scenes, they have to design different clothes for each character?
Oh, man.
The artists are going to go to the thing where you can't see anyone in the background. It's only the main characters.
So basically, public schools in Japan will no longer regulate Czech students' underwear color.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I've had a partial rant on this before. I won't touch.
So this has been like 3 or 4 weeks in the making, and then this one's been 2 weeks. The follow up on it that I want to cover: line up in the hall, open your shirts, show your bras. Real instructions from one Japanese school. So we're gonna cover these. Let me pull up a couple more just so we know what we've got ahead of us, and we'll decide right now together which ones we're gonna.
There was also one not too long ago where they were like checking these girls' scalps, like they were a bunch of them like magnifying.
Scalping some young Japanese girls,
pretty much. This is some fucked up shit.
All right, I'm gonna. God, there's so many I want to cover. Okay, so one we have to cover right now because I can't let the podcast that's been so phallic. Revolving around penises,
Nigerian,
not have this one. So, okay, I want to acknowledge real quick. This article has disappeared. I have an archive of it. I don't know why it disappeared. It's possible that it's not fully accurate and it was taken down. You can search for it on Sankaku Complex, and a search result does come up. But when you click on it, it has like a broken link or something. Okay. So as soon as it loads. Actually, I'm going to try a different one real quick just because we can knock it out because it's short. And growth.
Edgar Allan Poe.
My internet. Okay, good. 18-meter tapeworm extracted from raw beef eating Thai man.
Jeez.
Oh.
Think about that. 18 meters. 2 meters is 6 feet.
Oh my god. Oh.
So, do you think that's 2 or 3 rolls of scotch?
4.
Oh my
Negligence
god.
and lack of medical concern has potentially led to this abominably grotesque occurrence as an 18-meter long tapeworm was extracted from the body of an old Thai man, one said to be the longest recorded in Thailand in 50 years.
See, they aren't all short.
Is it the Guinness World Record?
This is a record you don't have.
Suffering from extreme flatulence and agony of the stomach region, the 67-year-old Thai man handed over a stool sample while at a hospital in Isan province in Nong Khai, which was found to contain a staggering 28 eggs belonging to some sort of creature.
Jeez.
taking the deworming medicine prescribed to him before bed in an attempt to evict the unwanted companion. The man found the worm was evacuating his body come the morning. Like, was it like trying to get out of his butt?
Just wiggling out.
I don't understand how this works. Can anybody elucidate me on how the worms decide to leave?
I don't even
come out your
I
eyes?
think they do. I've heard different stories, none of them pleasant.
I've heard that if you starve yourself and hold a piece of food in front of your mouth, that they'll jump out at the food.
I have never
heard that. I don't know if that's true.
I've heard that
so many times in high school that it's probably a lie.
That sounds like fake news.
Yeah. Okay, so it is suggested the man perhaps acquired the pest, known as, I don't even want to try that, by consuming raw beef, as the research center where his stool was tested claimed the parasite afflicting him is usually contracted in such a manner. Quote, we have suggested that the patient's family also have medical tests to find out whether they had parasites, as they are also at risk. We warned them not to continue consuming raw meat, as that is one of the main causes of having parasites in the body. These parasites can live in humans for more than 30 years. However, currently, they do not survive very long because better medication is available. But this tapeworm was very long.
Oh my God.
Look at that shit.
Oh.
He says, look at that shit, and shows a picture of a tapeworm.
Yeah, pretty nasty. All right.
God.
So now, hopefully,
burn it with fire.
Well, actually,
Literally.
I'm glad that I'm listening to this part of the podcast.
18-year-old man stabbed to death for protesting a car blasting loud music in Kamakura. How long is this? Okay, I'm powering through it. Police are searching for the whereabouts of 3 men who fled the murder scene by car. On March 27th at around 4:10 a.m., 18-year-old Yokohama resident Joe Takamine was stabbed in Kamakura City, Kanagawa Prefecture. He was transported to the hospital but succumbed to his wounds 1.5 hours later. According to authorities, Takamine and a friend were walking on the sidewalk next to a prefectural road around 500 meters south of... Okay, who gives a shit? Blah, blah, blah. A passenger car drove by them while blasting excessively loud music in the early morning hour, after which Takamine yelled, "Turn it down!" She's a cunny. The car circled the back around, and 3 unknown men got out. They began a verbal assault on the 2 teenagers, which swiftly escalated into a physical altercation. Takamine engaged 2 of the men, while his friend engaged a third in fellatio, culminating in Takamine being stabbed in the back several times. Kamakura is a popular tourist destination south of Tokyo, known for its great... Who gives a shit? You just have to throw a damn image in there? Locals in the nearby residential area phoned emergency services to report hearing yelling and seeing a man collapse. By the time the police arrived, the 3 men had already fled the scene by car in the western direction. The knife used to stab Takamine was discovered not far away from the scene of the crime. Takamine's friend was unharmed throughout the ordeal because he was filleting. Authorities are treating the incident as a homicide case and are currently investigating local security cameras in their search for the 3 missing suspects. All right. Well, that was less entertaining than I thought, but whatever. At least it was short. Okay. Here we go. Come on, load. Pakistani migrant bids judge hand over 14-year-old girl.
And we got a picture of Genshin Impact.
There you go. In an incident that could only be seen as normal in the coronavirus era, I don't know. I don't understand that. A migrant from Pakistan was arrested after he viciously broke into an asylum center in France to retrieve a 14-year-old girl, with the criminal also demanding the girl in his court trial. The 36-year-old Pakistani man forced his way into an asylum reception home in France's RHYS, I don't know how to pronounce that, whilst wielding a knife with the intent of taking the girl away, who was residing in the department alongside her family. Thankfully, the migrant did not harm anyone and was deftly restrained by the girl's family members. The family also rejected the man's advances. Why is that in quotes? Oh, God.
That's like the assumption is the family normally would accept.
The mentally unstable criminal explained he was making sure the confused young girl had not, quote, found another man. Whilst in court, the migrant let his intent be known as he exclaimed, Mr. President, this is like, Your Honor, Your Honor,
Mr. President.
Are you going to give me the girl? What I want is the girl. It's like, look, there must be a misunderstanding here. I didn't want a court date. I wanted the girl. I didn't want to go to jail. I wanted the girl. Clearly, there's been a horrible misunderstanding.
Heard of shotgun wedding?
I be castrated. I wanted the girl.
The judge is basically like, "What do you want with the girl? She can't be married off against her will, right?" And he's like,
"Well, here's what he says."
I don't want the girl now.
In a rebuttal, the judge asked what the migrant was planning to do should the girl refuse to marry him, as she cannot be married off against her will, leading to the Pakistani man responding with, "I'm Pakistani, she's Russian, France is nothing." Like, what
nothing.
the fuck is that even mean?
Was he trying to rhyme that?
Look, Judge, 2 plus 4 is orange.
2 plus 4 equals 5.
Handed a guilty verdict instead of his coveted underage bride, the Pakistani man will be residing in prison for merely 3 years.
Residing.
Well, at least she'll still be underage when he gets out.
Oh my!
Well, assuming
Oh,
well, in 3 years, that's 17,
age.
right? So assuming the legal age is like the legal age may actually be 17.
Yeah, the joke was that he was only going after her because she was underage. Like so
that's exactly
when
why
he gets out of prison. Yeah,
he's like she's not
there'll be
underage
a new
anymore.
14-year-old. Yeah, I should have said I'm sorry for all of the 9-year-olds or whatever who are
all the 9-year-old gamers in the chat.
I feel sorry for all the 9-year-old girls who will be 14 by the time he gets out or whatever. Was it 3 years? 3 years. Okay, all the 11-year-old girls are gonna be his age range. All right, here we go. China retrieves 7,000 plus human penises.
Why is there a picture of Hosho Marin in the fucking thing? I recognize the VTuber right away. Why is she there? What is wrong with you?
I mean, it's better than a severed penis. Right?
Yeah, but does Hosho Marin collect Nigerian penises or something? Like what?
I think it has to do with the Nigerian, pirate ship or whatever.
That's a different kind. Hey, buddy, look, that's a different kind of dick picking.
Chinese authorities have put a stop to what has been described as the largest seizure of human organs in history, as 7,221 penises were retrieved from a Nigerian ship, bound to have individuals not at all curious as to what wicked purpose they were meant for. Okay.
Well, all I have to say is
Guys?
Oprah was wrong. Because do you remember that time she was trolled into saying over 9,000 penises?
Hosho
What?
Marin?
Who?
Yeah.
Oprah.
I'm guessing what he's
Oprah Winfrey?
Yeah,
I'm not aware of this.
She was trolled into saying over 9,000 penises. I think it was like raping people in America or something like that. But it was a huge troll.
That sounds amazing.
Oh man.
But think about this,
Been all my
guys.
life.
Think about this. It's described as the largest seizure of human organs in history,
Not the largest size.
and they're all penises.
Oh man. I guess it's a delicacy to cannibals then.
So here's the question.
Here.
Should we get never mind.
When
says
somebody
here.
tells you to eat a bag of dicks, they're taking it a little bit too far.
It's probably like going to some Saudi prince. He's like, "Why? I was sending a message."
You know what's funny?
You ruined it.
It was my
Now Ahmed knows.
it was my tribute to the prince.
He was
If there were
supposed
this
to
many
wake
people
up
getting
with
their
them in
dicks
his
cut off,
bed.
don't you
We
think
were
we'd have
making
heard about it by
fun of
now?
him.
Yeah.
How the hell do they collect all these?
They
So it says here-
they kill them, cut them off, and then put them in ice, probably.
I don't
It says
want
here.
to know. I mean, you would assume, like, How were they preserved? Were they preserved? Were they frozen?
Well, I'm going to read it. Said to be of African origin, the penises. Nobody uses in the spelling, like when you were a kid and you look up penis in the dictionary, and it shows you the plural is peni, penes or whatever.
Because my friends and I joke about that. They're peni and ani.
Anyway, so said to be of African origin, the penises were found in a refrigerated freight container and packed in 36 boxes labeled as plantains.
Oh no,
Peter, these are plantains. Do you remember that episode of Family Guy where Peter's shamed by the size of his penis being smaller than Chris's?
So basically, what this is, it's basically a scheme to provide penis replacements for white dudes.
Yes.
Guys, were these all going to end up on the shelf at Walmart?
So, packed in 36 boxes labeled as plantains on a ship that came from Lagos in Nigeria. The authorities were made aware of the detached phalluses thanks to an anonymous informant. Yeah, some guy who got his dick cut off and survived. Chinese customs officers searched the cargo ship after it docked at the Shanghai port and arrested 8 individuals who were present. The Chinese General Administration of Customs, Li Wu, that's his real name, noted that dangerous African groups have taken part in the grotesque business of organ trafficking to build up profits, saying, quote, "Yeah, these organs are common commodities now, but they were certainly harvested in unsanitary conditions or contaminated at some point. So we can't let them out on the Chinese market."
Meaning they normally would let them out.
Well, you see, if these were not in a banana container labeled plantains, but were actually, hermetically sealed or something, yeah, I'd let them go on the street because everybody's got to get a bigger dick these days.
Everybody's got to get a taste of dick these days, man.
Look, guys, everyone wants a piece of that pie, but who wants a piece of this dick?
Look at this. We know that penises from Libya and Sudan fetch a higher price than those from other African war zones, but can't presume of their origin before the end of the investigation. Jesus.
How do they know the price of buying?
Oh my God! So
well, it's the supply and demands. Like the demand.
Look, we were expecting.
Not tell me this is where all the freaking dildos come from that you find on Amazon.
Start investing in the penis market now.
Yeah, he's like, we were expecting a shipment from Sudan and Libya, but we can't know for sure these are grade A penises. We need to investigate.
And basically, the next part of the article is saying they compared the organs to illegal drugs in terms of monetary value.
Yeah, Wu compared the organs to illegal drugs in terms of monetary value and asserted that penises of this size can accrue $160,000 each on the black market, making the total load equate to about $1.15 billion.
Well, what are they going to do with the penises? Like, are they going to sell them as, gotta use them?
Here's the thing. Hold on.
The black penis market is pretty lucrative these days.
Were these penises all erect or flaccid? Because some people are showers and some are growers. How do they know?
Did they maintain their form? Did they freeze it while it was erect?
No.
They laminated.
I think it's called smaller.
They dipped it in wax.
Oh God! Maybe they've got a picture that accompanies each one on a Polaroid.
Do they have a picture of the donor? Like, what's this guy look like? I want to know who it comes from.
I want to know who the owner of this penis used to be. Does it have a barcode?
Yeah. What we really need to realize is that this is how dildos are actually made.
That's what I was bringing up earlier. Please do
not
tell me
cut
this is all
people's dicks off and then they wax them and then there you go.
Yeah.
Wow.
And they're all those like solid vibrators that you can find. Nah, man, they're just these dicks that have been painted into the freaking vibrator rod shop.
Oh man,
it feels like the real thing. Yeah, no shit.
Li Wu also said that such trafficking may become more frequent due to more of the aforementioned armed groups in Africa pursuing organ selling as their primary means of funding their operations. So you know when in hentai the genitals are weirdly drawn a completely different shade than the rest of the body. We found who these are going to.
No, we didn't just find out who these are going to.
These
We
are
found out
artistic
who's
reference
making
pieces.
Are
these studios
since
about women?
2002,
Like
I love
they're
this.
all women?
Since 2002, humanoid penises were a part of as many as 9 cases, though the haul obtained in this incident was of a quantity 4 times more than the amount seized over the past 18 years. So, hold up.
God. This is
This has been going on for a long time.
Secretly, the war in Iraq and Afghanistan was for the penises the whole time. The oil was just, that was the, hey, everybody, look over here. Now get the penises.
Dude, you know what? Oh my God. If only there was a how many did they say? Give me that number. And you said, hey, we're worth how much?
7,221.
Hold on.
How much we're worth? 160,000.
7,000.
160,000 times 7,000. It says here it accrues about $1.15 billion.
7,000.
So that's
Sorry.
the
My
market.
calculator took a second to open up.
That's the
I just
market
wanna
that
know
Hosho Marin is in.
Who the hell is buying these? Because for there to be a demand, there has to be.
No, seriously, like
there has to be a demand.
So you know how like the way that you stop a remember in what's that show Parasite?
Stop saying member. It's making me uncomfortable.
Remember in Parasite when they popularized pulling out the hair or whatever as like a social media campaign to find out who had the parasites or whatever. Like if you wanted to cut down on people who were buying what am I trying to say here? So in order to stop child pornography, you have to cut off the creator but you don't know who the creator is. Usually you find a lot of like your clues by going to the people who are file sharing, right? That's usually how they find them, right? So you find them. I'm going to scroll up so that YouTube doesn't think that I'm just staring at
Sarah Weidenheff's brother.
Exactly. Bradley Weidenheff.
That's just actually you? Like secretly?
Oh, dear God, don't even. So in this case, like, what do you do? Because surely they're... Who's going to pay $160,000 to eat a dick? Nobody. These dicks are not for eating. These are for transplant.
You'd be surprised.
These are for micro. These are micro penis repair.
I get where you're coming from, and the joke's already lost. Already.
Yeah, I'm basically trying to say, like, you'd expect that you can't hide it, unless you're. Maybe this is why Blackluster changed his skin in One Punch Man. Maybe secretly he got the Nigerian.
And he got to match the skin color to it.
And he had to match the skin tone. So he darkened his skin as a superhero. So people would know. This is real.
It makes so much sense now.
All right. Okay. Well, you guys have anything else you want to say about
I guess this really is what Hosho Marin does to make most of her money. And also to supply her horniness.
I want to bring up that I hope you're not expecting me to host, because I tried opening up a tab and everything started going really, really crap. So
okay. Well, I will keep that in mind. Okay. Don't care about this article. I'm not even going to read it. Gonna save this one for another day.
I'm honestly.
All right. We're gonna read this one real quick.
Ooh. I'm listening.
All right.
There's numbers in it. I think
I
there's chicken
wanna-
nuggets. I could be wrong. I was wrong about the tank top earlier.
Okay.
Rub it in. All right, continue.
Man arrested in Kobe after stuffing fried chicken into woman's mailbox. Uber Eats.
But isn't chicken a
gone
sign of love?
right.
Uber Eats gone stalker yandere sexual.
finger looking good.
Not the best way to tell your ex how you feel. Oftentimes, when a couple breaks up, it's best for both parties to just move on with their lives as civilly as possible. However, some people can't let go without a final message of undying love, indignant anger, or in the case of one man, delicious fried food. At one point in time, Kengo Harada, a 29-year-old middle school teacher from this is the guy I want around kids, teacher from Suita City, Osaka Prefecture, had a girlfriend at one point in time. Yeah, things didn't work out, but this Harada's lingering emotions led him to the neighborhood where his ex, a 26-year-old woman, lives in. What a great phrasing of saying that. Great, yeah, okay. Instead of standing outside of her window with a boombox over her head,
over his head. I'm guessing.
Yeah, like seriously, guys, proofread at least a little bit. Instead of standing outside of her window with a boombox over his head or laying a single rose outside her doorstep, Harada expressed his feelings in a very different way, stuffing her apartment's mailbox with karaage, Japanese-style fried chicken.
Basically,
now, in most situations.
Basically, he's apologizing for missing Japanese Christmas.
In most situations, the sudden, unexpected appearance of karaage is a joyous miracle.
Oh, dear.
Your uninvited ex dropping pieces in your mail, though, is an exception. And the fact that Harada dropped some plastic straws in as well suggests this was less, baby, I just want you to be happy with fried chicken, and more, haha, have fun cleaning up the trash from my convenience store snack. Okay. Then there's the troubling fact that Harada was hanging out in the parking lot of his ex's apartment complex in the late night / early morning hours of last Sunday, Monday. Luckily, a police officer spotted Harada as security in the area had been beefed up following a report from a woman that someone, probably her ex-boyfriend, had vandalized her car in late March. Harada was arrested on suspicion of violation of Japan's anti-stalking laws and has admitted to the mailbox vandalism. He is maintaining that he wasn't stalking his ex, though, and just happened to be in the neighborhood. Though considering it's about a 45-minute drive from Sakai to Kobe, it seems unlikely. So remember, when your ex says it's over, it's over. Also, never ever put leftover food into a mailbox in Japan. I've already read that article.
Put it in the garbage can so Brian can clean it up.
Well, please don't, because I hate that. All right. So, okay. I'm gonna save these ones for next podcast. I'm actually surprised we've knocked out so many that we have. I'm gonna do this as the last one I'm gonna read, and then we'll do the JoJo Part 5 discussion. All right. Japanese woman surprised to learn foreigners don't openly tell women they have big breasts.
What?
She's surprised that foreigners aren't this gigantic sex-craving lunatic.
Encounter with foreigners leads woman to realize she's from, quote, a sexually underdeveloped country. No, lady, I think you're overly developed in Japan. When you travel and meet... When you travel and meet people from different countries, you often get the opportunity to learn more about other cultures, while also coming to new realizations about your own. That's what happened to one Japanese woman recently after she had a conversation with two women from abroad that opened her eyes to the realization that Japan is, quote, a sexually underdeveloped country. Why do you have to put the same fucking information fucking 2 damn paragraphs apart here? According to Tokyo-based news site Urban Life Metro, great site. That sounds like it has all the best articles. Is that like World Star Hip Hop for Japan?
Oh boy.
The Japanese woman was speaking to a Taiwanese woman in her 30s and a Chilean woman in her 20s. All 3 women were large-breasted. So the Japanese woman wanted to find out if they'd had similar experiences to her, saying, in Japan, people will sometimes say, you have big breasts, to a woman with big breasts. Moreover, men say it too. Okay.
Well, I have to go to Japan so I can just, go out in public and tell everyone, yo, you got big breasts.
Man,
you got some drugs, lady.
I will say this about the Japanese. They state the obvious a lot.
Yeah.
You know?
Is that why we get some really terrible dialogue in a lot of anime?
Yes.
Because it's just like...
This is why, as somebody who speaks Japanese to a large degree, I am very grateful for localization over translation. Because I don't actually want to see people go, this is the school. Ah, yes, this is a school. You know, like whatever they would say.
I kind of agree with you in a sense, and I tried to make a comment on it earlier, but I apparently couldn't get it out somehow. Is because it's like, I understand and hate when they censor something just because Funimation or some league of localization company is just being a dick and wants to push their agenda. But just sometimes them adding some texture to the scene, like it can be very well done.
Look, I think it's I think it's worth noting that 99 times out of 100 it's welcome. We covered tonight one of the times out of 100 that it's not, and that more importantly is a trajectory going forward that is probably we're gonna have a lot more groaning happening over this stuff, but whatever. So as soon as the two women heard the statement, you know, hey, you got big jugs or whatever it was, they expressed their surprise. With the Chilean woman saying, really? I can't believe that. And the Taiwanese woman saying, no way. Japanese people look serious yet say things like that? I thought she said it was Korean.
Dude, Taiwanese. I think I'd actually hate visiting Japan because people would say stuff like, you are tall. You are white.
You are a big man, yeah.
You are big. You have big, beautiful.
You have big Nigerian penis.
Like I've already had plenty of experience of like little kids being like, "You're tall," and I'm like,
dude,
great, wow. I'm so glad you told me. I didn't realize.
Okay, story time. One time I went to Disneyland with my now wife, and
all right.
I once had longer hair. Like, not like stupid. You know how like people who are into metal, you can grow your hair. Let me put it. I'm not going to make all the analogies. My hair was Aragorn length, not Metallica length. How about that?
So basically, you had enough hair to do the twirl.
Dude, Metallica length is a terrible reference now.
Okay, but you know what I'm talking about? Like, you know how like people in metal bands and stuff grow their hair out.
Yeah.
To like okay, let me rephrase that. It was Aragorn length, not Augie length. Okay, so I had hair that was decently long, you know, for a guy, stylized or you know, like it wasn't a bad look. But
I'm guessing
I came out of the bathrooms right outside of. Hey, is this Lance's name? Who did we lose just now? Was that RHYS?
I'm still here. Can y'all hear me?
No, you're here.
Okay.
Yeah, so I hope RHYS's computer's okay. He's been having computer issues, so people in the chat who I've ignored for a couple hours, sorry about that. But if you want to support RHYS's computer fund, you could send super chats. Anyway, I forgot. So I came out of the bathroom.
Gets to give me some stupid name. It might be questioned if you go too far, but yeah, you can change my name. So that's a dumb thing, but do it.
True stupid is not treatable. Yep. So anyway, I came out of the bathroom and some Asian kid, I think they were on like a field trip or whatever, looks up at me and goes, "Whoa, he looks like Michael Jackson." And I walk away like, what is that? Anyway, that was my story that was way too drawn out regarding your like, he's so tall or whatever you said, kids. Mm-hmm. Anyway, all right, that was a waste of time.
When I was 16, everyone told me. Well, when I was 15, everyone told me I would look like I was in my mid-20s. Now I'm in my late 20s, and I have barely changed.
Yeah.
At least you're pointing it out.
Congrats.
You're welcome.
So we're gonna continue.
Wow.
Reading?
What?
How did I miss this? Wonder Woman promoted in Japan with idol song, quote, "A woman can't sleep alone."
You might want to save that for later.
Oh,
I think that's the whole article is that headline, but you know, I'll open it for later anyway. Okay, so The Japanese woman was surprised to hear from them that the women had never experienced anything like that before. And when she saw their astonishment at what she had said, she became embarrassed at the sexual immaturity of her home country. Why do you just assume that that's immature? Like, that's like the most mature thing. Frankness is the sincerest form of love. You know who said that? Jesus. These breasts are not yours to comment on. I mean, I don't disagree, but for the sake of the bit, you know, of course, not everyone in Japan is prone to commenting on women's breasts directly to their face. But the fact that it happens may come as a surprise to a lot of people. However, in Japan, commenting on a person's physical appearance is something a lot of people do. Why we do it on the podcast, because we love Japan. Even when meeting someone for the first time. In other countries, comments like, "You're so tall," aren't considered out of the norm when talking to someone much taller than you. But in Japan, comments can extend beyond height to include things like body shape and even race. That's what
Hawaii.
You know, they have all these words like caterpillar eyebrow, megane, like anyway. But in race, and while it's not usually said in a confrontational or suggestive way, but more as an observation, it can have an effect on people. The Japanese woman in the conversation above went on to say that she wasn't confident about her body, but the two women she spoke to were. Okay. While they openly told her they loved their bodies, okay, she didn't have the same love for her body, and she puts that down to all the comments she's received from people over the years, which led to her becoming self-conscious about her appearance. Okay. Unfortunately, it appears Japan may have some way to go in overcoming and maybe even understanding the issue, as comments on her story included, quote, "I can attest to this. Whenever I watch a South Korean YouTuber do a live stream, all the Japanese comments are related to her appearance. Men and women, at least it's a South Korean YouTuber. It's like North Korean YouTuber. Wow, you're so skinny. Eating enough?" You know, like, men and women used to have mixed bathing in Japan until a while ago, so they're more laid back about these things. It's true that there are still men around who think it's a compliment to tell a woman she has big jugs. I know one man with big I know one woman with big breasts who was groped on the street by someone on a bicycle. Well, you know, he got his manga act age canceled, so maybe give him a break. But don't Westerners also say that Japanese women are short and have small breasts? How dare you? I've never said that in my life. There's a big difference between thinking something when you see someone and actually saying that thought out loud to a person's face. But in every anime I've ever seen, they always say, "Oh, knock on my own head, I said something weird again." And while it's true that harassment exists everywhere, realizing that what constitutes harassment and makes someone feel uncomfortable is the first step towards stopping it from happening. By shedding light on the issue with her personal story, this woman has started a conversation that will hopefully blah, 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 blah. Okay. Well, this is why we read articles before we just take the funny premise at face value. All right, guys. So I want to do our discussion on JoJo. And I'm pretty sure this is the whole article's in the headline regarding the Wonder Woman thing. I'll check it out later, though. All right. I don't know what happened to RHYS, and I fear for his life. Kaiser Trigger, have you seen JoJo Part 5?
I have seen all of the JoJos so far in terms
of... Well, that's good.
That's good.
So I'm going to just drink a bit of ZzzQuil real quick.
Get a little slosh. Gotcha.
That looks like a lot of it.
Yes, it is.
That was about half the bottle.
I gotta tell you, the dye-free one tastes so good. So
you know what, dude? You're still in America, so you'll definitely die free after that one.
Yeah, I'd say so.
I swear, if I find myself on a Nigerian ship. Anyway, all right. So So I want to say this about JoJo.
Okay.
I think I might have liked this one even more than part 4, which I didn't think that was possible. I still think my favorite one is part 2, which surprised me. Part 3 is too drawn out. That's its downfall. Part 4 I think is fantastic. I think Kira is a great villain. That's very fun to watch. I love the opening to part 4 with the little radio like call in and like the thing about the girl's hands and stuff. I love that. But part 5, when I saw the cast of characters, I mean, Giorno's like whatever, right? Like I'm like I could probably follow this guy. All the rest of them, I'm like, boy, Bruno looks. He looks so retarded. I'm not gonna like this, dude. How was that character so gripping? Oh my gosh! All through the show, I didn't care about anybody.
Like the best.
Bruno was such a Chad.
Basically, don't judge the book by its cover. Just judge by what you read it.
Good. Yeah. In the bit when the boss finally shows up and Bruno's in the elevator and he looks down and Trish's hand is all that he's holding, I was like, fuck yes. Oh God, it was so good. The whole like all of a sudden the tension that gets created by that. The one thing I didn't really like was the fact that Bruno died and then like was still living for so long. Felt really kind of like, granted, there's been a lot of times where Araki has shoehorned in an idea that felt like it deviated too much from the established world building. That was definitely one of them, right?
Yeah, like, did we ever actually get a reason why he was still lingering around?
No,
wasn't it because the stand Golden Wind had like this adverse bullshit? They gave a bullshit reason, but wasn't it because it was Golden Wind had like an adverse effect?
Well, effectively, what they said was that that you brought me back, but my life had already ended, or like something like the life was no longer in me. You know?
Yeah.
It begs the question, because of how stands work. Giorno made sure to tell people that, look, just so you know, I'm not healing you. I'm putting some foreign shit in your body and just making it a body part for you, right? So that begs the question, if Giorno ever dies, everybody else is going to be like, oh God, my bullet holes are back, you know, like, you know what I mean?
Wow.
So I really liked Doppio. I loved that. I honestly wanted to name the podcast a typed out version of I couldn't figure out like how to write that so that people would know what I was trying to get at, but that's what I wanted to call it. I really liked that character that doing the Yami Yugi like transition.
Yeah, that was a perfect way to describe it.
Yeah.
My wife's texting me. Hold on. My phone's dead.
How did you hear it?
I have a Mac, so it went. I got the ding on my computer.
So on the topic of like JoJo parts, honestly, nothing has really ever like surpassed part 4 for me. But I think it's mainly because of like the aesthetic of like, you know, the jazzy aesthetic to it with like the openings, you know, and the music. Like at the openings, especially like Great Days is.
So the music separates it. Literally, that's it.
Well, there's the music. The setting, but also it's like the openings too, like Great Days and Crazy Noisy Bizarre Town.
What I like about it is that it's not it's ironically not an adventure. They're still like in their home, so it doesn't feel. It feels like you're at home. I don't know how to describe it better.
I'll say this about. We're good.
It's kind of like the way I look at it. It's kind of similar to some of the perspective I have on like what makes for a really good horror game is it has a more closed-in feel to it. Okay.
Yeah. So here's my critique. Just I've been fortunate to have gotten back to. I'm trying to stop screen sharing. I've been fortunate to have recently rewatched the Watch Clubs where we covered all the way through
Stardust Crusaders and stuff.
Part 3, yeah.
Hmm.
So I've been refreshed on my memories of the show, and I think that Stardust Crusaders suffers heavily from the fact that it's
Too drawn out.
that it is way too drawn out. Augie suggested that the reason it was drawn out is because the video game that had characters from that arc was Araki's bread and butter for some reason. So they like adapted it fully, which meant that I got to see a kid eat shit. I got to see freaking Polnareff shit in the tub. I got to see characters, all that weird
All that
stuff
good
that
stuff.
Araki's apparently into. But I think that the very end of Stardust Crusaders is amazing when he's fighting Dio. But up to it, it's extremely hit or miss because it's Monster of the Week. Part 4.
Not just that, but with part 3, it also depends on like the individual episodes, like Monsters of the Week. It depends on it because one of the best episodes, in my opinion, and also a guy I know called Manga Common, is the poker game thing with Darby
the Gambler. Yeah,
That's the exact thing that Brad was jacking off about.
I still think that as a whole, the old OVAs of Stardust Crusaders is better.
Question:
Dude,
is
the animation in
one?
them was the Iggy's there
In the old one.
His death
Yeah,
is
but-
also just like really like kind of hits you there.
Because I don't recall seeing like scrubbing through the footage of the old OVA or anything and seeing Iggy. So I'm like,
he's there. He's there.
He's definitely there. He's on like the one of the.
I
discs
hated him,
movies,
so
I hated
the
him
less
so
of
much,
him,
yeah.
the better.
So I'll say this though. So real quick, part 3. Here's the major difference between part 3 and part 4. It's a step down. The design, the character design for the stands, significantly more. You're looking at something.
Cookie cutter, I want to say, because
in part 3, you've got Abdal has like a bird-headed beast that's his flame one, right? You've got Silver Chariot, which is like a knight. You've got Star Platinum, which is its own thing, and then you've got Hermit Purple or whatever, which is
just a vine.
Star Platinum is kind of like some Aztec warrior looking thing.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like you've got these different things. Then everything from part 4 onward, they all have these no-nose designed, like similar schemes.
They just look like swole chads with no noses and like an armor plate on their
face. It's not necessarily bad, but it's just like they start to run together a lot through part 4.
Well, I'll tell you this: one character who doesn't have a stand like that is Shigechi.
Who the hell's that?
Is that the short guy with the blonde hair or the white hair?
No, the weird mutant midget looking guy.
The harvest, the little tiny, the little mini. Like,
Speaking of, it's a joke.
Yeah.
By the way, I think that guy was like 8 years old. He wasn't short impaired.
So what about the guy? The one guy in part 4 who has like the spiky whitish hair, grayish hair or whatever. The younger guy who went to school with Josuke.
Koichi.
Yeah.
Sorry.
So I already talked about. Yeah. So his stand is I think the most different looking, and it changes over time, right? But the thing is that I kind of already covered this like 2 podcasts ago when we did the beginning of the discussion on this, which is that that character shows up. Jotaro's there, and the purpose he's not there, but he's like on the phone. And the purpose of having that character there is to set the story in motion. Yeah, you're passing off the torch of the story to this next group of Giorno and all that, right? Completely unnecessary. Like the setup felt like it was going to be much grander, and then they just disappear. They never come back.
Right?
Just like, Giorno, who by the way has been a dick up to this moment in the show, is like, oh, he did something kind of nice, so I think that he's okay. We don't have to keep tabs on him. Okay, that's great. I got other shit to be doing, Koichi. Just come back to Japan, right? And that's like, that was weird. You forgive it because, you know, you're enjoying the story, but it really does feel like the actual lore for the story isn't important to the bizarre adventure that they're going on. And it's sort of an afterthought.
It felt like they just tried to connect it in some way.
Yeah. And we talked in the past about how Araki keeps making new stories that eventually just evolve and turn back into a JoJo story. And like Steel Ball Run is retroactively. At one point, he's like, fuck it, it's a JoJo story, right? And he just started writing it that way. So I think that, like, these are, look, I'm going to forgive it. I'm enjoying the hell out of the story. I don't know how they're able to make it so gripping and entertaining. I will say that
a lot of it has to do with like how the characters are and how they interact.
Yes, I think strong characters by far is Araki's forte. Like, he is so good at creating characters that you really like. You know,
I'll say that he's good at making character, I want to say personalities, the way they interact, because they aren't that well developed.
Well, so one of the things that I noticed about part 5 especially is that the world building is done really well. And one of the things that you sort of run into a problem with this sort of thing is there's always that moment when you see a superhero movie of, why didn't he just use this power here? You know what I mean?
That's the thing about a lot of stands, right? Is that they always,
but I don't feel like most of the time I don't feel like he's underutilizing them,
Yeah, I didn't get the feeling that I thought, oh, why doesn't Joseph fist Joseph to make him healed and not decrepit?
Well, like, in fact, I feel like he doesn't. Not only does he not underutilize stands, but I feel like sometimes he overutilizes them beyond the scope that I even thought possible or would have even considered.
Well, so for what I was talking about, because this is something that Manga Common, I edited a video for him on several two videos for JoJo for him, but one of them talked about part 5, right? And Giorno rarely utilizes that ability to reflect damage.
No, he only uses it in the start.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that is literally, that's the leaky eye Luca thing. Yeah. He never uses that again. Yeah, no, that's Araki's thing, is that they have that thing Araki forgot, that he does that all the time, and there's such dumb shit. Like freaking Hamon doesn't exist anymore, right? Which is fine, and this arc, I do not like that there is an origin story for Stans. I don't like it. But this arc actually makes sense why Hamon isn't the key focus anymore, because they don't need it. They don't need to train for Hamon because they have Stans. And the fact that they're getting the Stans
this season,
because of what we learned. See, because in Battle for Egypt, Battle in Egypt, Stardust Crusaders, you don't know where the stands come from. You don't really learn about where the stands come from until part 4, when the arrow is introduced. Yeah. Right.
But also at the same time, 5, they don't have vampires anymore, pretty much.
Yeah. But in part 5, the arrow is retroactively learned to have been found in Egypt. Right, so you sort of, and it has the woman with the 2 right hands, the Hangman's mom character. Also, I had to watch Polnareff lick a toilet. That was another thing I had to see.
And Yaba, right? And Yaba.
Yeah. So you learned that character trades one of the arrows from the boss. The boss finds the arrows.
He sold her all of them, and he kept one for himself.
Oh, is that what it was? He gave her all of them? I guess that makes more sense. Yeah, that he only kept one because that's how they got to Japan for part 4 stuff. But I'm not sure that I agree with. I don't really like the idea that stands come from arrows. I liked it better as like an evolutionary, like a weird like trait that only some people have, and that it follows the Dio. I liked it originally because it made the Dio JoJo bloodline thing
Seem like
more
the Uchihas.
It just seemed more. It seemed more meaningful for them to exist that way, right? Whereas now, we're only continuing it with it because the title of the show is JoJo, and we got to find some way to get
one thing I'll say though is it kind of adds, like, when it comes to like just if the stands weren't given that backstory, it can add tension to a story. Like maybe a part of the story could be about somebody developing a stand, but they like with Holly, she doesn't have the willpower to control it, so it could kill them.
Yeah, which is why, like, how did she get the stand? Exactly, she would have had to been hit by the arrow the way that they've retroactively told the story, and it doesn't make sense. Joseph should have known at some point how the stands work. Any of these characters should have known in the Stardust Crusaders arc where the stands came from. But I guarantee you, Araki didn't think about the lore until after the fact. And I'm kind of not. I like stories where you don't need an answer to something. It's fantastical. It's just part of this world. I like that better.
It doesn't. It doesn't need a fantastical answer. It could just be a simple answer too.
I feel like sometimes when they try to address something with an answer, it usually makes it worse in some cases.
Yeah, well, that's the thing, is that it's building too many rules into the story for you to be able to work loosely with it. Because
trying to make something scientific out of something fantastical is kind of
a problem that Part 4 would have had.
The word fantastical.
Is after Part 3, you go into Part 4 and you think, man, there are a lot of people that have stands. This is getting a little ridiculous. There's so many people with stands. So Part 4's answer is, what's the arrow? You know, and at that point you're like, oh, well, the arrow is the only way. It's not the only way. It's a stand inducer, so to speak, right? So the arrow could be used, and then it becomes greater than that, where it's like it's the arrows that exist. So it could be all these things. Like, so that solves the problem of, oh, I need to continue to have foes for them to fight, but it also kind of diminishes the significance of the stand from back in the earlier parts, you know. So I don't know. It's kind of a trade-off for the show in general. Honestly, since we watched it over 3 weeks, I'm kind of blanking on a lot of stuff. I'm gonna pull up my screenshots to remind me. By the way, I found a way to change how what do you call it? VLC saves your screenshots to name them based on the title of the video, so that you can remember what episode things came from.
That's cool.
So if anybody's interested in that, hit me up and I'll help you to change that. Okay. So let's see. What do I got here? One Punch Man. See, this is how I know right off the bat. I know which one I'm at. Okay. So here are the things. Go ahead. Keep talking.
Well, I was going to say on the top. I was going to say
the dance. The fucking dance on the boat. Well, I thought that was a stand going into it.
No.
When they dance on the boat, and there was like that.
Yeah, I thought it was a stand.
I thought that was I thought it exactly, and it just came out of nowhere. Never addressed it again. And I was like, what? You know?
Yeah, they didn't even use what do they call it? The dance of torture? They didn't use it again. So it's like, is this an established thing or what?
Have to.
I think it was basically just them using a torture method to try, you know, basically
I think it was a taunt, yeah.
But yeah, you know, I was talking about on the topic of rules, right? When you set up rules for a series, many authors will pretty much follow at least one rule, which is that if you create a character and they're supposed to be stronger than, like, say you've got a villain and the hero usually has some crazy ability that like normally works regardless, if the villain is like that much stronger and just raw power wise, it won't work on them. Because that's like like, for example, in Fate, right? In the Fate franchise, like, they have so many abilities that with the description it should insta kill anybody, but it doesn't insta kill somebody.
Yeah.
So it's usually
promised victory.
Yeah, basically, it's just simply you've got a stronger opponent. Well, guess what? That hacks shit isn't working anymore. The hacks isn't going to work.
Well, that's weak writing. How in the sense where you've got characters. This is something that Star Trek kind of perfectly encapsulates. Where you've got Commander Worf, who's like a beast of a man, literally, right? Yeah. Strong, brave, he's the character that you acknowledge as strong, and then you have another character show up and beat him easily, and you're like, oh, I'm supposed to take that this new guy is even stronger, but it doesn't feel earned because I watched Worf or whatever, or I watched Vegeta, I watched Frieza be tough as shit, and then somebody else shows up and beats him quickly. That's cool, but it's used exclusively to show that. I mean, that's a bad example of Frieza because it's intended to show the Super Saiyan stuff and the fact that
because if Trunks never went Super Saiyan, then it'd be a problem if he beat Frieza. But because we saw Frieza lose to a Super Saiyan, then we know things win.
Exactly. Great point.
I don't want to get on that. I was just going to say Trunks' power was relevant to Frieza's while he was in his base form.
Well, it's the way he beat him. Basically,
he's making a good point.
I understand what he's pointing out.
The lore of that sequence is to establish that there is more than one Super Saiyan.
Yes.
We're setting up a mystery that makes you want to engage with the story and keep you hooked.
But also, like as I was saying, like the difference is even Goku when he went Super Saiyan had a little bit of trouble fighting Frieza. But now Trunks, who's stronger than Goku was on Namek at the time, goes Super Saiyan and
eats him in one hit.
Yeah,
he just whoops the fuck out of Frieza.
Going to show that the Super Saiyan is not to be trifled with by somebody like Frieza.
Yeah, and this is where the power scaling really got off track. But yes,
because all of a sudden Piccolo's on par.
So this is going back to the world building rules, right?
Yeah, and let me say one last thing. When it comes to raw power, when I talk about raw power, kind of beating out all these hacks abilities, I mean in the sense that like because a guy has so much raw power, typically it could be boiled down to, okay, your raw power isn't enough to fuel those abilities you have to overcome whatever amount of defense I might have, fueled by what I've got. So it's like a fuel source, right? So let's say he's off of whatever raw energy you can produce.
The villain has a lot of HP.
Basically. More HP than you have at the moment.
Well, I think what you could say is I can understand a character needing, like for instance, at the end of One Punch Man season 1, had you not given him somebody halfway competent to fight, then the show would have just ended. You know what I mean?
What you're talking about? Wait, say that. Which part
of One Punch Man? The very end of season 1, where he fights that guy from outer space, and
Boros,
he used the super serious punch.
Yeah, consecutive normal punches didn't actually kill him.
Well, actually, the thing about the serious punch is it's actually just a satire on naming systems. He actually because here's the thing, he actually admits later in the show, but the manga, that there is no actual serious punch. It's just him being like
yes. The point is that he actually
swung his hand barely winging his hand.
Yeah. So because the joke in the episode is that he says consecutive normal punch, and he's actually hitting Boros and not killing him in one hit. But the second he goes, okay, serious punch, he's dead, right? So that was the joke. But what I'm saying is, well, I guess you've already made your point, and I agree with it. I'm having trouble. I'm trying to come up with an analogy, but I don't need.
In terms of One Punch Man, though, I can actually tell you why I can give you a real good explanation. That's pretty much the reason why he didn't kill him in those consecutive punches is obviously he was trying to give Boros the fight he wanted to have, right? So he wanted Boros to go all out, and that was the moment he did. So it's like, okay, now it's the end.
Well, that was the thing. He was timidly.
He was playing with his food.
He didn't want the fight to end too quickly, so he tried the consecutive normal punch, which is just him like, all right, let's
well, basically
do this. And then he's like, well, you can handle that, then let's take it up a little bit, and then as soon as he touches one notch more, it kills him.
Yeah, basically, no, what I'm saying is that Boros, he related to Boros because Boros had a very similar story.
Right, he did.
So he was basically playing him along so that Boros could feel as fulfilled as possible. So he was like, he wasn't trying to kill him with those consecutive normal punches. He was just keep inching him further to the point where Boros is like, okay, now I'm going to go all out. Last moment.
Yeah, right. Well, back to JoJo. I'm looking at my images here, and I want to say one of the things that I really dug about the world building and the usage of the things is I really liked when they're on the ship and they're looking for the guy that they do the dance for at the end, right? And I was really enthralled with how they're like, I know he's over here, right? but they cannot find him. And then it turns out that's because he's cloaked the whole boat or whatever with his stand or whatever.
Yeah.
And I really appreciated getting to see Bruno use the Zipperman stand or whatever its original title is
on his neck and all that.
Well, just everywhere. And then I've got an image right here that I took a snapshot of where he unzips his face and the phone falls out when he gets a phone call. Right. I just thought it was so clever how they're using how they're using. Let's see. Picture.
Araki really has clever ways to make use of those abilities as he uses them.
Oh, and then the bit when Mista and Narancia have that guy who walks by and he spills the wine on him, and the guy's like, "Hey, I dare you do this!" And then they think he's a villain, so they start kicking the shit out of him. And then Abakio joins in.
He sips the drink as if he's
just sitting there. He takes his this is just a normal. He's just drinking his wine, and then he joins in right away.
He
I imagine it's like this, like going through my mind. It's like he's just sipping a drink, trying to look like he doesn't care about what these hooligans are doing.
That's just a normal occurrence, like nothing to see.
Yeah, basically nothing to see.
And he's just wetting his palate by drinking the wine.
Then he just starts jumping in.
One problem I did have with Part 5 was there were too many moments where one of the characters sees something that nobody else sees, and in that episode it was
and they don't bring it up to everyone.
Piranha stand or whatever. Not being able to he's like
they don't believe him. They tell you bullshit.
Yeah. Oh god. Like that. You can't use that card that much. You know.
Yeah.
So that was
eventually someone should have the mindset of, wait a minute, something's wrong here.
Yeah. And that's what happens. As Giorno was like, oh well. Anyway, I love that they had a stand titled Notorious B.I.G. that is more powerful in death, and so Notorious B.I.G.'s 2 albums are Ready to Die and Life After Death. And Giorno says something was odd about this guy. It was like he was ready for you to kill him or whatever in the English dub. And I'm like, are you seriously name dropping the albums for Biggie Smalls as a reference? It's like that whole episode was just a reference to Notorious B.I.G. That's where I think Araki got a little bit too. He made a joke out of it was a little too on the nose, but it was also funny enough that I forgave it. Then there was also freaking Secco and that other guy with throwing the sugar cubes.
I call him Sex and Chocolate.
Sex and Chocolate. Chocolate Rain.
Yeah, I almost called this podcast Would You Do It for a Secco Snack? But that character, did we ever see Secco's actual manifestation of a stand?
I don't think so.
I don't think we did. We just saw the effect of what he could do with the stand.
Well,
which is fine because some of the characters had that, you know.
Maybe it was like King Crimson, how he was basically merged with it.
Oh, I was gonna say that. So, King Crimson or Emperor Crimson or whatever he called him.
Palpatine.
When you see
Palpatine.
So Doppio, there's a point when Doppio, I think, is like incapacitated. Or no, it's not Doppio. It's when he's in the body of because that did not expect everybody to switch bodies. That was weird. And what was crazy about that is that when the characters started talking, they were still the same voice actors, but I could tell something was off. The way that Trish was talking.
Yeah, the way they would talk.
Yeah, I was very impressed with how that coming to pass actually felt earned, right? In that brief moment in the dub, especially, where Trish is like, because they do stuff visually, like her kicking the gun up, and I'm like, oh, wow, Trish has some moves. Oh, it's not Trish? Oh, it's Mista? Oh, I guess that makes sense, right? But I was really impressed with that. But the thing is that when when the boss is the personality of the boss is in the other person. I think it's Mista, right? He effectively, like Mista's body, right? He effectively uses the stand to control Mista's body, and you actually see the stand come out in front, and Mista almost like slumped over, right, behind him, because he's using the stand to move Mista, right? I'm wondering if when Bruno is fighting him, that the guy that you see there in shadow is just Doppio, like in that incapacitated, like the stand is controlling the movement of the body, because they were trying to hide what the boss looked like. But then when you finally see him as Diavolo, he doesn't look like Doppio or that guy, right?
Doppio, Diavolo. Dio, bro.
And then what did you guys think about the episode with the sculptor guy?
Oh, the one with is that the one with that weird creature that predicts who's gonna die?
The stone?
Oh, you're talking about the is it the last episode?
Yeah.
It's like
the
a
last
Death Note
couple
with a memo
episodes.
I felt like that was
Rolling Stones.
I felt like that was a really I want to say unnecessary, but I don't know, it's kind of unnecessary.
It had a weird
there
closure
was
kind of
fate.
feeling to it.
Yeah, it was very weird how they chose to end the arc, because
I was
first
just
of all,
like,
we
give
never
me some closure of what happens, but then it's like, we'll shove it at the end, like we.
Well,
usually
I
do.
gotta say, one of my favorite things about it is that when Araki just wants to not have a character anymore, you just never see that character again, right?
Yeah,
well,
like
Fugo, if you aren't going to join us, sucks to be you, and then gone from the show.
exactly.
The whole rest of it, right? Like, I loved that. I was very disappointed about Abakio dying.
Same.
But his particular stand would probably be the only one that could have done something against the boss, unless, of course, Jotaro showed up, kind of thing. But that
Basically,
wasn't
time stop. That's the question. Would time stop Emperor Crimson from skipping time, though? Because basically, what King Crimson does is basically like a stand version of what Hit from Dragon Ball Super does. It's like a time skip.
Right. But the thing is that if you survived the time skip and you knew what was happening, you could evoke the time freeze. It's not even a time freeze. It's not. I guess Dio's stand. I was kind of expecting Giorno to find out he also had the world, the way that
that'd be cool.
Jotaro finds out that he also has the world.
That would be so cool.
And I was kind of thinking that it was going to go that direction, because you kind of built this guy up as being Dio's offspring with the body of Joseph, but the closest thing that they had to references to Dio was just shots of him in poses similar, to Dio. Nothing.
Yeah, you ever see those videos? You ever see the videos of like Dio saving Giorno and like those, those videos where it's like somebody cuts up stuff and then puts it as if Dio was there?
That'd be weird. I just want to hear Dio's kitty kiki sounds when he's fighting Joseph as a vampire. In the
what I
Joseph,
expected part
what?
5 to be was
Jonathan. That's what I meant. Yeah.
You'd have Giorno, and I assume someone like Bruno was going to be like, I don't know, the other main character, which he was pretty much. And I was assuming that Giorno was going to be some sort of bad apple. Like, he'd have the Dio vibe, but he wouldn't be full Dio. He wouldn't be fully wanting to like conquer the world.
Yeah, well, that existed for about 2
ass.
episodes, and then Koichi went back to Japan, and then he was just the good boy all over. Right?
Yeah,
exactly. So the thing is,
wasted potential.
Exactly. I thought Giorno was going to be the bad apple, but then essentially warm up to the others and realize, oh well, I gotta save you guys. Like he'd be Tsundere. He'd be the Vegeta.
Vegeta of the group. Yeah.
Yeah.
I loved Pulpo and how they killed him when he put his gun.
Pulpo
as a banana. Oh God! Like I I legitimately thought Pulpo was going to be in the show for way longer. So when he
I thought he
blows his own brains out, I was like, "What the fuck?" Like, I was really.
I thought that was a really bold
going.
move for him to do that so soon.
Yeah, I thought it was great. And then again, Bruno immediately takes center stage in the show with the fight on the what do you call it, the tram or whatever that was, and then like how he utilizes Bruno. And Bruno is kind of like Joseph in the sense that like he has one of the not as impressive stands, although let's be real, Little Bomber's really stupid. A couple of the stands are extremely stupid, but he has a less than like OP stand, but he's the leader and you respect him for being the leader because he's a fucking leader. He's not just the guy in charge, he's a leader, you know what I mean? And that was something I really dug about it. Trish was a great character. I loved when she finally got her stand to come out.
I was sad how little we got to see of that, but
of Spice Girls.
Yeah. I want to be.
I'm gonna have to properly watch it.
That's what it was supposed to be. So it was Lady Spice in the dub, right?
No, it was Spicy Girl or something.
Spicy
Girl.
Lady. Spicy Lady. Spicy
I'm like,
Lady.
what
Spicy
the hell?
Lady.
That sounds so
Spice
stupid.
Girl.
God, Araki is his own worst enemy when it comes to copyright.
Yeah.
Follow.
You know.
Right on.
Twitch comment.
Don't comment.
Yeah, thank you for tuning in. The Medic is coming. So what are we talking about? JoJo's Bizarre Adventure Part 5, Golden Wind. If you've seen any of the JoJo's, feel free to comment on it. Oh, I love JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. Great anime.
I love how you guys.
Which one?
All, those,
All of them?
YouTube chats.
Hey, Twitch gets
I really
priority
wanna
because
go
they're
through
our
the
minority in viewership.
I had to be the guy to say it.
I'm already at all
That chat
my
was insane.
So yeah, I very much
Part
I
has
have
to be my
rewatch
favorite.
it.
Okay, Part 4. They clarified.
I like
Yeah, I
part
was gonna
4 a lot,
say
too.
I think part 4 is my favorite actually. It's really hard. I think that my favorite moment in the whole show is Dio versus Jotaro. Like hands down, that whole bit at the end of the OVAs especially. And I want to reiterate one of my favorite differences in the OVA from part 3 is when they find Dio's coffin and they open it up in the OVA and fucking Avdol, who was right next to them as they opened it, is in the coffin. Right?
Oh, yeah.
That was such a great introduction to Dio's stand that he can freeze time, that he could just fuck with them like that. And then when we actually see it in part 3, they introduce the Vanilla Ice character, which like it gave me more to watch. But it wasn't as impactful.
Vanilla Ice was in the OVA.
Oh, was he?
Yeah.
I don't remember.
He was the one who killed Iggy in both of them.
Very briefly.
Well, he is my favorite character for that, then.
You know, one thing I really got to give the OVA for is it has a much more horror atmosphere. Because when Dio is fighting Jotaro, you hear this weird whirring kind of noise, like when he gets hit into the windows and stuff. It's almost
There's another bit.
It's like machinery going off.
In the OVA,
it's like something you'd hear out of the Silent Hill franchise.
Yeah, I think in the OVA when Jotaro starts to win and Dio tries to run away, he gets to the manhole and Jotaro stomps on the lid like bending it.
Yeah.
But in the actual anime, I thought in the Stardust Crusaders Battle in Asia Park, I loved it way more when he opens up the manhole and Jotaro's in there.
I love that because there's so many memes that came out of it. Like Dio opens it up and he sees like some weird meme or whatever in there.
Yeah,
and he just closes it.
In One Punch Man, when the mole guy is trying to get away, and it's just like,
yeah,
he's like, "Found you."
I like the when Dio's fucking with Polnareff, And he has like he's literally like I remember seeing a flash animation type thing where Polnareff climbs the stairs and then in a flash animation, Dio runs down the stairs, picks Polnareff, puts him down, and then runs back upstairs, pants, and then gets back in his clothes.
Yeah, I kind of remember that. Yeah. Oh, good stuff. So yeah, about Polnareff, he came back. So one of the weirdest things about Part 5 is the turtle.
Yeah.
Again, like the weirdest things exist.
Just insert.
I thought that was a cool use of the turtle.
Yeah. It's funny.
You know what's funny? No, you know what's funny? Just imagine somebody taking Part 5, that part from Part 5, and mixing it together with that one VTuber meme, Corone, where she's like, turtle. She has this weird thing with turtles where it's like, Tato, you are Tato.
So, one thing that kind of didn't give me a good, I didn't really appreciate was when they tried to explain the body switching based on who was closest to who. People were in the damn turtle.
Yeah,
they should have switched. Like they should have switched with the turtle, not Polnareff, right? So, what did you guys think about the Requiem stands?
Real quick, we've seen up to Part 5 because I'm saying that's the medic is coming because RHYS just said we've seen Part 5, but we've already said that, so I think they're thinking we just skipped to Part 5.
So let me just say this. Let me just say this. I despise the design of part of Giorno's Requiem stand just because it looks too weird for me.
Oh, Requiem, that's the ascended version.
Golden Experience Requiem.
Yeah.
Which I didn't get at all. Were they calling it Golden Experience when it was actually Golden Wind the whole time as well in the Japanese version? Because the show is titled Golden Wind, and they're saying
basically
in the Japanese dub it is called Gold Experience.
Yeah, Gold Experience.
Really?
Not Golden, Gold Experience. Because it's named after like songs and musicians.
Heart of
and
Gold.
Stuff. But basically, I kind of dug Silver Chariot Requiem because it kind of looked more mysterious. Like
I liked it too.
Like
but
facial
what about
features,
the concept of it? So I would have been really on board with gold. I would have been on board with the Requiem stands, if not for the fact that the cop out of King Crimson just like not being able to become a Requiem stand.
Yeah.
Like just because the Arrow decided, fuck that guy.
Fuck that guy.
It would have been a better fight if it was a Requiem stand versus a Requiem stand.
Oh God, that would have been insane.
Right. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Is I wanted to see Giorno learn that he also had the world, and use that against Requiem.
Apparently, the world's the most common stand.
King Crimson Requiem.
Well, but it would have been great for him to have had it due to the fact that Dio was his father, right? So that's what I'm saying. Even though that makes no sense for all the other stands, because Jotaro and Josuke don't have similar stands, nor do Joseph, which is the Hermit Purple.
Well, Jotaro, according to the story, has a similar stand to Dio's The World. But
yes, but I'm saying the argument I was making was that Giorno, I would have been great for Giorno to have Dio's stand because he's Dio's son, but Jotaro has a stand that is nothing like Josuke's stand, and they're like close to. Actually, that's
they're
not
uncles.
That's
Josuke is technically Jotaro's uncle.
Right.
Uncle. Yeah. So that's.
I forgot that funny part.
I guess it doesn't. I forgot that they're not father and son. Yeah. So maybe it could have worked, but yeah, I think that we all, even if it would have been the most cop out thing, because it was kind of a cop out thing for Star Platinum to also have the power of the world.
Also, it wouldn't be as much of a cop out because I think Araki could then make a battle that's actually interesting. Because here's the thing: both the world and King Crimson are time-based stands, right? So,
well, what about this though? What if Jotaro had just shown up at the nick of time, and like you okay? This is how I'm rewriting the ending. Okay, King Crimson becomes King Crimson Requiem. starts fucking shit up like you wouldn't believe. They're barely hanging on, and then the
They
killing
already
blow is
were
coming.
barely hanging on though.
Yeah,
so
yeah. But
if
let's
that
say
happened, they just
the
die.
killing blow. Yeah, but they've been finding ways to deal with him with the blood drops and stuff. So it's like they're still barely skirting by, but you basically take that away. It doesn't even fucking matter. You can't stop him, right? But then right before he goes in for the kill, that's when Jotaro shows up with Star Platinum, which has the power of the world, and is able to actually fight back against him. And in the meantime, while he's doing the ora, it knocks loose the arrow, which is able to be picked up. And then you get Giorno's Golden Experience Requiem, and that could have been a great way to end the series, or to end that arc.
Well,
right?
Well, here the only problem I would have with that is it's kind of like a cop out itself to just have Jotaro show up out of nowhere when he.
I feel like that. Yeah.
So, but
the
thing is that it would have. I agree, but it would have bookended the beginning of the arc and the end of the arc, because Jotaro sent Koichi there to find out what's going on with. To find out what's going on.
He should have come in like 10 episodes before.
And then have Polnareff, who said he was already in contact with Jotaro, just have him.
Yeah.
Like, oh yeah, I sent Jotaro an email. Maybe he might want to check this out.
There you go.
Yeah, because ultimately that rubbed me the wrong way. That Polnareff and Jotaro just didn't stay in contact through part of it. It was like, why isn't he contacting Jotaro about?
Well, to be fair, at the end of Stardust Crusaders, Polnareff went on his way to France or somewhere.
I think another thing you could do is say that maybe every time when Polnareff was encountered Diavolo for the first time, after that Polnareff was on a heavy watch, so he didn't want to give away the Speedwagon Foundation and all the locations.
Oh yeah, Speedwagon Foundation. Yeah.
Because maybe Diavolo had everything tapped.
I do think that it seems to me that there's no way to have an ending without a cop-out.
Well, when I say cop-out, I mean it just doesn't make sense for Jotaro, never keeping in contact with anybody, to just show up out of nowhere.
Yeah. Well, I'm just saying that we're pitching a new solution that is also a cop-out, so it doesn't sound to me like there's a way to do it without one.
It's a solution to lead into a Requiem versus Requiem stand, so that way it would be a better. It would be a better fight.
I do like the idea of punching the arrow out of the Requiem and then using it.
Well, yeah, but what I mean is, like, instead of just Giorno just punching the shit out of Diavolo once he gets his Requiem stand, it's an actual more drawn out fight instead of just one and done.
Well, to be fair, though, if you extend the fight any more than it already was in some capacity, it would. Like, it boils down to just, I fisted them this way for this amount of time, and then...
So...
Like, I think they kind of ran out of clever things to do with it.
Well, at the very least, they could have made the fight at least last, like, half an episode.
Yeah. No, and then having the entire last episode be, like, the flashback thing with the stone, yeah, it felt weird. So I want to address real quick. I'm losing the ability to go to the older comments right now, so I want to just like power through real quick. Okay. Old man says, "Diary of Our." This is where I'm at. I'm sorry, I missed them all. I missed a whole bunch now.
So
I can watch it back later.
Just say all the comments. Don't comment. Don't respond to any of them, and then at the end respond.
No, because I'm scrolled up, I can get these on. I'm just gonna push through them real quick because I've got to go to bed. I have work in the morning. But I just want to get this off, so I've actually done it. When we all talk at once, it's like no one is talking because it's just noise. I don't know what that's a reference to. Smiley face.
Oh, and I had a bit of just so you know, I had a bit of a debate in the comments with somebody about One Punch Man, so you don't need to read that. Yeah,
I'm probably gonna try to skip over the One Punch Man stuff just because we've already discussed it, and I'll address it later, like mentally. I'll watch it or read through them, but for this, I want to say channel looks up. I don't know, but it should be her ass. That's good. So far, they've been Funimation, Jolly pre-orders, Leroy Jenkins. The Bleach cover looks like he's wearing a dress. Yeah. Yep, 13 collections total. Wonder if the first two movies will get Blu-ray released.
Well, they do in other territories.
This is that girl with the tank top. She's secondary main. This is Glepnir. That's what it was. She's spine on the cover because of her ass, and because Funny is trying to copy Sentai with their spine.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
I read the manga. It's like that filthy.
Oh, never knew how to pronounce it. Hey, just want to say, I guessed. So don't take my word for it. Under the Red Hood was good. Killing Joke was bad. Yes, I'll try to watch Death of the Family. See if it's good. Uzaki Channel is not just about her tatas, Lance.
Exactly.
It was a romance, and all people noticed was her boobs.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Red Hood.
By the way,
Blade,
I think.
Listen to me. Hiroaki somewhere, the creator of Blade.
Yeah, so I was right.
AC, you need to leave Reese and FDM on after you go to bed so you get more super chats and subs. Yes, I like
exactly.
This. So Reese, how's your computer doing?
I don't know what was going on, but something was eating this one Dell delivery service or something was eating my memory like no other.
Oh.
So you've got a Bitcoin miner on your computer? Is that what's going on?
Maybe.
I don't know.
By the way, the earlier comment that was like, why'd Footnum yell? I was just yelling because everyone was talking at once and I wanted everyone to just stop and shut up. And
so,
then
I didn't know you saw that comment that said adults in anime, is interesting. You know what it was really, what you normally don't see is you normally see this in hentai, but there's an anime called Hige Hero or something. It's about a 26-year-old man and a 17-year-old girl.
Oh, that's I
shaved my beard.
That's the one I shaved my beard, so I picked up a high school student or whatever.
Normally you see that setting in hentai.
Yeah.
That was a joke because you said something about letting people down like an hour ago, which is okay. Exactly. Plus, it's a good show about Japanese radio. Right on.
Way worse than me.
Foot fetishes are so gross. Well, I agree. I mean, they're gross to me at least.
Wait, footnote. Was I talking? I don't remember talking a whole bunch.
I think it was mainly me and Brad just talking at the same time. Because I was curious.
I think Kaiser, Brad, maybe Lance, all were talking at once, and it was just a complete.
So he said, old man here says he's not very clever if he thinks women would not notice a different pair of shoes. The thing is that it's the same type and size, right? He's meticulously gotten it down.
Why? Is he trying to steal their shoes?
By the way, Brad, real quick, you know how you retweeted that Evanito thing that you're like, why do I follow Evanito? So I clicked on it and I'm like, what is he doing? And it was like a foot reveal for a VTuber or something.
Suck on them or whatever.
Evanito is definitely a roller coaster.
Yeah.
So the thing is, I saw the picture and I'm like, you know what? I do not like feet in that way at all. But those are some nice feet.
Did I ever tell you guys a story about my sculpting class in college that revolved around feet?
Nope.
So real quick, a quick recap. My sculpting teacher was a complete ass. He was grifting us. He never even touched the clay, right? So the school that I went to, occasionally, like this happened afterward, I had a teacher who was our 2D animation teacher, and I was in the animation lab with the register pegs and the drawing on the light table and everything, and he was in there watching tutorials for how to model something in 3D, and I asked him, don't you know how to use, what are you doing there? Like, these are basic things. He's like, I'm teaching this class next quarter. He's from Trinidad, right? Like Hermes from Futurama. So basically, they would, if they needed a teacher and you didn't already have skill in that thing, you better get it by next quarter, right? Like, they didn't actually have people who should have been there. So this sculpting teacher was the same way. He didn't have any sculpting experience whatsoever, so he bullshitted his way through the whole class. So of course I didn't take it seriously, and this is the funny thing. First homework assignment was get the clay. That's all you had to do. Get the supplies. I'm like nervous about my sculpting ability. I don't know how I'm going to be. So the first thing I did is I sculpted something when I got the clay that first week. Not an assignment, just started sculpting a character. one of my OCs with I just sculpted the anatomy and stuff. It was coming out pretty decent. I turned it in as my final and got a perfect A, right? So showing I didn't learn anything in the class because I came into it with that skill set apparently, right? But here's the thing. The very first assignment to actually turn in was we had to draw a foot from like 20 different angles.
Oh, wow.
And then sculpt the foot. Now here's the thing. I hated this guy, had no respect for him over the fact that he was obviously bullshitting. So what I did is I literally took a picture of my wife's foot from 20 different angles and I put it on a light board and traced that shit and added a little shading, right? And it's a photo of my wife's foot. And the critique I got, which I couldn't object to due to the fact that I would have been admitting to tracing instead of actually doing the assignment.
Which is totally not doing now.
The critique I got is that it looks like a completely different foot from different angles. You didn't even try to capture the same proportions. And I'm like,
that is my wife's feet you're talking about.
Photo. And here's the thing. I took pictures of my sculpture with my wife's foot next to it. And it was like exactly the same. Like I'm a perfectionist, right? Okay. So I managed to. My wife just texted me, "Don't talk about my feet."
So anyway, basically, we don't see them, so you don't have to worry. Unless there's people in the chat that are like hearing about the feet.
The point of the discussion. Well, good.
Basically, the guy, the teacher was a piece of shit.
Oh, he was a piece of shit, and I got him fired actually.
Wow.
You know, at the end of your class, how you fill out the survey, right? And it's like attach another piece of paper. Then, if you need more room for the comment section, so everybody's dying to get out of there. The teacher's not allowed to come back in until everybody's done with that, so that it can't seem like he influenced their critique of him. I wrote like a 7-page scathing review of this guy, and he was gone by the next quarter because he'd never even touched the clay and all that. Basically, they fired him because his ruse was so bad we could see through it. It
sounds like when I went to college, they used YouTube videos. They showed us the YouTube videos to teach us half of the stuff, which I already knew. And I'm just like, really? We're paying for this as our education? Why don't I just go on YouTube then?
Yeah. Unless it's a YouTube video the person made specifically, then it shouldn't be shown.
You know, I disagree. So I will say this.
It's fine to have references.
If you are paying for this class, then from the perspective of the school, recognizing the fact that you're spending a lot of money, they should require the instructor. If you're going to use tutorial stuff, you have to have done it yourself.
But they're just going to plagiarize videos online because they don't know what to do themselves.
I do think it's valuable.
How often, though, are you not paying for classes?
Well, but okay.
Very, very rarely.
I think it's a very valuable skill for a student because when there's like a naivete.
What is the skill?
To getting into a art field like this, to think I have to go to this school to learn from the masters because they wouldn't give this stuff away.
They know the way.
Now, the actual truth is that you can get everything you're going to learn on YouTube, all of it, more than you need.
Yeah,
on YouTube. And it's beneficial for people to get that in their head that well, if I could watch a tutorial on this, what if there's a tutorial on this too? Oh, there is, right? This is invaluable to a student.
Right. I would
the
say
fact of the matter is that because you're paying for it, I do agree that the teacher should go out of their way to produce all the lessons because you're fucking paying.
One thing I will say though is like when it comes to which we're talking about, what was it you said? Okay, hold on. Shit. Okay, you were mentioning something.
Tutorial videos.
Shit. I don't know. People when people look up tutorials, right? It's like here's what I was gonna say. The only thing I can imagine being a problem is like maybe a lot of tutorials are like the same, and maybe somebody needs to learn in a different manner, like the way a tutor might teach you.
The only thing you can see being a problem is what?
Is like the way a teacher might teach you, right? maybe you need to be taught a different way. Like maybe they need to teach you in a different manner, you know, the way they talk to you. So maybe sometimes you'll find like a bunch of videos are just the same, but from different channels. So that might be one problem with like using YouTube videos. So you have a teacher right there. You have a teacher on hand who can be like, okay, let's try a different approach right then and there.
You've got basically it's how I explain something about the way music is. Like there's information out there on everything, but the problem is it's like to get to the nitty gritty, like you've got so few people who actually explain things properly. It's not that there's not information out there that was wrong on me. It's just there's too many millions of things. This is all the same shit, finding it. But then you have, I didn't know they were doing that in colleges. I never went to college.
Like it's kind of like when you're asking a professor a question, maybe you have a lot of different questions that aren't going to be answered in a YouTube video. So maybe it's like somebody is like in a YouTube video. It's, you know, Plague of Gripes. He mentioned how he really despises, I think, a lot of like how to draw mangas and how to draw comics stuff because they only show you how to draw something from one perspective.
Well, that's the thing about art. You can't really teach art without them drawing like you.
The value in having a tutor is that when you want to know how to do something, you can specifically ask them. Like I've considered,
you can break down your issues. Thank you. There you go.
I've wanted to learn coding because there are things I want to be able to do with Python, but I don't want to devote the time to learn the coding language from scratch. I'd like to have a dedicated tutor that I can go to and say, hey, this is what I'd like to do. Please teach me everything I need to know so that I can at least gain an interest in this thing. Because right now, the barrier to entry is too great for me to be able to invest the time. You know, so when you actually have a dedicated, you know, teacher or a tutor, in the case I'm describing, you can have your question answered. However, my anatomy teacher, the one question I asked him where I went out of my way to talk to him after class one time was, what does this portion, the terrible, what does this portion of anatomy look like when you're drawing it if a person doesn't have armpit hair, right? And I was showing him a drawing I was working on because I had a character doing one of these, like, you know, like was relaxing and is coming out of it in mid pose. And he started to draw. He gave it a college try and then was like, I don't know. I just started scratching it out. So yeah. Anyway,
the thing, if you don't mind me continuing with this, years ago, one of my family members was dating this person. I'm going to say gender out of it, not to dox myself too hard. Okay. And they were going to art school, and this person brought home. I was like 10, 11. They brought home their book for photography. And it was nothing but just pictures. Literally, I swear to God, for the local college, it was nothing but pictures of just naked women in different positions. And I was like, first of all, I want to take this class. And I was like, is this all it is? And they explained to me, no, this is just what they were using for reference material, you know. And all I could think was, you guys take all these photos and everything, and then that was the book and the detailed description, everything they gave, but then the class was totally different because they didn't have them taking pictures. They had everyone building handmade canvases. Now, I looked at this book again when I was 19 years old, and then again when I was 23 because it was still at the same place because I just went back. And the thing was, I looked at it again and I'm like, why the hell was the curriculum totally different than what they were teaching?
And
I'm just like, it wasn't photography anymore. It was they were making them go to the local hardware store, buy all this stuff, make these canvases, and then they're like, hey,
for photography? That sounds like visual arts.
Thank you.
Basically, it sounds like they just found an excuse to make you waste money.
And that's what I think.
They had a deal with the local hardware store.
That was my thought process.
They were sponsored in the same way that we're sponsored by not Lazy Boy. You can see it in the peripheral of the anime collector.
That's not a Corsair?
Corsair. Mine is some like not necessarily a bootleg brand, but just some off-brand whatever that I found at the store.
Mine's an Eklife
and people say I overpaid for it, but I paid twice what everyone else does. But mine has a 300 and I think it's 335 pound is the top rating of it, so it can handle more than that. Because I just wanted it to last, and everyone who sits in this chair is like, I could sleep in this, and then it turns into a bed.
Kind of a horrifying thought.
What?
What about horrifying thoughts?
Well, you know how like when you leave, you mute the mic or whatever for just whatever reason.
Yeah.
This microphone in the past, if I've jostled the computer a little bit and the cord comes just a little bit out, it disconnected, right? So what's one of these days, I'm going to go to the bathroom and I'm going to go to do that. It's going to disconnect it. It's going to connect to my AirPod, and you guys are going to hear my bathroom noises through the microphone and the AirPod.
Look, man, as long as you don't start jacking off or muttering weird chants to yourself, we're not going to judge you too hard. Because the bathroom noises, everyone's heard.
Basically, you're going to pull a DSP. That one time where he's
please don't put that on me. Podcast magic, no. Okay,
Dark side Phil. Oh man.
So anyway, Reese, is your computer working enough that if I had to head to bed, you'd be able to end the stream later?
If it's just like this, probably.
Okay, I'm gonna power through real quick. Couple of these articles.
I don't want to try screen sharing anything.
Yeah, please don't.
You itemized the viewers to articles.
So Random 11 says the story claiming Chinese confiscated shipment of 7,200 penises originated on a satirical site.
Okay, that has to be the case. How the hell would that be real?
No. It would have been way funnier if it was. You gotta link that shit to me.
Of course, it would be funny if it was, but I'm just saying that seems way too extreme.
I just wondered how they were getting all them dicks and no one knew about it prior. It's just like there would be 7,200 people missing their dick. Oh man!
What?
These are regarding the telling women they have big breasts. I tried to help him figure out what was wrong, but he said he didn't want to. I thought it was better now. Okay. Hashtag Team Kaiser. Look at that.
I don't know.
Oh yeah.
Mask gang.
I think that guy's from my channel. I linked your
I'm Sweaty Pits gang.
Oh, cool.
Apparently.
So from foot fetish to armpits, we got it.
Yeah, well.
If you had you can see my profile picture. I think that's also part of where the whole mask gang comes up from. So
is this comment here? This is about. Okay, yeah, this is about JoJo. Rock backstory shit that was useless. Yeah, so the whole thing about The Rock was simply for a fake out with Trish. Oh, I tripped on this thing behind the weird round rock. The turtle boulder half's alive! Yay! It's like, yeah, I don't want to see where this goes later on when he's like sexing up the lady turtles, because you know how Polnareff was.
Or a turtle sexing up human ladies.
They ditched Purple Haze for pretty much only because he was OP. I did not like the stands that caused illness or whatever. I didn't like the mold stand. I didn't really like any of that stuff. I really liked Sekko's ability to spit the dirt and have it come down and rain like.
He made it liquid, and then he spit it up to make it turn solid, and then it fell to the ground in that shape of a dagger kind of thing.
Yeah, I thought that was a really clever use of his stand, for sure. Let's see. Real quick, just power through these so I can go to bed. Only use Purple Haze once, true. I didn't think you could have cut that character entirely from the show, and it wouldn't.
For sure, I didn't actually like his dubbed voice
hated his outfit. He looked like what's his name, Rohan, with like the holes all over his suit. You know,
Rohan's long lost brother. That's just.
Says I disagree with us on One Punch Man.
Yeah,
that was comments.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll read them real quick. Don't agree that he was giving Boros the fight he wanted. He was apathetic to his whole situation. He wasn't taking it seriously. Boros could take his punches. And then when Boros used an attack that would blow up the planet, yeah, that's possible.
I will say this. That was kind of my experience when I watched it. It's been a minute since I've seen season 1, though. Random 11 with the chats, bro.
So it did not come across to me that Saitama was apathetic. It seemed to me that he was hopeful because of the part where he gets launched all the way to the moon, and he kind of has like that inner monologue about like, this is the best I felt since I started training or whatever.
I don't think I'm pretty sure he never actually said this is the best you felt.
Well, like the feeling I got, or it evoked for me, was that he seemed like he was hopeful for the battle because this was the first time he's ever fought somebody this strong, right? And it actually started to brighten his spirits, and then snuffs out immediately as soon as he wins.
Because here's the thing, Saitama, like it said in the comments, Saitama lied because he was like, it was a good battle. And he has no reason to lie to Boros unless it was like literally to be like, yeah, it was a good battle.
Right,
you did good.
Go to sleep, you did good.
Oh god, I forgot about that.
Yeah, because he literally lied to Boros. He would have no reason to lie unless, he wanted Boros to think he fought well.
Just trying to say.
Boros said he knew that Saitama wasn't even using his voice.
Yeah, Boros could sense it. He was like, yeah, you're full of shit, man.
Maybe. I don't know. I'd have to watch it again. All right, and then we caught up. We're caught up to the Twitch stuff.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. So. All right. Oh my god, there's so many more. Okay. These are the JoJo question. I've already read. I'm going to skip the ones I've already read that I didn't open up to read. I didn't put them on the stream. Regarding what to watch. Oh, this is Danny addressing it. Choose 10 titles randomly. Mark the 1 to 10. Ask random friends, people to choose a random number. We're watching that order.
That's awesome.
It's actually mildly convoluted because you need friends for that. No. And what if they pick the same numbers?
Okay. Wait.
Then you just have to you have to coordinate all 10 of them. It's like, you see, other guy picked that number already, so
Well, you got to add another show and take out the one you already watched.
But you say 1 to 10. You don't say 1,
Yeah,
3, 5, 10. Did
the turtle have a stand? Was the turtle a stand?
The thing is,
or was it just something else?
I don't think all stands come from the arrow, right? Because
not all stands come from the arrow.
Exactly.
Okay.
So
You know what actually I find really interesting is when people talk about Kira's stand, how it evolved after a second hit of the arrow. What if like Kira actually had like a Requiem stand? That was what Bites the Dust was.
Hey guys, question.
Huh.
I just got a message asking, am I in the chat? I don't know how old this is. This is from now. Has anyone got YouTube open up? See if they hear me.
Your last thing says so repost them all, guys.
No, I'm not talking about my chats. I'm talking about on Discord.
Okay, yeah, I can hear you on the actual video.
Okay, all right. Just I was like maybe he's not here. Yeah, you got to show mine.
So I agree. Requiem was. I think the Requiem concept wasn't dumb, but the time loop prison was dumb, and it was a dumb ending because it squandered potential for way more that we could have had with Requiem versus Requiem, for sure. So, and then here's the thing:
Well, you can't really just say, well, I would have liked it if they had this turbo epic idea that I came up with.
Okay, for sure. But regarding the I lost it.
I actually kind of thought it was a nice subversion. The body swap, and then the ending just being like, yeah, there he's in perpetual hell.
If the arrow, if stands don't need to come from the arrow, then it actually supports my theory that all the stands that did come from the arrow don't have noses and have a style, like they look like that style.
That would be interesting.
You know,
there was something that y'all covered earlier that I just wanted to comment on because it made me happy to hear it because I've only seen most of JoJo I've seen is clip. I've never actually seen the full thing through except season 1. The thing was that my favorite anime of all time, Murder Princess, did it, in my opinion, wrong, where they changed the voices when they changed the bodies. And I like to hear the fact that, yeah, they kept the voices and the actors had to actually change their inflection and the way that they do things, is what I'm guessing they did and hoping.
Yeah. They kept the same voice for each body.
Yeah. Because no offense, when you change, it by no stretch of the imagination has it ever been pontificated that I can remember that when you change, your soul, all of a sudden your voice box changes.
Yeah, your anatomy won't just suddenly change.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I'll agree. One of the things that really irritates me, have you guys seen Constantine with Keanu Reeves?
Yeah, I've seen Constantine. John Constantine.
Phenomenal movie, with the exception of the part when he kills Gavin Rossdale, and he's like disintegrating, and he's still talking until his mouth disintegrates.
Oh, right, because
it's like, bro, your lungs disintegrated ages ago. You can't talk,
Unless we're talking, it's just magic.
You see, it's never explained, so thus you have to assume one way or the other.
Okay, let me ask this quick question. It says, eCaster says, in my opinion, it's not a big cop-out if it still takes Jotaro and Giorno fighting together to beat the Ebola.
I think it's the timing that's a cop-out more than anything, really. If he came in 10 episodes ago, I won't question it.
What if the ghost of Dio showed up?
If what?
To save Giorno.
What if Dio showed up? Dio somehow revived.
No, like the ghost of Dio shows up, like the Goku helping Gohan kind of thing to defeat.
Actually,
his spirit.
So, if I recall, at the end of Stardust Crusaders, they take Dio away.
They opened the bag up in front of so that the body disintegrates in the sun.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I could have sworn that the ending was sort of written in a way where it could have. You could learn later that Dio isn't dead.
Yeah. A piece of Dio survived.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they could use that. They could have used that to bring Dio back.
No.
We cut off Dio's penis and we left it isolated in its own sarcophagus.
No.
Dio's penis is worth 7,200. Okay, continue.
Joseph was brought back with Dio's blood. Dio was dormant in Joseph until at the moment Joseph naturally would have died, and then he took over Joseph's body and reanimated himself from that body.
I thought that was a joke that he was like, I'm back.
No, but they took Dio's blood and put it back in Joseph's body.
Yeah.
You're basically saying that could have been an excuse for Dio to come back.
Yeah, you're saying that this is an avenue they could
Joseph.
That would have been like an easy write-up.
Because in part 4, Joseph was super old.
That's what I'm saying. Dio would have
80.
remained dormant in Joseph's body until Joseph naturally would have died, and then took over the body upon Joseph's death.
Here's the thing though. What if you then have to ask if Hamon is still present in there, so it might have killed what's left of him.
So what is it?
Real quick,
part 5 is only like a couple of years after part 4, Joseph wouldn't be dead.
Who is the medic is talking about here about SP? How did his stand change color?
Stars platinum.
Oh,
Or
okay.
Star platinum.
Are you sure you're not mistaking how David Production just like changes the color palette randomly?
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe.
And how is his time stop lowered and not 8 seconds still? I don't know why, but sorry if I think you're kind of cool. Well,
You have a fan. You're
got a
only
fan,
fans.
Well, thank you, I guess.
Recent
Okay.
is awesome.
okay.
Also, I
Oh,
gotta point out something real
I have to leave. Okay.
wrong about what?
He's just giving you shit.
OPM.
He's giving
That's fine.
You've
Okay.
been
I just want to talk
exposed.
about your wife's feet.
all right. Okay, guys, I really do got to go to bed. It's 11. I got to get up at 5. So
Now that's a cop-out ending. No.
yeah.
Alright.
Yeah. Final thoughts on JoJo. I'm looking
Part
forward to part 6.
I'm not
about all I
after
can
I
say.
read the thing.
What's up?
I'm not after I read the spoiler thing. But yes.
Oh, well,
I'm looking forward to it
I don't know
otherwise.
the spoiler thing, and I'm glad I don't, unless it's the masturbation.
You might
scene.
actually be more glad if you do know it, because it would be more crushing, but yes.
Well, whatever. I'm looking forward to more. I've enjoyed every ounce of it so far. I really like part 1 with the over-the-top accents and him talking about the moment the knife leaves your fingers, I will crush your pelvis like a sledgehammer or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
That shit. And
Those
then
are part 2. Those
Those
are
are part 1. That's Jonathan. When he
That's
goes, the guy's like, catching my knife? Are you crazy? As soon as I pull it out, your
That sounds like
fingers will be
Speedwagon.
all over the snow. They'll be picking it up for weeks. He's like,
So,
the second
I
you
love
try to
that
jerk back the knife, my foot will reach your groin at the speed
Oh
of a
yeah,
sledgehammer.
that is Speedwagon. That is
Yeah.
Speedwagon.
Whatever.
I think there's part 1 and part 2, like season 1, did not have all those absurd accents. I don't think it would have nearly been as enjoyable.
well,
Right.
actually,
That's what
yeah.
I said. Everybody
that- yeah,
tried
no,
it, and
dude.
I said it's the best possible way to take this show.
Let me put it to you like this, okay? You know, speaking about harem anime, there was one harem anime called Infinite Stratos. The English dub gave everybody thick, fake phoned-in accents,
Sounds
and
like
it made it hilarious to watch.
Believe it or not, that was my literal favorite part of that show. Was the fact that it was
with
like,
that-
all right, what's this person's stereotype?
Yeah, French
With
girl,
that, I'm gonna-
Russian
I'm gonna
girl.
pop out, guys.
German girl.
Kaiser Sugar is great having you. Hope you can stop by again in the future. Everybody else, you've been wonderful. I will catch you later. I gotta go to bed.
Next
By the
week-
way, by the way, hi Kaiser Trigger. Never said that.
Oh yes, hi.
Bye.
What was that, Reese? Next week, what?
What are we doing next week?
I'm not done talking about this.
Episodes like 1 through 13.
Yeah.
Yeah, just want to get that out there. So I haven't decided if I'm watching the director's cut yet. Probably will.
I have.
I will say this though. I caught part of Hollow's last stream that I got notified about at least. And they were talking about the fact that I guess in the dub they call Subaru or something like that. I'm like, well,
God.
that's the quickest way to turn me off to a dub. Yeah.
You know, no, well,
They're
yeah,
they're
that's
talking about
weird.
where the basically, I don't know how to say this without spoiling it. Basically, there's this guy. He's super strong and he's extremely eccentric, and he always like a Subaru.
No, I think they were talking about the dub pronouncing Subaru's name funny. They were making it. I don't know.
They
You know, I'm
didn't
gonna
want
watch
to
it
say
dub.
Subaru.
Because of the brand.
Yeah, the automobile company.
No, yeah.
At least-
you know what's funny? I saw a video that was a VTuber meme because there's this one VTuber called Ozora Subaru, and she has these memes of being a duck, right? They call her the duck of Hololive. So she has this thing where she goes like says "shupa shupa shupa shupa," like that's her noises, her catchphrase, and it was just basically ReZero with Amelia looking at Subaru, but then it reveals it's Ozora Subaru, and she goes like, "I know, shupa 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 shupa."
Well, I look forward to finding out what all those references are true. I think Subaru's the name of the main character.
You're
I'm gonna leave
train
though.
with ReZero, dude. I loved it.
I can't wait.
Yeah,
Later.
Brad.
Look at that. He cut.
We didn't go over the tweets, did we?
Too late now.
Greenland's been awfully
What do you mean it's too late? I can just verbally read mine.
Okay, you can read yours. Go ahead.
So let's see. Started JoJo Part 5 and watching it dubbed. It's the weirdest. Geez, I typoed. I'm a grammar Jew. And watching it
grammar
dubbed,
Jew.
Yeah, that's my term I coined. No. So let's see.
The grammar goy.
Oh my.
I'm still here, Lance.
You are?
Yes.
Oh my god.
Interesting.
Dun, dun, dun.
Plot twist. He was here the whole time, and Green Line's the final boss. But anyway, I'll make it through this tweet without stopping again. Watch it dubbed, and it's the weirdest thing since we have Koichi discussing how he speaks decent Italian when he's actually speaking English when he's supposed to be Japanese.
Yeah.
So Golden Wind can reflect other users' powers. I guess One Punch Man just used that idea from JoJo because we literally just watched that, right? And wasn't that Garo's ability or something?
No, Garo was just super strong and shit.
And he was
maybe wasn't there someone in One Punch Man season 2 or was it 1 that was like they reflected the power of their user or something like that? I don't know. That was the basis for the comment.
I don't recall any of that.
I don't remember.
And then I posted a picture of the eye catch, which is like the Italian currency, and I said they have toonies in Italy because that's what we have for our $2 coin. I am thoroughly enjoying the dub of Part 5. It's the first time I've really heard RHYS Pirate Mick in anime, so I was excited to hear him. Then Ray Chase does a fantastic job as usual. Been a big fan of him since Final Fantasy 15, to which both of those voice actors I tagged liked my tweet, so that was pretty nice. And then I have a second chain of command. Oh god. Yeah, I go way off at the end about like my entire thoughts on like the whole JoJo franchise. So let's see. Finished Part 5 now. I don't know if stands usually have their own individuality, but I found it odd that Trish's stand talked to her so independently when stands are usually just tools for their user. Doesn't that seem like it was kind of odd that her stand was like inspiring her and telling her the how-to guide of how to stand, where every other stand is just
Didn't Reverb do that though in Part 3?
Koichi's stand talked to him too. Like, let's kill the hoe.
Let's kill the hoe. Oh my god, that reminds me. There was a VTuber who literally didn't even know what that was. Like, she just referenced JoJo. You know the VTuber Peepee?
No,
we don't.
Okay.
I know like two
the only
VTubers.
VTuber enthusiast.
I don't follow any VTubers.
There is a VTuber who was collabing with another one from the same group, but basically the other one, Peepee, had to tell her what hoe meant because she was just like, "Let's kill the hoe." Hoe. She had to tell her what it meant because it's like.
Have you seen Brad's compilation of GTA?
No.
Because it features some VTubers and it's saying some spicy words.
Oh yes, yeah. I know.
I mean, if he wants VTubers doing crazy things, you just need to look up Project with a K. All right, continue.
Oh well. Oh my. Good God, where was I? I was saying the stand. I was sad about one of the deaths. I was being vague to avoid spoilers. I was sad about Bruno dying because he was such a good character. And
I actually was sad about Narancha, right? Yeah,
I thought that was so weird, but at the same time, what's his name? Narancha?
Narancha, yeah.
Narancha?
He was he had such a weird character design. He was like turbo swole while being really skinny, so it looked really weird. And he had such a messy like aesthetic.
Yeah. Turbo swole and super skinny.
Yeah,
and his stance.
I'm not like discrediting that. I did like his character though, not his character design necessarily. Just his character.
If we're talking like character designs in recent JoJos, they're not so much swole, but they're defined.
Oh, I guess you could say that. It looks weird. He was like an anorexic swole guy. Is the vibe I got from him. But I did like his character, and I hated his stands though. I'm like, a plane? That's so lame.
What would be Aerosmith? Come on.
That's what it's called, Aerosmith. Oh my god, little bomber. That sounded even dumber.
Yeah.
But
what was it?
I did like how he had when he recalled it back in. He basically made a landing pad out of his arms. I liked that.
That was kind of cool.
Thought that was neat.
Even it's as cool as you'll get with it. But
I like that. I thought that was really cool.
I didn't want him to die as a character either, but I wasn't too torn, I guess, with it. The thing is,
I was pretty torn. And then they did what they did with Giorno, and I'm like, oh, this is why they killed him. I see. So
because they swapped him out last second. I thought that was kind of neat.
With literally any other character, I'd be like, you're dead.
Oh, I'll send you the put him to respond.
Yeah. The thing I liked about part 4 is that there was like literally only one death really for the good characters at the end of it. And it was that one character I really didn't particularly like. So I'm like, okay.
I forgot who that was.
It was the boy.
Shigechi?
Oh, the weirdo with the bugs.
Yeah, like the boy that they.
I was a bit sad about him. I was like, oh, that
kid.
fucking
boy.
The one they literally not extorted, but they kind of laundered money out of him. They used him.
He was trying to get money out, like screw them over too.
It was funny, but the thing is, they're the adults in the situation. Yeah. I mean, they're like 15.
Basically, they were both trying to scheme each other out.
Right, but I'm like, where's the moral high grounds? What are you learning from this? Use your power against younger kids. But anyway, back to part 5. So I was like, I'm sad about the deaths. And Fugo just dropped off the face of the earth and didn't come back, as we pointed out earlier. It's
kind of sad that they didn't even show him when Giorno was being like crowned as the Don or whatever.
Oh my god, they totally didn't. It was just like, yep, I'm separate, guys. I thought they were foreshadowing, like they showed a shot of him like on his own after everyone swapped bodies, and I'm like, what's gonna go?
They showed him after. They showed him right after Narancio was confirmed dead. Like, oh, something happened to Narancio.
Yeah, so they show a shot of him, and I'm like, is this the foreshadowing that, we're going to bring him back for the final battle, and he'll be a crucial part? No.
Nope.
And I'm just like, well, that was kind of dumb. I mean, I like the subversion in one way, but it was kind of dumb because of that. And then after that, I said, I found it amusing that as soon as we reveal the villain, he's essentially working together with the group, because they reveal him, they swap bodies, and it's like, all right, guys, let's go find the bad guy. And you're just, because it's the same voice and everything, this guy that you're used to being a menacing pile of garbage, it's like, okay, guys, let's go find out. I just found it so amusing.
On the topic of Fugo, I'm glad that at least that they didn't bring him back so that they would have the boys would have to fight him.
Oh, you mean like he'd be, I'm part of the other rival gang that's supposed to take you down.
The boss has him in his because he stayed behind. So the boss hired him or whatever.
I was surprised that he didn't get tracked down and killed for being associated and just, whatever. Let's see. The cover of the Blu-ray, the second Blu-ray set, gave away his Turbo Chad form of the boss, which was a shame because it would have been a cooler reveal.
I think he would have been cooler if he when he first showed him when he picked up Trish, he was just walking around like in his business suit. It would have been neater to have him just be in that for the entire thing, just like a dude with big hair.
It'd be Kira 2.0.
Well. Anyways, it's getting kind of late for me. I think I'm going to go.
Yeah, man. You can dip out if you need to. Thanks for coming.
Yeah.
No problem.
All over us.
We still need to give Kaiser his golden shower, but I mean...
The serenaded golden shower from the official OCA podcast.
Yep, exactly.
Oh, yeah. But, yep. Anyways,
God,
I'm going to get going.
Sung by Footnote.
Quick question, though. So I pre-ordered something, right?
Okay.
Is the first time I ever pre-ordered a figure. It's called you know SH Figure Arts?
Yes, I do.
Yeah.
So take a look at this. Would this be how do you think this looks for the price? It's like $80. like base price for like just the figure, but then you have the shipping and then so.
Where'd you buy
and
it
all that.
from?
It's a premium Bandai order.
From
It's
Bandai?
It's from like the premium Bandai site.
Yeah, I pre-ordered it. I have an account, and basically, it's gonna come in September. So,
Okay.
Now, what's your question?
how would you view that price? Because it's like,
Would you mind sending that to me? I don't know how
69 euros.
no, I put it in the chat.
Yeah.
In the private chat.
Oh, okay, cool.
Basically, from my end, the basic price before all the tax and shipping is $80 US, and then with the shipping tax, it's 13. It goes up to 93.50, and then the tax, it basically goes up to $101.
Are you getting it here because the premium Bandai closed? Like they closed the window to pre-order it.
They closed the window on the 25th. It's still open, actually. I just ordered it as soon as I could.
So
I
I'm
can't
saying
go to that site apparently.
Well, did you get the order from Premium Bandai?
Oh shit! Hold on. I went used the wrong link. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's Otaku Square.
Yeah.
Fake news.
Oh no. Well,
I collect figures, and I've seen quite a few SH figure arts.
Well, the
also
thing is, Premium Bandai, because it's so exclusive, this figure will inevitably go up in price. It's not like, oh, you're
well, not just that, but there's also going to be a lot of scalpers too.
That is 100% true. The Urza that I wanted when it came out, I just didn't have the money to buy for. So one where she's got the spear, isn't kind of a warrior.
Like basically, my first attempt at looking for SH figure arts to buy something with a Super Saiyan Vegito, right?
Nice.
And it was but here's the thing: on Big Bad Toy Store,
I've got that Ultra Instinct Goku. Continue.
Yeah, Big Bad Toy Store said it was sold out, but the original price they had it at was like under $50 without all the shipping tax and all that. But now, if you try to find it, it's like what $124 or something.
Yeah, the scalping is crazy. I usually pay around 50 to 65, if I remember correctly, for an SH figure arts, but it really depends on the character. Believe it or not, the character can change the price.
And like I like Vegito, but here's the thing: I didn't buy him because it's like
not expensive.
$124 is a little too much at the moment for just one figure.
Yeah, I spent, because it's Urza, I spent $300 on that one. But if you get a rate on the one I got. But if you get just a general, like a lot of general anime figures, like that Goku that's a foot tall, the Ultra Instinct.
Yeah.
I got that for $45.
Yeah, and here's the thing. The reason I want SH figure arts and like Figma instead of like scale figures is because I make videos, right? And I could use those for like different poses, for different bits.
Mm-hmm. Hey, that's awesome.
So
you're talking. Oh, okay. I have, let me see here.
Like if you look at the cooler, right, the SH figure arts cooler, I'm like, I see the first picture is him pointing his finger like from Dragon Ball Fighters, right, the meme. So I'm like, okay, this figure is what I need.
SH figure arts is the posable brand.
Yeah.
Correct. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just getting my because I got two names mixed up. It's me. Okay, yeah. I believe I have a Artorias Saber and a Vegito Blue in this.
Vegito Blue SH figure arts, right?
Yes, the posable one.
Yeah.
I can put pictures on the Discord thing. I'll have to dig them out. But I usually pay around 65 for it. That Saber was 40, but I got it secondhand.
Saber from Fate.
Yes.
And you're not talking SH figure arts, right? Because I'm looking, all I see is Kamen Rider Saber.
I'm talking the SH.
Okay, yeah.
Posable one. I'll do this.
Figma.
You'll get to see it. Yeah.
Figma. Basically, Figma does a lot of Fate. I got Nero from Figma. So
let me double check this.
Well, anyway, the idea is is it worth it? Is that what you're saying?
Is it worth $89?
Is it a good deal?
This is my first time buying it, so I want to make sure for future reference, would you consider that a good deal? So that way I'll be like, okay, should I buy this or not? If it's like $80 right now.
I don't consider it a bad deal.
Yeah, for an SH figure arts or a posable one like that,
especially in the premium Bondi.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, $80 because no offense, if you take care of it, it will skyrocket. And especially if that character's already proven to have scalpers. Because the Urza that was before this one I was talking about is 60 baseline.
Like there's a reason it's called premium Bondi.
Yeah, especially the way it looks too. Because I mean, if you look at it right, like there's another line of Dragon Ball figures called Dragon Stars, right? And for the longest time, I think that was like the only one that did like cooler. You know, like look. Hold on, what the fuck?
You can even remove his face mask.
Oh yeah, like look at this figure, right? That's the old cooler figure from Dragon Stars or something, right? It looks pretty doo-doo, right? But if you look at the cooler figure from SH Figure Arts, the guy looks incredible.
I have the Meta Cooler from the Funimation release figures.
The old one could have looked worse, and they included a molester handset.
Basically, yeah, and if you look at the SH Figure Arts one, they even put like ridges in like the tail. Whereas the other one is just straight, flat, smooth plastic. It's it's more like a plastic model kit kind of deal where you paint it yourself. But with SH Figure Arts, you don't have to do that.
Oh yeah,
they're already pre-coded and everything. I don't ever buy unpainted figures. I don't want to pay $65-$70 for anything and then turn. All right, now I have to spend like 20 hours painting the damn thing and get it wrong.
The only time I would do that is if it was a Gunpla. Yeah, Gunpla. It's like it's an experience. Okay, you're not just painting it; you're building it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. There's a different mindset with a Gundam though and an anime figure in my opinion. No.
Yep.
It's a model kit versus hey, this is a. But I'm big into scale figures, so don't keep me there. Okay. Let me. I found it. All right. Let's see. Okay, you were right. It's me in names. I'm terrible with names, by the way. Figma was the saber.
Yeah.
But I'm looking on. This one was done by Toei Animation. Let me see.
I remember I recently not recently but 2 years ago I bought a Nendoroid, right? And it took me forever to find it, right? Because they have so many Nendoroids of Saber, but this one is called the Super something Nendoroid, where it's actually got like posable arms, you know, and stuff. So it's actually got like joints and stuff. So you don't switch out the arms.
Okay, what did you say about the Dragon Stars one earlier?
The Dragon Stars one looks like kind of doo-doo compared to the SH Figure Arts one. It looks okay, right, for a baseline figure, but it's completely smooth, flat plastic with only like muscle definition.
Okay, I'm gonna have to go through mine because I could swear I have an SH Figure Arts somewhere in here. But this Vegito I have is the Dragon Stars, 100% confirmed.
Oh, okay, so it's not SH Figure Arts.
It's not the SH Figure Arts. I apologize.
Yeah, and the problem I have with there's also another line of there's a model kit line for Dragon Ball called a Figure-rise Standard, I think. And dude, those ones I really don't like them because with Vegito you have to paint the earrings.
Yikes! That sounds horrible.
It looks horrible without extra painting.
Okay. Zoom in on that.
Like they'll paint the hair, but they won't paint the damn earrings.
I'll tell you the thing I actually don't like straight up about the Dragon Stars. At least when I was paying attention, is you have to buy them all to get the other figure in the collection, which is really stupid considering the price on them.
Oh yeah, this isn't the cost of those cereal box. It's not like the cost of a cereal box toy where you're like you pick out a figure from a cereal box that is a collectible.
Yeah, that's the exact reason why I'm very specific in my purchases. Because I'm like, if I'm gonna waste money on this, I'd rather waste it and not super regret it.
And for me as a YouTuber, I would not regret purchasing a figure art like SH Figure Arts Cooler because, again, there's so many memes around him, you know, because he's like one of the big memes in Dragon Ball Fighters, you know, like.
Go ahead.
Like when he points his finger, they turned it into him holding a gun.
Oh.
And you know, there's this one thing where his victory pose, he grabs you by the neck and then he rears up for a punch or whatever. It looks just like a Pepe meme that I've seen. So I did a video on that where I was like, I made a parody commercial for Cooler when they revealed him years ago in 2018, and it was like, I just had a picture of Pepe with the opacity lowered to show Cooler, and it's just like,
Oh my god!
Because he does the same thing. It's Pepe is rearing up a punch in the same way.
You know, it's
All right. Was there anything else you guys wanted to bring up
Talk about on stream.
like JoJo's or?
Yeah.
I did want to make a comment earlier about something y'all said about the whole. It was like Goku coming back to help Gohan. You know, the ghost form thing.
Yeah, Dio coming back as a ghost.
Yeah, technically that's
with a halo
reference. But I'm just I won't Dragon Ball nerd on y'all, but basically that was Goku didn't actually come back technically.
Yeah, he's
that was him being there in spirit beside Gohan. A lot of people are like, oh, Goku showed up and he pushed the Kamehameha was going. No, he didn't.
The only time he did in the Broly movie. That was the only time he really came back.
Goku there with the Dragon Balls.
Oh, and also he came back in BoJack by instant transmissioning.
He broke a serious taboo with that, and that was awesome.
Yeah,
Goku,
he broke a
dead.
taboo.
Bam! You can't do that. You're dead.
Yeah.
Goku doesn't give a shit.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm dead.
So the continuation goes. The screen time felt unbalanced. Like the focus was taken off certain characters, and then you forget about them. Like, oh yeah, they exist again. Characters like Leone and Trish had what felt like more of a limited screen time and interaction. Which, by the way, what's his name? Abaccio, the long-haired guy or whatever, ex-cop.
Yeah, Abaccio.
I thought they could have this is just one example, but it applies to pretty much every character that. They could have done so much more with developing the character because I wanted to have his ex-cop background tie into something, or he gets a redemption in some capacity. Which I guess to a degree, near the end wasn't, or when he died, I guess it was like he had that hallucination or whatever, and it was like, "Who are you?" And it's like, "Oh, it's the guy I let die," and then it's like, "Oh." You should be proud of how big a chungus you are.
All right. Just real quick, I'm just gonna say again, I gotta go. But so bye. It's been nice being here.
Nice.
Have fun talking about JoJo.
All right.
This last
See you
thing
later.
I got to say, if you could spare 30 seconds,
Later.
because you might enjoy this.
Bye.
Say what?
Let me be telling this as you leave. My friend is a cop, and he asked about JoJo's. It's funny I'll mention this. And he asked, "What is JoJo's?" I said, "It's a beat we can all masturbate to."
Yeah.
Right.
Anyways, be seeing
my
you.
joke.
Take care.
Later.
I love how I made that awkward. But no.
Trish and Leone felt more limited screen time. Yeah, for example, Trish, she has her big moment on the plane, and then, she contributes near the end, really. But other than that, yeah. And Abaccio, he's more of a tool because I don't mean like a tooly person, but he was a tool that it's like his stand. Oh, I used it to analyze the scene, and he honestly didn't seem like much of a fighting stand. So I don't know. I feel like they kind of pigeonholed the characters. It's like, oh, we're gonna see the characters that are important right now, and it's like, oh yeah, these characters exist. I want them to all have some sort of continuity together, like they're all participating in their separate events, but they're like side by side, play by play, and they all, they can converge or they can just resolve at the same time, like they usually do in other mediums. But yeah, so that's why, despite the 39 episodes, it still feels somewhat hollow with how widespread the action and situations make it. Bucciarati is an example of a character that was thoroughly used, and once you could understand so well. Oh yeah. Bucciarati's the frickin' Bruno, right?
Yeah.
Example of character that was thoroughly used and one you could understand so well. Let's see. And in the typical JoJo fashion, they have an ending that is pretty rushed and lacks a larger sense of satisfaction, for sure. Because I expected that final episode to just be like telling us how the landscape has changed from him becoming the new boss or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But instead it's just like, yep, he's the boss, and it's like, and they're so speed running. Like JoJo is so heavily action focused. It feels like they want to get into the fights and all the stand using. And it's like, take 2 moments to just breathe a little, you know? Like,
Right.
that's the thing JoJo doesn't do. They're always like slamming on the gas pedal. And that's I guess that's one of my major issues as the series as a whole.
Yeah.
And-
It doesn't give the characters much time to just dick around, which is part of why part 4 was so much fun, because there was a lot of that.
Yeah, there's a lot of dicking around, and they could dick around because they weren't on an adventure, because they were at home. They were able to get cozy in the downtime, and then I want to say tragedy strikes, but then the bad guys come in.
But at least we were able to get comfortable with these characters. We were understand and just just dick around for some episodes.
Actually, you know what? Yeah, they totally did. Like with that kid that they manipulated,
and the whole alien episode with screwed with Rohan with the dice. That didn't progress the story at all. But it was just that Josuke dicking around with Rohan.
Yeah. I mean, they still had the breakneck pacing of at the end, it's like, oh, yep, she's been avenged and we're out of here.
Yeah.
But it would have been nice to have better closure. Also, Koichi and Jotaro at the beginning allude to essentially coming and contributing to the cause, but nothing happened there.
Yeah, it would have been really nice if at least if it was just Koichi that actually stuck around.
Yeah, then it wouldn't be like, oh, they have the OP one-hit KO guy. They have someone that's just continuous in the same way that Polnareff was back, which, by the way, I did actually like him coming back. Like, I did like him in part 3. I enjoyed his personality.
Mm-hmm.
Him coming back, while it didn't necessarily feel natural, it felt really written in rather than organic, but I did think it was interesting what he contributed and his stand changing with Requiem and all this stuff. But I was like, why doesn't he get I wasn't sure why he wasn't able. Oh no, I guess the body swapping happened too quickly, but it was like, have Guy heal his body and his legs and stuff, but I guess he got yeeted by Diavolo too quickly. And then
he basically swapped right as his body died.
Yeah,
Okay,
I think what is it? Because part 5, because Jotaro was already the highlight of part 3, even though technically he seemed kind of more passive as a character, but they probably didn't want him to be a highlight in part 5 once again, because then it would be like, oh well, now he's the main character, and the character they're actually trying to make the main character would be outshined too often.
That would have been kind of an interesting thing. Jotaro's like, who are you? I killed your father. What?
That would be actually pretty cool. But I'm gonna assume that's the main reason they didn't have Jotaro coming back. He was in part 4 as well. So he'd be in 3. He's one of the most consistently used.
He's in
characters.
part 6 too.
Yeah, so he's in 4 parts, just straight up.
Yeah.
So let's see. So part 5 felt great for me for the first half and lost a bit of steam with the second half, even though I really liked the villain.
Yeah, I loved his voice. Oh my god,
he was so good. He had this menacing presence.
Kellen Goff nailed it.
Whichever one is the actual the correct voice actor name, nailed it.
Kellen Goff is the voice for the Diavolo character. And
Okay.
Griffin Burns is
Doppio.
Doppio.
Yep.
I only know that because he's also Child in Genshin. But
Kellen Goff, he's absolutely fucking nailed that.
Yeah. Like I said this to Greenline after stream last time, I think, or the time before. I was saying that what is it? The villain part 5 compared to part 4, I actually thought was much more quote rock solid the way he was done, because in part 4 I still have this huge issue with the whole he's been uncaught for 15 years, and then he stumbles up and some kid got my bag from me just being negligent. Like that just didn't sit well with me and kind of ruins the whole visage of him. But this guy, he's the big boss. Everything gets all built up around him being the big boss, and then he becomes the big boss. It's just like, and he has this weird quirk with the whole doppelganger or not doppelganger, the
alternate personality.
Yeah, dual
personality disorder.
Yeah, so it just felt like a more rock solid villain, in my opinion.
The only type of person who should have the pronouns they them, because there's actually a they them.
That's I see it. So god, I heard a really late echo of me there. I still had a good time, but kind of like the other JoJo series, the later episodes have a bit of a sour taste in your mouth, even with the good stuff, mainly with the deaths taking away some of the sense of comfort I grew to know. Apparently I was talking about the sense of comfort before we brought it up here. The idea is that the second half of JoJo Part 5 wasn't as enjoyable because they killed off Abaccio and then Bucciarati and then Arancha, and it's like everything you grew to love was falling apart, and you didn't have this as much of a carefree sense, I guess you could say, of watching JoJo and just having a good time. You had to actually think and feel, which is why Part 4, you don't really have to worry about that. I mean, they have some false flags of characters dying, but in that case, because the end result, you're just like, okay, well, I'm fine with that because he's alive in the end. That's all that really matters. So it pulls at your heartstrings, but you feel good at the end. I still had a good time, but kind of like the other, and then so far, Part 4 might be the closest thing to the best JoJo series by my criteria. It still has some problems, but those are minor in changes. By that, I'm trying to say that if you had to change each JoJo part to make it like quote perfect by my criteria, Part 4 has the most minimal changes to make, because you can just say, he's been unstoppable for like 2 years, and that's like, okay, cool. And then you just make Joseph not a cheating whore. You just make it like someone stole his semen and inseminated themselves. Like, how would that not have been much better? What were you saying, Reese?
I was just laughing.
Okay. So that would have the fewest like major changes, whereas this one you'd have to change. I'm trying to think of what you have to change in here.
Bring back some OG to be there as a rock.
You'd have to make such big changes to make this make it quote perfect for me. So here I think I'm just going over the parts like what I think of all of the JoJo so far. So let's see. Part 4 is the closest thing to being the perfect JoJo. Part 3 had a lot of fun and stuff with some lows, while maintaining the integrity and having a more iconic JoJo content. So it's iconic because it has Dio, you have Joseph in his prime, you have Jotaro. I don't know about saying in his prime, but he has the most interaction in Part 3. But like everyone is just swole Chad, gonna like go out there and kill people and fight monsters, whatever. Now, obviously, it's dragged out and everything, but the thing is, it doesn't stain the legacy of JoJo by like making Joseph a cheater. It doesn't have.
It introduces stands, for crying out loud.
Yeah, it introduces stands, so that's why it's iconic now, because it's like it's the standard.
Yeah, but I feel like it's overrated. It really is just this long drawn out.
I wouldn't disagree with saying it's overrated, but it's like it has some spice to it that you just can't ignore.
Mm-hmm.
And it has so many moments that are just really enjoyable, like just Joseph in general. He was just so good. Every waking moment, Joseph is on screen and speaking.
Joseph is just, part 2 Joseph and then part 3 Joseph is just a joy. Just an absolute joy.
They're different as well. But they're both really enjoyable. So it's like anyway. So like part 3, well, it has its flaws about being like dragged out and unnecessary stuff, and it kills some of the characters. Not that I'm saying, oh, you're not allowed to kill characters, but it's just my preference of part 4. So like part 3 isn't as rock solid as part 4. Is basically what I'm saying, but it's got such high peaks and such low valleys, whereas part 4 is just like a steadier stream in the middle. And then I said part 2,
it's a plane.
Part 2, you don't have stands yet, and it had accents which are fine but mildly distracting, and had some fun with part 2. Well, honestly, I really
enjoy parts 1 and part 2 way more than other people do.
I think I did have quite a fun time with part 2. I think it was just like the initial few episodes. I was not. I wasn't in the JoJo sphere, I guess you could say.
Yeah. The first couple episodes of part 2 are kind of
and part 2, they killed freaking, what is it, Lisa? They killed Caesar. It's like you had no sense of comfort because you didn't have like this wide cast of like 4 main swole chads going out on an adventure. You just had like Joseph and Caesar, and then they were like training, and then Caesar dies, and that's like, well, Joseph's on its own. So in that sense, it doesn't have this comfort, I guess is the best way to put it. But it did have some really, really good stuff in part 2 as well. Part 1 was decent and necessary, but not quite the fun fest we are used to, is the best way I could put it. Because it's necessary to get the lore, to understand Dio.
It's a necessary evil that you have to get through.
Yeah, the thing is, when I got into, I read JoJo Part 1 before I even considered watching it or anything, because it was like free on Viz and stuff. And the thing is, everyone around me was like, "Oh, Part 1 sucks, and it's everything after that is good." And when I read it, I'm like, honestly, this is pretty good. Just shonen.
Yeah. Like,
this is pretty good.
Part 1 is really good.
Like, I don't know, it's just entertaining, and there was such conviction with the characters. It was just like, oh, you killed my dog, haha, it was I, Dio, and all this crap. But at the same time, it's like, I don't know, there's just something off about it. I can't
over the top cheese. It's just like, it's way too over the top, but that's what makes it good.
That was the whole beauty of it to me. I'm like, God damn, finally.
Maybe because it was so foreign to everyone. It's foreign to the viewers, foreign to the people, the characters in the thing. They're like, what are these powers and such?
Because I feel like it's a time bomb for that type of, because it was the 80s,
capsule?
Right? Rocky and a capsule. Excuse me. It's a time capsule for like the 80s and that type of writing style for back in the day. Like it's this.
I just had that thought.
But it is still like reasonably well done as like a shonen series. And the thing is, it wasn't like it didn't feel like it was leaning too much into cliches or anything like that we have known to come.
The art is fantastic.
Oh yeah, and by the way, it does have some like remarkably strong characters and moments. Like Speedwagon, he was my favorite in part 1.
Speedwagon.
Like I couldn't. He was so useless, But I loved him because he was the good vibes man, and he was like, "Oh, you jolly old chap, get out!" Like all of the slang was so funny.
Who voiced him?
Keith
Silverstein?
Yes. I was going to say Keith Sutherland, and I'm like, no, not Kiefer Sutherland. But yeah, Keith Silverstein.
Yeah.
I thought it was great. So yeah, that was like all my tweets. So
Good Lord.
part 5 overall, I actually got really into it. I think I just had the JoJo hankering because I literally binged like the first set within 24 hours, I think, and then the second set.
You watched all 3 sets before we got to the first podcast on it.
Yes, like I ordered set 2, and the moment I got it, I didn't put it down, and I finished.
Jeez.
Like I just was really into it. Like Gujarati was just such a good character to watch. I do find it weird that every single person in their group, they're supposed to be mafioso, but they were all like pure-hearted goods, and I'm like, that's kind of a weird coincidence, but I guess it kind of makes sense because Gujarati selectively chooses these people, but it's like, I don't know, I just kind of expected them to all be like bad guys, but anyway, like I
gotta interrupt you for 1 second. Jason Smith says he unfroze an arm with the power of abs. How dare you call him useless? I forgot that was a thing.
I currently still don't remember that's a thing, but hey.
That was Speedwagon.
Dara Speedwagon's a badass.
Has any of you watched You're Under Arrest yet? I have not.
I am waiting for a Blu-ray to come out from Sentai because it's streaming on High Dive, and I believe it seems HD-ish, at least from what I remember.
Does it have a dub?
Yeah, they have the dub on High Dive, even the OVAs or whatever they are. But yeah, like JoJo Part 5 was really engaging.
Well, go ahead.
Apart from like, killing the characters, I guess, was the major thing that they'd have to change, which would change the landscape too much for them to, just retroactively go back. That's what I was talking about with Part 4 having the minimalist changes. They're basically superficial changes. But anyway, Part 5 was just really engaging, really good villain. I even liked the final battle. It was mildly subversive with how kind of simple it all fell into place. And I thought Requiem, the Requiem Golden Wind was still like I'm like, here we go. The final hurrah. He's gonna yeet him into next week. This feels good for him to just yeet the bad guy when he was just previously being yeeted on. So, it was really simple, and then they kind of just resolved it with like, oh yeah, he's dead. And I'm like, oh, there goes Fugo coming back theory. But it has its issues, but really enjoy it.
I watched this as it aired, and I know we talked about Karakuri Circus.
Mm-hmm.
Now that aired at the same time as this, or like the same season, and I don't know what it was about watching both of them at the same time, but I just did not like either of them.
Not like either of them?
As I was watching them as it aired, but rewatching it for the Watch Club, I enjoyed Part 5 a lot more this time around.
Well, that's nice to hear.
So, yeah. But I don't know what it was, but I just did not look forward to watching either of those shows when they were airing.
To me, I've come to realize that some anime are they're better off left binge. Like, I'm looking forward to my rewatch of Attack on Titan, because from what you guys said, it's a totally different experience when you're not watching it week by week.
I mean, not for me. I binged it. Actually, week by week, it would suck because you're just in all this anticipation. It sucks for the principle, not for the, it's a completely different show.
Yeah.
Well, it's just when I was watching it, it was so. Season 1 and part of season 2, I was kind of hooked, and from then on, I just kept going downhill, and I'm like, God damn it.
I watched season 1 after season 1 aired, after all the hype kind of somewhat died down, and then I watched season 2 and onward as they aired week to week.
Well, the thing is, it's another reason. Like I'd watched scenes of JoJo's for years, and I'd watched some episodes and here and there, and like always with people, and never like actually sat down and watched it myself. Then I watched season 1, and it was fucking phenomenal.
JoJo?
JoJo's Bizarre
I don't think you can, if you want to watch something, I don't think like cherry picking, I'll watch an episode here, and I don't think that really.
It's not a good idea, actually.
Not a good idea whatsoever.
It's definitely not a good idea.
So you mean exactly what I'm doing now with my VLC playlist thing, where I'm just going to watch one episode of each, at once?
That's not a good idea.
You end up with
pick one and just burn through it and be done with it.
Usually these shows end up that way because either I get lazy or it wasn't interesting enough to go right through it and just burn it out.
It's kind of something I miss doing, like getting a taste of something and being able to leave it alone, but I've been trying to stick with everything. Because I can't remember what it was, but there was this one anime, I remember mentioning it to you, Footnum, and you're like, you can't just watch 3 episodes and drop it. But I can't remember what its name is, because, God, it's been so long since that show was there, but I remember it was kind of controversial, too, so whatever that was.
I've watched 3 episodes of something and dropped it, because I didn't find it interesting.
Yeah, but the thing was that it's just like, now I'm sitting through Spider, and I'm wanting to just poke my ears out every time the fucking main character starts to talk.
It really honestly depends on what type of show it is. If it's like a long-running shonen, I'll give it like maybe 12 episodes before I drop it. Maybe 8. But like if it's a short, like 24, 12 episode, yeah, I give it like 3. If I'm like a quarter of the way through it and I don't find it interesting.
Green Line, I'm still halfway through Island.
And you give me grief. Like, what in the world? Like, what?
Did you like Island, Green Line?
I did not. I found it actually quite.
No, he just kept on bringing it up because I brought it up, and he actually watched it full way through, and was like, "Did he finish it yet?"
The line. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, well, I was just gonna say, did he finish it? Because he wants me to affirm.
Yes, I finished
what
it,
I thought,
and I want you to finish it because I want to talk to you about it because it's bullshit.
I finished it, and I will tell you right now, between me and my friends who I used to do all different stuff with, we used to music and everything. It was a meme. I need you to ruin me. I don't know
how I feel about that.
But that line caught us all off guard until we knew what the fuck was happening.
Right.
I'm gonna cut you guys off before it gets too. I mean, it's already 2:00. If you guys want to continue this after the stream, you guys are more than welcome to. But if you guys want to finish up on JoJo's,
Oh right, sorry. I don't have anything else to say about JoJo's.
All right. FDM, you got yours.
Yeah, and I'll save my slime rant for next week when Daddy isn't home and we're left alone, and we're gonna get everyone to be in the chat somehow at once, and they'll be donating.
Okay.
Slime rant. Well, I want to hear about this after the stream.
I got
it. Check Lance's Discord.
It's on the Discord.
You can just read it.
Wait. Okay. I'll try.
Yeah, he might not be in Lance's Discord.
I've had people leave, like my buddy.
Well, the thing is, Greenline doesn't use Discord at all because
I hardly use it, to be honest.
I messaged him. Yeah.
All right. Well, so we're gonna if everybody's all right with me cutting it off.
Yeah.
Go for it. Bye, guys. Bye, chat.
Next week we'll be talking about ReZero Part 1.
And I'm gonna binge both parts probably, and yeah.
If you're gonna be watching the director's cut on Crunchyroll, I think they threw in, I think it's called Memory Snow, in the mix in the episodes as a special. Because I think that aired on TV when the director's cut was airing.
There's an OVA that I think they dubbed.
Yeah, they dubbed Memory Snow and Frozen Bonds. as well as like as much of season 2. I don't know how much of season 2 they've dubbed already, but
I'm very glad they're actually dubbing it so quickly, I guess, because I was like, oh, I'm gonna have to wait for the OVA to get dubbed.
I think like I know they're at least like an hour long each or something.
Yeah.
I've seen them, but I can't remember how long they were. But anyway, we're gonna be talking about ReZero, Hollow Comics. If you're out there, we'll shoot you a link if you want to join us next week.
Holographics.
Guys, don't let them intimidate you. They're just weird like we are. They let me on, so you'll do better than I do.
They're 13 episodes into ReZero Season 2, English dub.
Okay. No. It'll be a while before we get to that for the Watch Club.
Yeah, I'm just saying.
Alrighty. Well, take care, everybody.
See
Bye-bye.
y'alls.